documents. Conformément à l'article
Pursuant to Section 79.13 of the Parliament of Canada Act, it is my duty to present to the House a report from the Parliamentary Budget Officer entitled Projecting the Revenues and Expenses of Canada Student Loans Program.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General.
Her Excellency the Governor-General transmits to the House of Commons the main estimates of sums required to defray expenses of the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending on March 31, 2020, and in accordance with Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867 recommends those estimates to the House of Commons. Son Excellence, la Gouverneure Générale transmet à la Chambre des communes le budget principal des dépenses faisant état des fonds nécessaires au financement de l'administration publique fédérale pour l'exercice terminant le 31 mars 2020 et, conformément à l'article 54 de la loi constitutionnelle de 1867, recommande ce budget à la Chambre des communes. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to table in both official languages on behalf of 88 departments and agencies the departmental plans for 2019-20. Impressive. So, great work.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 5 petitions.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Monsieur le Président, je prends la...
Mr. Speaker, I rise to table on behalf of the Department of Finance a document entitled Annual Report on Expenditures.
Projet de loi éminent du gouvernement. Déclaration de ministre.
Introduction of government bills, statements by ministers, reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Yukon. Pursuant to Standing Order 114, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 90th report of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee with respect to the membership of committees. If the House gives unanimous consent, I will move adoption of the 90th report later today.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion, honorable député du...
Motions, the Honourable Member for Yukon.
Monsieur, si.
Mr. Speaker, if the House gives its unanimous consent, I move that the 90th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House earlier today be concurred in. Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? For the time being, there is no consent.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Sherwood, for Simcoe North.
Speaker, I'm pleased to present an e-petition in respect to an important initiative in women's health, that of the health risks associated with breast implants. The more than 3,400 signatories call on the government, specifically Health Canada, to investigate the correlation between breast implants, autoimmune diseases, and breast implant-associated anaplastic large cell lymphoma, BIA-ALCL, ensuring patients are at the center of these undertakings, to seek greater transparency from manufacturers of breast implants, and holding plastic surgeons to a higher level of accountability, both in respect to the health risks associated with breast implants, to require mandatory testing of potential recipients of implants for BIA-ALCL, and mandatory reporting of any confirmed cases of this disease. I refer this petition to the government's careful consideration and thank Judith Coates, a constituent of mine, for her efforts in bringing attention to this important health issue.
For Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to table today. The first is in support of Bill S-240, a bill that deals with the issue of illicit organ trafficking, makes it a criminal offense for a Canadian to go abroad to receive an organ for which there wasn't consent, and also deals with inadmissibility to Canada of those who have been involved in this terrible trade. The second petition highlights the plight of Pakistani Christian asylum seekers in Thailand. It calls on the Government of Canada to be urgently engaged with the Government of Thailand to address this issue and to ensure that these Pakistani Christian asylum seekers are given the full benefit of what should be their rights under the appropriate international conventions. And also highlights the issue of the blasphemy law in Pakistan. The third petition draws the attention of members to an event that I was involved in last fall dealing with the deteriorating human rights circumstances in Turkey. It calls on the Government of Canada to increase high-level engagement with the Government of Turkey on human rights issues, including civil and political rights, minority rights, and religious freedom. Thank you.
For Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, I have two petitions to introduce today. First of all, I was very proud to sponsor an e-petition signed by over 12,000 Canadians calling on this government to remove any tax on medically prescribed cannabis. They point out that this is inconsistent with the taxation of other prescription medicines which are tax exempt. They point out that these taxes create financial barriers to the health and well-being for patients, and that they note that patients already pay sales tax on medical cannabis and they're not eligible for reimbursement under most insurance plans. So they call on this government to remove all taxes, excise tax and sales tax on medical cannabis like they do for all medicine in this country. The second petition is signed by many Canadians who are appalled at the situation of the lack of clean drinking water on First Nations reserves across this country. They point out that this government has made a pledge to end all drinking water advisories, but they point out the inconsistency of this government spending $4.5 billion on a pipeline when there's a $3.2 billion capital investment gap that, if closed, would provide clean drinking water for all Indigenous peoples in this country. And they call on this government to reverse those priorities and put clean drinking water for all Canadians ahead of the fossil fuel industry.
The honourable member for Pickering-Uxbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to table three petitions on behalf of the constituents in Pickering-Uxbridge. The first one calls upon the House to preserve all agricultural land in the remaining federal lands, which are located in Pickering and contain Class 1 Ontario Greenbelt farmland. This petition was signed by 65 members of my community. The second petition, which contains 138 signatures, calls upon the House to allow Canadians who have taken part in a clinical trial to continue using the trial drug, even if it has been deemed to have a positive impact on their condition, even after their trial time has been completed. And finally, the third petition calls on the House to support Bill S-214 and ban the sale and/or manufacturing of animal-tested cosmetics and their ingredients in Canada moving forward. In total, this petition was signed by 362 members of my community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition to urge the Parliament of Canada to move quickly on the proposed legislation, Bill S-240, to prohibit Canadians from traveling abroad to acquire human organs removed without consent or as a result of a financial transaction, and to render inadmissible to Canada any and all permanent residents or foreign nationals who have participated in this trade in human organs. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to table a petition on behalf of Thornhill constituents and those across York Region and the Greater Toronto Region, expressing their concern about the international trafficking in human organs and urging the Parliament of Canada to move quickly on the proposed legislation now in the Senate Bill S-240.
Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure that on behalf of Davenport residents, I'm proud to present e-petition 1923. It's signed by over 20,000 Canadians. It relates to firearms, the fact that there is a huge proliferation of handguns within our cities, the fact that there are also proliferation of military assault weapons that are being sold to civilians in Canada, the fact that many of these handguns and military assault weapons are ending up in the hands of violent criminals as a result of illegal sales, theft, and division. The petition calls for the Government of Canada to implement a ban on the civilian ownership of handguns and military assault weapons. And so I'd like to refer this petition to the government for its careful consideration. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Cardston Warner.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to present a petition that requests to call upon the Minister of Health to stop the approval of the Medicine supervised consumption site location until a better suitable location can be obtained that is not within 100 meters of residences, senior and youth facilities, professional businesses, and until meaningful consultations can be conducted with the community in the direct area of the site. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Speaker, I'm honored to present this petition, which has accumulated over 700 signatures. The signatories call on the government to recognize the work of renowned author and social justice activist Arundhati Roy by granting her an honorary citizenship of Canada.
For Yorkton Melville.
Please rise today on behalf of Canadians that are concerned about international trafficking of human organs. They're aware that this is happening in other countries without the victim's consent and often with profit as a result of that action, and they want to see Bill S-240 and Bill C-350 come into effect as soon as possible to prohibit Canadians from traveling abroad to acquire human organs removed without consent or as a result of a financial transaction. And they want to render it inadmissible to Canada any and all permanent residents or foreign nationals who have participated in the support and trade in human organs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Renfrew Nipissing Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition signed by Canadians from the ridings of Hastings, Lennox, and Addington, Kingston and the Islands, and Bay of Quinte. They call on the House of Commons to respect the rights of law-abiding firearms owners and reject the Prime Minister's plans to study a ban on guns that are already banned.
For Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had to rise on being able to present a petition that is in support of two bills that are one presently before this House and one before the Senate, Bill C-350 and Bill S-240. Both of them address the issue of illegal harvesting of organs from donors that haven't necessarily, probably not in all likelihood, given their consent as to the removal of these organs. And so it addresses that concern as well as people involved in that industry that they be prohibited from entering into our country. And so I'd like to table that.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions? The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Rising on a point of order. I apologize. I don't think I communicated my report very well, but I think now if the House gives its consent, I move that the 90th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented in the House earlier today be concurred in.
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. It is the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Adopt. Carried. Update. Question from the other paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. I am now prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised on April 9, 2019 by the Honourable Member for Markham-Stouffville concerning an alleged violation of Section 49.8 of the Parliament of Canada Act. In raising this matter, the member for Markham-Stouffville argued that caucus expulsions or readmissions require proper due process. According to her, members of the Liberal caucus were prevented from voting on the rules for this decision pursuant to Section 49.8 of the Parliament of Canada Act. She stated explicitly that, in this case, the matter of privilege is very much about knowing which rules apply for expulsion or readmission. It is not about a possible caucus expulsion, as was the issue addressed in my ruling on April 8, 2019. In her view, although the chair has no role in the interpretation of statutes, it does not relieve the Speaker of the responsibility to ensure that all members are aware of their rights in this House. Dans son intervention,
in response, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader informed the House that the chair of the National Liberal Caucus had indeed sent the requisite letter to the Speaker, specifying that the provisions of the Act regarding the expulsion and readmission of caucus members would not apply for the 42nd Parliament. This, in his view, makes the question of privilege moot and removes any confusion as to which rules apply. Furthermore, he argued that it is not the role of the Speaker to adjudicate such matters.
Simple. The chair is being asked, as was the case with the recent ruling on a similar matter, to determine whether provisions included in the Parliament of Canada Act, as they relate to matters of caucus, have been violated. Section 49.81 of the Act states, quote, "At its first meeting following a general election, the caucus of every party that has a recognized membership of 12 or more persons in the House of Commons shall conduct a separate vote among the caucus members in respect of each of the following questions. A, whether sections 49.2 and 49.3 are to apply in respect of the caucus. B, whether section 49.4 is to apply in respect of the caucus. C, whether subsections 49.51 to 3 are to apply in respect of the caucus. And D, whether subsection 49.54 and section 49.6 are to apply in respect of the caucus." Unquote. These requirements, which came into force when the House adopted Bill C-586, Reform Act 2014, in the 41st Parliament, established processes for the expulsion and readmission of a caucus member, the election and removal of a caucus chair, leadership review, and the election of an interim leader. It is the caucus of each recognized party, not the Speaker, which bears the responsibility for ensuring that these votes are held. En fait,
in fact, the only role of the Speaker is to be advised of the caucus decision. Section 49.85 of the Act states, quote, "As soon as feasible after the conduct of the votes, the chair of the caucus shall inform the Speaker of the House of Commons of the outcome of each vote." Unquote. The Speaker's role stops there. It does not, in any way, extend to interpreting the results of the votes, or how the votes were taken, or to interpreting any other relevant provisions.
It's very much in keeping with the general restraint on speakers when they are asked to interpret the law. Speaker Fraser stated this fundamental principle in a ruling of April 9, 1991, at page 19234 of the debates, quote, "The Speaker has no role in interpreting matters of either a constitutional or legal nature," unquote. This is in addition to another limit on its scope of authority, that is parliamentary privilege, and thus the authority of the Speaker is limited to the internal affairs of the House, its own proceedings. It does not extend to caucus matters. The member for Markham Stouffville was right to state that the Speaker bears the responsibility for ensuring that all members are aware of their rights in this House. While caucuses may have some extraneous relationship to the membership of the House, it remains just that. There is nothing to suggest that its proceedings constitute or relate to a proceeding of the House. Les caucus ont
This leaves caucuses alone with the authority to govern their internal operations. This is also made quite clear by the wording of Section 49.7 of the Act, which bars against judicial review, stating, quote, "Any determination of a matter relating to the internal operations of a party by the caucus, a committee of the caucus, or the caucus chair is final and not subject to judicial review," unquote.
Il est évident.
With the full authority given to caucuses themselves in such unequivocal terms, it is clear that the chair has no role in the interpretation or enforcement of this statute, even when members feel rudderless without what they feel would be clearly stated and understood rules.
For these reasons, the chair is unable to conclude that the member for Markham-Stouffville has been obstructed in the fulfillment of her parliamentary functions. Accordingly, I cannot find that there is a prima facie question of privilege. I thank all honourable members for their attention. Orders of the day. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Border Security and Organised Crime Reduction, that in relation to Bill C-93, an act to provide no-cost expedited record suspensions for simple possession of cannabis, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successfully without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Chager, seconded by Mr. Blair, moves that in relation to Bill C-93, an act to provide no-cost, expedited record suspensions for simple possession of cannabis, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Pursuant to Standing Order 67.1, there will now be a 30-minute question period. I invite honourable members who wish to ask questions to rise in their places so the chair has some idea of the number of members who wish to participate in this question period. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, we see the use of closure by the government. I want to ask a question about the particulars of the legislation that they're bringing in closure on. Now, they call this in the title of the bill no-cost pardons. Of course, it isn't no cost. It's just that the taxpayer will have to cover all of those costs. So I'd like to know, given how limited the debate has been, a few key policy questions. How much is this legislation going to cost? Why isn't the government considering targeting that cost relief to those who need it, as in those who can't afford pardons, while having those who can afford pardons still pay for them? And why is the government not considering alternatives such as those proposed by other parties in this place that remove the records without the cost associated with the process that the government has put in place? Thank you.
Is that the Honourable Minister of Border Security.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for the question. We believe that overwhelmingly, the individuals who have experienced and have these criminal records have been impacted by them, and that impact is disproportional to these offenses. And one of the reasons we brought forward the legislation changing the way in which we regulate cannabis was to create a regulatory regime which is far more proportional to what is required to control this substance. We believe that there is strong consensus in this House that those records should be dealt with in an appropriate way, and we are anxious to have this bill forwarded on to committee so that they can examine this issue at committee and perhaps provide greater insight into the questions posed by my friend opposite.
For Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minister, I think, failed to answer the question, even though he thanked me for asking it. I asked how much this is going to cost. I asked a number of other things, but maybe he can answer that point right off for us. Of course, it can be studied at committee, but it's his legislation. He should know the cost. How much will this proposal cost taxpayers if this legislation passes?
Honourable Minister for Border Security.
Yeah, perhaps I can provide a little more specificity. As the member knows, that the current pardon system of record suspension, as implemented by his government, had a very substantial fee of $631 imposed on these applications. We know that many of the people that have a conviction for simple possession, that fee is frankly a significant impediment to their ability to access these records, and therefore to get on with their lives, to get a job, to realize their full potential as citizens. And so we believe that this should be accessible. The exact amount and the cost that this will be is I think, proportional to the number of people that will actually seek this record. The high cost is such an impediment for so many people that it would strictly limit those who could take advantage of this opportunity for a fresh start.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to say it's sad that we're now seeing again for 60 times that this government imposing closure on important discussions that need to take place in the House. And I recall, Mr. Speaker, as I'm sure you do, back in 2015, we had the Prime Minister saying it'll be sunny ways. We're going to respect Parliament. We're actually going to allow parliamentarians to debate these important issues. And instead, 60 times now, we've had this government impose what is a legislative bulldozer and push aside the ability of members of Parliament to actually speak to the issue. And the issue is pretty fundamental. In this particular case, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about a very complicated, convoluted, expensive, admittedly expensive process that the government wants to put in place. And yet, at the same time, Mr. Speaker, the member from Victoria has presented a solution to this whole issue, which is expungement of these records. And so the member from Victoria has brought this private member's bill forward. He's gotten support across the length and breadth of this country. And curiously, at the same time as his bill gains momentum, we see the government now bringing in the legislative bulldozer to push through their deeply flawed bill to try to head off the member from Victoria. And isn't that the real reason for closure today? That the government is trying to head off what is a very credible and legitimate bill from the member from Victoria that all members of Parliament want to vote on.
Minister of Border Security and Crime Reduction.
Again, I thank the member from Westminster Burnaby for his question. It gives me an opportunity to explain that we examined the issue of how is the best way to deal with these existing records that would have the greatest benefit to Canadians who in fact have that records. First of all, let me say, Mr. Speaker, that the practical effect of pardons and expungements are virtually identical, except pardon records are sealed and segregated. They can be reopened only in extraordinary circumstances, and I think perhaps most importantly, a pardon record is actually protected by the Human Rights Act, whereas expungement is not. I can tell you from experience, Mr. Speaker, that these records are not because they're non-indictable records, and for decades, the vast majority of people who have been charged and convicted of this offense were not fingerprinted. And so these records do not reside in a single simple database from which expungements could be applied, but in fact they are often recorded in provincial and territorial databases, and so the pardon process, where an individual must come forward and identify the existence of the record so that it can be dealt with in an appropriate way, is the right way to do this. And although I know I share with the member opposite and his party a strong desire to redress those records for those individuals, I very, very sincerely believe that a pardon process is the right way to do it, the appropriate way to do it, and the most benefit to those who have these records.
Good. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, The honourable member is quite right that there is a difference between expungement and pardons. And expungement, of course, is a legal process which essentially declares that the offences for which people were convicted is no longer an offence and the offence has never happened. So it's obviously a superior form of clearing a person's record than a pardon. But my question really has to do with the fairness of this. Now, we know the Conservatives made pardons much more difficult for Canadians to get. They lengthened the time period that Canadians had to wait before they could apply. They imposed a drastic increase in the costs of pardons, over $600, and we know that cannabis offences disproportionately hurt the most marginalized Canadians, Indigenous Canadians, young Canadians, poor Canadians. And it's exactly that population that probably is least likely to actually have the resources to go and apply for pardons in the first place, whether or not there's a fee or not. And so it's going to leave, this legislation that this government is proposing is going to leave many, many Canadians effectively without a pardon, where with a simple act of this Parliament, we could expunge all of the records of all Canadians for simple possession, and we should do that because it's no longer a crime in this country. This government did that for crimes that were on the books against homosexuality. They used expungement then, and I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, why did this government use expungement to clear the records of Canadians that were convicted of homosexual offences, but they won't do it with respect to Canadians convicted of cannabis offences?
Well, Minister of Border Security and Organized Crime Reduction.
And again, I thank the member opposite for what I believe is a very important question. I appreciate the opportunity to clarify this. With respect to those offences which were expunged earlier as a result of an acknowledgement that certain criminal charges and the criminal law was in fact unconstitutional. It was, in fact, a violation of the Human Rights Act. And in acknowledgement that those laws in their application was, in fact, a violation of both our laws and our human rights legislation, we believe that expungement of those records and to deal with them in that way was the appropriate path forward. But I would differentiate that, Mr. Speaker, with the legislation that has existed in this country for over a century with respect to the criminal prohibition for the possession of cannabis. And that law has been ruled many times to have been constitutional and not a violation of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It has also never been suggested that it is a violation of the Canadian Human Rights Act. That law was properly enacted, it was properly enforced, those prosecutions were properly conducted, and those convictions were properly registered. And that's a fundamental difference from those charges that related to the LGBT community, and that's why we treated them in a very different way. But those offenses for cannabis and those convictions have had a disproportionate impact on the individuals who have those convictions. And in particular, and I'm happy to acknowledge, as I acknowledged when I first spoke of this issue in the House nearly 2 years ago, that disproportionate impact is something that required redress. The impact on minority communities, Indigenous communities, and poor communities has been disproportionate, and the impact on those individuals has been more significant in the quality and the outcome of their lives. And so we believe the right thing to do is to move forward.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And here we are again with closure from a government that's so disorganized and so preoccupied with their scandal, they can't seem to get anything organized and moving through this House. So we're faced with closure again. So my constituents have a lot of questions about this issue. One of them, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that now the cost of these pardons and the precedent. So my honored colleague has had a wonderful, honorable career in the police force for many years, and I have a question for him today as far as precedent. So we know that many Canadians have in the past applied for these pardons. They paid for their pardons themselves. Now the government is moving forward with this initiative without even allowing us to debate in the House how much is this bill going to cost, how much are the pardons going to cost, how will the parole board filter out those who have been convicted of marijuana offences in conjunction with other offences. So basically what I'd like to find out, and my honourable member should know, is this a precedent? Is this something that people who have had pardons in the past now will be expecting the government to refund them or anything along those lines? How much is this going to cost us?
Honourable Minister of Border Security.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's very clear in Bill C-93 that we speak very specifically to a certain set of offences. And Mr. Speaker, in October 17th of last year, legislation came into effect that fulfilled our promise
to legalize and strictly regulate the production distribution of cannabis. And we've done that, Mr. Speaker, for a number of reasons, but overwhelmingly our intent is to reduce social harm, to do a better job protecting our kids, to displace the criminal market from this enterprise, to protect the health and safety of Canadians, and to redress for those individuals with that record the opportunity to have those records properly pardoned so that they can get on with their life, and we now deal with regulatory offenses in a far more effective, far more proportional, and far more appropriate way. And it's an acknowledgement of that significant change in the way in which we control cannabis in this country that we believe it's absolutely appropriate, and I believe we have agreement on this, is for the individuals who have such records, who otherwise have led exemplary lives, to be pardoned of those records so that they might get on with their life.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm a little stunned to hear from the Honourable Member, who is a former senior police officer in this country, to try to argue that a pardon is the same as expungement. And if anyone would know, he would know, Mr. Speaker, that expungement means that when you go to the border or you go to be a volunteer for a soccer group or a Boys and Girls Club, you can honestly declare you do not have a criminal record. Whereas if there's a pardon, you go to the border and you have to declare that you had a criminal record. Now, remarkably, Mr. Speaker, I read in the news this week that one of the Liberal MPs said, well, if you have a pardon when you're at the border and you have a problem, there's a number you can call and they'll help you out. I mean, it was the most extraordinary thing I've ever heard. So, Mr. Speaker, I would really like to hear from the member how it is that he is arguing that a pardon is the same as expungement, which is exactly what the member from Victoria is calling for.
Honourable Minister of Border Security.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy to offer a little bit of perspective from my experience. And we know that many Canadians have these records and that they have gone to the border. We also know that the American authorities and authorities in other countries may have access to information about that historical conviction. And quite frankly, if the question put at the border to a Canadian attempting to enter the country is, have you ever been charged or convicted of this offense? And if they should say no, the Americans may have a record of that, may have evidence of that historical record, and from their perspective, there is no legal effect of expungement, and they would deny entry, perhaps permanently, on the basis of that individual not telling them the full truth. But a pardon has a legal effect at the border. A pardon, under our Canadian Human Rights Act and acknowledged by the U.S. authorities, if a Canadian comes to that border and says, I have no record for which I have not received a pardon, then that's the truth. And they'll be able to enter that country. And so it's actually much to the advantage of Canadians who are traveling to and from Canada into other countries, and particularly the United States, to have a well-documented record of that pardon so that they can tell the truth at the border and not be impeded by their opportunity to enter into the country.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
So the minister mentioned earlier the existence of separate databases. My question is, how will the government separate the convictions of simple possession from convictions relating to other offenses? And that's the answer I would like from the Minister of Broken Borders and the Backdoor Gun Registry.
Just a reminder to honourable members that sort of creating new titles for minister is usually something that we recommend the House stay away from. The Honourable Minister of Border Security.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Notwithstanding the insulting remarks by the member opposite, I'm happy to answer the question. There is already in Bill C-93 a clear articulation of that a cannabis conviction will be subject to expungement, providing it meets certain conditions, and if there are other criminal convictions within the same period of time, they will not be impacted by this legislation. But we also know that very many Canadians have as their only conviction. And as I said, I personally know, and I think everyone in this House likely knows, people who have otherwise led exemplary lives, but as a result of a youthful indiscretion, perhaps, simply act of getting caught. I've actually heard a number of members of this House, including the Leader of the Opposition, acknowledge that as a youth, he broke the law and used this drug. and was just fortunate enough not to get caught. But for those who were caught, Mr. Speaker, the consequences of that criminal record can have a lifelong impact upon them. And we believe it's appropriate to move forward on a system of making pardons accessible to them, regardless of whether they can afford it, to make sure that they can have this remedy, this fresh start, the effect of a pardon that will enable them to move forward with their lives in an appropriate way.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I do want to make a quick comment. It is a bit ironic that during question period this week we had the members of the Liberal government talking about why are we not asking questions about the budget? Why are we not asking questions about the budget? Well, today we were supposed to be asking questions about the budget, and they've thrown this on the table. So obviously they don't really want to talk about the budget either because it's that bad. So they're avoiding their budget as much as the rest of Canadians are, because a $20 billion deficit and $41 billion in new spending is not something that even the Liberal government wants to talk about. But for this debate we're having today, and the minister talked about what he is trying to accomplish here, and one of the comments that he made was the fact that we have seen that one of the goals is to eliminate the criminal aspect to this and the black market aspect to this. But every study that we've seen over the past year is that the black market is thriving as a result of the legalization of marijuana. And one of the questions that comes from that is those who have been convicted of maybe a more serious crime but had that plea reduced, or as a plea bargain reduced to a simple possession. I would just like to ask the minister, are they, as they go through and have these pardons, are they going to look as that as part of their record? Were these simple possession charges, were they plead down from a more serious charge, and will that be included as part of the discussion and the criteria around receiving a pardon?
Minister of Border Security.
Yeah, thank the member for the question, and would point out, I'm delighted, finally we've met somebody on that side of the House who would actually like to speak about the budget. And so I would point out to him that in the 2019 budget, there's $2 million allocated to support the provisions of Bill C-93. And in addition, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the pardon system, the member may know that the pardon deals with the record that was actually registered as a result of our judicial processes. And so the offense for which a person was found guilty is what constitutes the record. And that has been the way with, by the way, the record suspension system as implemented by the previous government. It has been the pardon system in this country for over a century. And so the pardon system deals with the record as it exists, and that's what we're talking about. And the only records that are included in Bill C-93 are those records for simple possession of cannabis, and that's clearly defined. It was Section 3.2 of the old Narcotic Control Act for those who have the convictions prior to 1982, and under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act for the possession of cannabis. Those are the records that are dealt with within Bill C-93, and only those records.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question for the minister, it's been now a year since we followed through on our commitment to legalize and strictly regulate cannabis possession and the like. And I was just wondering if he could speak as a police officer, what he seemed to be how possession charges and how a pardon can move a life forward, and how that this can add to human potential and see communities thrive.
The Honourable Minister of Border Security.
Yeah, thanks. I think it's really important when we talk about this system to talk about the people that are actually affected by it, and I'm very grateful for my honourable colleague's question. I think we all know individuals who have been impacted. Some of them are adults my age, a lot of them are young people. And for all of them, the burden of that criminal record, the stigma of that criminal record, is something that many have carried throughout their entire lives. It limits their ability, for example, to travel into the United States, to be bonded for certain jobs, to get access to housing and to get access to education opportunities. When they go looking for a job, they've always got it in their mind that they have that conviction, and if they don't have a pardon, they have to disclose that conviction to a potential employer. And that can limit an individual's, not just their opportunity to realize their full potential, but their own view of themselves. And so by lifting those convictions, by pardoning those, and giving those individuals an opportunity for a clean slate and a fresh start, we can change lives, Mr. Speaker, and that makes it worth doing.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you. Well, New Democrats from the beginning of this cannabis debate on legislation have advocated for full expungement for all offences that Canadians have been convicted of that the new law no longer renders a crime. And we've already seen that this government has gone for the half measure of pardons versus expungement, and they've also limited it to simple possession. When the law now is a person can grow up to 4 plants in their house. There are people convicted in this country who were growing a plant or 2 in their house who still have criminal records, and this legislation will still keep those people with the stigma of a criminal record. But what's shocking to me is the confusion that this member has about expungement versus pardon. I'm going to read the definition of expungement. It's a process in which the record of an arrest or a criminal conviction is erased in the eyes of the law. When a conviction is expunged, the process may also be referred to as setting aside a criminal conviction. That is as if the conviction never occurred. A pardon maintains the presence of the conviction, but it just states that you have received a pardon. So that you always have to say, I have a conviction, but I've received a pardon. And the other thing that this member is misleading Canadians about is when you go to the border, American border guards have access to CPIC and other Canadian record databases, and a pardon in no way obligates them to erase their records or to not deny entry to a Canadian seeking entry into the United States. So a pardon will not have that effect on Canadians.
The Honourable Minister of Border Security.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I can't help but acknowledge that there's a little bit of inconsistency here, because I also recall during the last federal election campaign and also for nearly a year of debate on the cannabis bill, the member opposite and his party strongly advocated not for legalization but for decriminalization. And the effect of decriminalization, Mr. Speaker, is to maintain the prohibition. It's to maintain the prohibition and simply swamp out a criminal penalty for a civil one. But by maintaining the prohibition, it was worse than a half measure, and it would not have enabled us to come forward and deal effectively and appropriately with these records. And by the way, just another minor correction for the member opposite. Under the protection of the Canadian Human Rights Act, the actual thing that is protected is that an individual Canadian can say, I do not have a conviction for which a pardon has not been rendered. The pardon is in fact protected under the Canadian Human Rights Act. The Canadian Human Rights Act is silent on the issue of expungement.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I'm listening today, I'm hearing perspectives on different types of people who are in this scenario. We have marginalized people who need jobs. We have exemplary lives of people who have just had a single offense, and yet they haven't paid the cost to remove this charge. I'm just wondering if the government has done their due diligence in coming up with the numbers and the costs related to those two groups. Taxpayers will be paying for this. How many of those individuals are in marginalized situations? Can he give me a number, please?
Honourable Minister of Border Security.
There are a number of estimates with respect to the total number in the history of Canada of people who have been convicted of this offence, and I've seen numbers. I haven't got the data because, quite frankly, as I said, these are non-indictable records and they are not kept in a central national database. But we've seen estimates of 400,000 or 500,000. But we believe that the overwhelming majority of people who have these convictions received an absolute or conditional discharge, which did not have the effect of removing the conviction, but it discharges the record. And so it is still important for those individuals who may not understand that they have a record, that there's an opportunity for them to come forward and have a pardon issued for that record that in fact does exist. One of the challenges, as I've mentioned, Mr. Speaker, and one of the reasons we believe the pardon system as articulated in Bill C-93 is so important is because these records do not reside, as I've said, in a single national database and are not verifiable by fingerprint. They reside in provincial and territorial databases, and it's therefore necessary for an individual to come forward and make application under the proposed system in Bill C-93 so that we can properly identify that record and deal with it in an appropriate way through a pardon system.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And continuing with this line of questioning, the Minister knows that we in the official opposition are concerned that the Liberals are forcing Canadian taxpayers to pick up all of the costs of these pardons. We recognize that certain disadvantaged groups should indeed be perhaps given some relief in requesting and receiving pardons, but I would like to ask the Minister why, in the interests of fairness, he and the government hasn't considered the application of a means test, because certainly we know that many thousands of individuals who may have been convicted of breaking a very serious law that did exist until now have the full capability to cover those costs that shouldn't be imposed on Canadian taxpayers across the board.
Honourable Minister of Border Security.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, I think it's appropriate to talk about cost and saving, and let me just speak about that just briefly. I know from experience that the amount of work and therefore the amount of cost of processing an individual charged criminally with simple possession of cannabis was quite expensive. It was a great deal of work for the police, the analysis and retention of and chain of command for that evidence, the prosecution and the conviction and the records keeping, and it was a substantial cost, a substantial amount of work. And we've replaced that, Mr. Speaker, with something far more proportional. Let me give you an example. If a police officer prior to October 17th saw a young person on the street in possession of cannabis, they had basically two options: do nothing, which wasn't a very good outcome for the kid, or charge them criminally, which took in totality about 22 hours of officials' work in order to take that to conviction. And now instead, the police have the ability to enforce an absolute prohibition for the possession, purchase, and consumption of cannabis for that child, but they can do it by administering a ticket and a fine. They can seize the drug. In appropriate circumstances, they can take that child home. It's about 18 minutes of work versus 22 hours of work. And so we have saved, by implementing a far more effective and proportional way of managing and controlling this substance, to create substantial savings for Canadians.
Last question, the Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too want to rise just to ask the government a little bit about this bill that they're putting forward. I have some questions. You know, I know of individuals that in their early years of life made the mistake of using marijuana and were charged with that offense of possession, and in order to save court costs and themselves money, legal fees, they pled guilty. And outside of that charge, they have a completely unblemished record. And I think individuals like that are justly considered for a pardon. But an RCMP officer spoke to me about situations where a plea bargain was reached with individuals who had much more serious offenses like trafficking and the use of different substances, and agreed to settle for a lesser conviction of a pardon, or a lesser conviction of simply possession of marijuana. And if we're offering a pardon to those types of individuals, I have grave concern, as do many other individuals. And the problem is that those records determining what the original charge was are difficult to ascertain. And I'm wondering if the minister has any idea how the parole board will filter out those two different scenarios.
Honourable Minister of Border Security.
Thanks for the question, and the answer is very simply. Quite frankly, as I've said, a pardon system deals with conviction. And so they're able to go in and see if there was a criminal conviction, and they look at what the offense for which the individual was convicted for. And if it was simple possession of cannabis, it's eligible for pardon under the provisions of Bill C-93. And I appreciate, I've taken thousands of these cases to court, and there are plea bargains that do take place, but the criminal record, that's part of our law in this country. A criminal record is acknowledgement of a record for which a charge for which an individual has been convicted in a court of law, and we're dealing with those convictions.
That will now conclude our period for questions. And the question is as follows. Ms. Chager, seconded by Mr. Blair, moves that with regard to Bill C-93, an act for an accelerated process, and with regard to the suspension of criminal records for simple possession of cannabis, may subject to time allocation at the second reading of this bill.
That's before the expiry of the time provided for government orders. On the day allotted to the second reading stage consideration of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
He's in the House. The question is the following one. Ms. Chagger, seconded by Mr. Blair, moved that in relation to Bill C-93, an act to provide no cost, expedited record suspensions for simple possession of cannabis, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted for the consideration of the second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the second reading stage consideration of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary to dispose close of the second reading stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Trudeau. Mr. Hare. Mr. Hare. Mr. Sajjan. Mr. Sajjan. Mr. Goodale. Mr. Goodale. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor. Ms. Murray. Ms. Murray. Ms. Chager. Ms. Chager. Ms. Qualtrough. Ms. Qualtrough. Mr. Lemaitre. Mr. Lemaitre. Ms. Bennett. Ms. Bennett. Ms. Haidu. Ms. Haidu. Mr. Hussain. Mr. Hussain. Mr. Blair. Mr. Blair. Ms. Tassie. Ms. Tassie. Ms. Ng. Ms. Ng. Mrs. Jordan. Mrs. Jordan. Ms. Mahichuk. Ms. Mahichuk. Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester. Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester. Mr. Easter. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Ms. Fry. Mr. McKay. Mr. McKay. Mr. Nault. Mr. Nault. Ms. Scroll. Ms. Scroll. Mr. Eiking. Mr. Eiking. Mrs. Lockhart. Mrs. Lockhart. Mr. Lausanne, Jean de la Petite Nation. Mr. Lausanne, Jean de la Petite Nation. Mr. Cormier. Mr. Cormier. Mrs. McCrimmon. Mrs. McCrimmon. Ms. Jones. Ms. Jones. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Algabra. Ms. Gould. Ms. Gould. Mr. Sohi. Mr. Sohi. Mr. Holland. Mr. Holland. Mr. Champagne. Mr. Champagne. Ms. Monsef. Ms. Monsef. Mr. Garneau. Mr. Garneau. Madame Le Boutillier. Madame Le Boutillier. Madame Bibot. Madame Bibot. Mr. Wilkinson. Mr. Wilkinson. Mr. Cousin. Mr. Cousin. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Vaughan. Mr. Vaughan. Mr. Serré. Mr. Serré. Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest des Sœurs. Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est des Sœurs. Mr. Schiffke. Mr. Schiffke. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. McGinty. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Scarpalegia. Mr. Scarpalegia. Mr. Sims. Mr. Sims. Mr. Tansey. Mr. Tansey. Mr. Jesnevsky. Mr. Jesnevsky. Mr. Hernandez Sangri. Mr. Hernandez Sangri. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Moff. Mr. Moff. Mr. Lefebvre. Mr. Lefebvre. Mr. Mendicino. Mr. Mendicino. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Mr. Beach. Mr. Beach. Mr. Lightbound. Mr. Lightbound. Ms. O'Connell. Ms. O'Connell. Ms. Cara. Ms. Cara. Mr. Varani. Mr. Varani. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Ms. Young. Ms. Young. Mrs. Schultz. Mr. Schultz. Mr. Vandal. Mr. Vandal. Mr. Poisson. Mr. Poisson. Mr. DeCourcy. Mr. DeCourcy. Mrs. Romanato. Mrs. Romanato. Monsieur Massé Avignon Métis Matan Matapédia. Monsieur Massé Avignon Métis Matan Matapédia. Monsieur Hébert. Monsieur Hébert. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Pesky-Salido. Mr. Pesky-Salido. Madame Mendez. Madame Mendez. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Oliphant. Monsieur Dubourg. Mr. Dubourg. Mr. Alday. Mr. Alday. Mr. Amos. Mr. Amos. Mr. Aria. Mr. Aria. Monsieur Bayless. Mr. Bayless. Mr. Boissonneau. Mr. Boissonneau. Madame Lapointe. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bertina. Mr. Bertina. Mr. Breton. Mr. Breton. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen. Mr. Bruson. Mr. Bruson. Ms. Dillon. Ms. Dillon. Monsieur Drouin. Monsieur Drouin. Ms. Zerowitz. Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Assassi. Mr. Assassi. Monsieur Kouri. Monsieur Kouri. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ailson. Mr. Ailson. Monsieur Fergus. Mr. Fergus. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragascatos. Mr. Fragascatos. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Garretson. Mr. Garretson. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Housefather. Mr. Housefather. Ms. Hutchings. Ms. Hutchings. Mr. Yakino. Mr. Yakino. Mr. Jahari. Mr. Jahari. Ms. Khalid. Ms. Khalid. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Long. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Mr. Longfield. Ms. Ludwig. Ms. Ludwig. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Maloney. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories. Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Mr. Morrissey. Madame Nessif. Madame Nessif. Mr. Oliver. Mr. Oliver. Monsieur Willett. Mr. Willett. Mr. Peterson. Mr. Peterson. Mr. Picard. Mr. Picard. Mr. Rioux. Mr. Rioux. Mr. Robillard. Mr. Robillard. Ms. Rudd. Ms. Rudd. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Rusnak. Mr. Rusnak. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Sahota. Mr. Saini. Mr. Saini. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Senga. Mr. Senga. Madame Shanahan. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sidhu Mission Rescue Fraser Canyon. Mr. Sidhu Mission Rescue Fraser Canyon. Ms. Sidhu Brampton South. Ms. Sidhu Brampton South. Mr. Secan. Mr. Secan. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Spengeman. Mr. Spengeman. Mr. Tabera. Mr. Tabera. Mr. Tan. Mr. Tan. Ms. Vandenbeld. Ms. Vandenbeld. Mr. Whalen. Mr. Whalen. Mrs. Zaid. Mrs. Zaid. Madame Fortier. Madame Fortier. Madame Lambropoulos. Madame Lambropoulos. Mr. Hogue. Mr. Hogue. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers. Ms. Yip. Ms. Yip. Mr. Rota. Mr. Rota. Madame Bendayan. Madame Bendayan.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen. Ms. Bergen. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. Nicholson. Ms. Gledoux. Ms. Gledoux. Mr. Allison. Mr. Allison. Mr. McColeman. Mr. McColeman. Mr. Kent. Mr. Kent. Mr. Portiev. Mr. Portiev. Mr. Fast. Mr. Fast. Mr. Blaney Bellechasse Les Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Blaney Bellechasse Les Etchemins-Lévis. Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Ms. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Bertod. Mr. Bertod. Mr. Martel. Mr. Martel. Mr. Polis. Mr. Polis. Mr. Albus. Mr. Albus. Mr. Chong. Mr. Chong. Mr. Richards. Mr. Richards. Mr. Workington. Mr. Workington. Mr. Straw. Mr. Straw. Mrs. Stubbs. Mrs. Stubbs. Ms. Harder. Ms. Harder. Mrs. Vecchio. Mrs. Vecchio. Mrs. Wong. Mrs. Wong. Mr. Abutayev. Mr. Abutayev. Mrs. Kuzi. Mrs. Kuzi. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Sorensen. Monsieur Godin. Mr. Godin. Mr. Clark. Mr. Clark. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mr. Brassard. Mr. Brassard. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Generou. Mr. Generou. Ms. Alislev. Ms. Alislev. Mr. Soroya. Mr. Soroya. Madame Boucher. Madame Boucher. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey. Mr. Falk-Provencher. Mr. Falk-Provencher. Mr. McGuire. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Jennis. Mr. Jennis. Mrs. Gallant. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Généreux. Mr. Généreux. Mr. Gould. Mr. Gould. Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Bulleris.
Mr. Bulleris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Brussel.
Madame Brussel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nautel.
Monsieur Nautel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir. Yeas pour 153, 153. Nays contre 103, 103.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day. The Honourable
I move, seconded by the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, that in relation to Bill C-92, an act respecting First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families.
Order. I remind members who I don't think seem to be aware of this, that members are not permitted to cross between the member speaking and the chair. So members should try to avoid that. Please, it's in the standing orders. I know members have all read the standing orders very carefully. Every night, the member from Battle River Crowfoot, for example, does. All members should do that, I think, really. It's good reading and helps you go to sleep, I'm sure. The Honourable Government House Leader.
I've been trying to read it every night, Mr. Speaker, but I move, seconded by the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, that in relation to Bill C-92, an act respecting First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successfully without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Jagger, seconded by Ms. Bennett, moves that in relation to Bill C-92, an act respecting First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purposes of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 67-1, there will now be a 30-minute question period.
Of course, these 30-minute question periods are given preference to opposition members posing questions to the ministry, and I would ask all members wishing to participate in this 30-minute question period that are interested in posing questions to please rise, and that will give some indication as to how we will record the time. Okay, we have a sense of that, and we'll ask honourable members to keep their interventions as well, the minister responding to approximately 1 minute, and that should allow all the members interested to participate. And we'll go to questions, and the honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, there's a very appropriate quote, is your lack of planning does not constitute an emergency on my part. Perhaps we should say their lack of planning should not constitute time allocation every time they need to get into a rush. What we found with this government, whether it was S3, which had major flaws, whether it was the Indigenous Children's Language Bill, which they had to table drop 20 amendments at clause by clause, 20 amendments. This is another bill that they are seeing to not give proper debate to rush through the system because they just couldn't get it done. So I would like to ask the honourable member why they are not willing to provide appropriate time so we can identify what I'm sure are going to be significant and major flaws in this legislation.
The Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her ongoing support for what we are trying to achieve in this bill. I think it is really important that we get this bill to committee so we can actually hear from the people affected by this bill, the people who've been fighting for a very long time to achieve jurisdiction over their children. And it's interesting that this morning I received from Kupki Christian at the Secwepemc Band, vote yes to Bill C-92, vote no to delegation, vote yes to jurisdiction. Reconciliation means recognition of jurisdiction and laws for First Nations children and families. It's very important we get this bill to committee so we can hear from the people affected. Here.
Questions? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is a really important issue for me personally. In Winnipeg North, I would suggest to you that we have a huge number of children that are actually in foster care. The province of Manitoba, as the minister is aware, 11,000 children plus, Mr. Speaker, that are in foster care. A vast majority of those, somewhere I suspect around 90%, are of Indigenous background. This is legislation that we have been waiting for many years, and it's encouraging to see. And part of the frustration that I had, Mr. Speaker, was we had the opportunity to debate it one day in which the Conservative opposition brought in a concurrence motion on something that was sitting on the shelves for years. My fear is that the Conservative opposition does not want to see this bill go to committee, and one of the reasons why we need to move forward in this fashion is to ensure that we are looking out for these children by recognizing the importance of Indigenous people and what this bill has to offer. And if she can just provide her thoughts on it.
Well, Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
I agree, and I think that unfortunately the kinds of delaying tactics that we've seen in this House mean that it's really, this is about us getting this bill to committee so we can hear from the people. If we need to make amendments, if we need to make this bill as good as it can be, then that's where we're going to find out the kinds of changes that we are willing to make in the best interest of the children and to be able to get this. We were very pleased yesterday morning to see the pre-study that the Senate is doing, preparing themselves to be able to receive this bill and to get this bill in that the children are waiting too long. Over 50% of the children in care right now are Indigenous. This is unacceptable, and for us to delay and have one more child taken into care because this bill did not go through is unacceptable, and we really do ask that the House expedite this passage and into law.
Questions?
The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you.
I think we all agree
that we need to do more to protect children. What I find really sad is that this government says that reconciliation and protecting children is very important, but they wait 3.5 years to table a bill. And then they use legislative measures to limit debate. Mr. Speaker, I think you know that this is the 62nd time that the government has moved time allocation on such a bill. It's really worrisome. We've known in the past when time allocation is used, members of parliament don't have enough time to adequately study and move amendments at committee. So it's really important that we all take the time to make sure that we get this bill right. And it's very concerning, once again, that the government is using time allocation on such an important bill.
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Relations.
Members, comments, but I also think that she knows the real work happens at committee. And it will be at committee where we will hear from the people affected by this bill, and that's why it's really important we get it to committee as soon as possible.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very, very concerned about the tone that the government is taking, moving time allocation. First of all, the Prime Minister continually gets up and says that no relationship is more important to him and his government than with First Nations. Nothing like a bill numbered 92 to demonstrate the importance of that relationship. But I've actually been contacted numerous times by the constituents that I represent for the First Nations at Maskwacis, who basically say that this bill actually does nothing but benefit the provincial agencies and basically maintains the status quo when it comes to services, thereby not actually having any trickle-down benefit effects for the people from whom the government claims this bill is intending to help. So I'm just wondering, why did it take so long for a government who has these priorities with Aboriginal or Indigenous Canadians? Why did it take until 3 3/4 of the way through their 4-year term to get this piece of legislation here? Were Indigenous people just not donating enough?
Honourable Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, I'll ignore the cynicism and the comments that are nothing about children. This bill is about children, and it's about getting the proper information out by getting it to committee and hearing from First Nations, Inuit, Métis, from the mothers and grandmothers that actually now are living the nightmare of having their children taken from them and their grandchildren taken from them. This is about us getting it right, and it's exactly the opposite of what the member said. It has been very, very clear that the communities want the money to go to kids and families and communities to prevent them being removed from their community, not to lawyers to apprehend children, agencies, and non-Indigenous foster families. This is about the best interests of the child. We know that when children are raised with a secure personal cultural identity that is their self-esteem, their resilience, it is better outcomes in health, education, and economic outcomes. This is about us stopping this tragedy of the millennial scoop, keeping children in their communities, and that's why we need it to get to committee so we can get the best bill possible.
Questions? And the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been sitting here now since the House began, and we're supposed to be debating the budget. Mm-hmm. And so we've spent 2 hours wasting time instead of allowing members to debate matters. I find it frankly appalling, Mr. Speaker, that the minister's making the suggestion that it's irrelevant for the elected representatives of the people to share what those who elected us are telling us they'd like to say in the bill. The only important one is at committee. We know what happens at committee. The majority Liberals decide who's appropriate to bring in, and then they decide what to recommend. If this government is so committed to assisting Indigenous communities to better look after their children, surely we all agree with that, why have they been ignoring the directives of the Canadian Human Rights Commission for 3 years and getting complaint after complaint, contempt after contempt ruled against them? This bill is missing one major thing. It commits no money. And that's the main concern that the Indigenous communities are raising.
I don't see anything in the budget coming forward which we would like to be debating and raising. Why isn't there money here to actually go to these communities? So I'm deeply troubled that we have to waste half an hour debating whether or not we shouldn't be allowed to speak, and then wasting another half hour waiting to vote, when in fact we could be debating important bills.
Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Yes, I understand the member's frustration, but I also think that she understands that series of concurrence motions and a budget filibuster are in the way of us actually doing work in this House to get on with the bills that we need. So I would encourage her to speak to her colleagues to make sure that we are debating the kinds of things that really matter to Canadians, and that we do want to move forward with this. We need to get to committee so we can make it as good as it can be. I think the member would understand that the Canada Health Act did not have budget assigned to it. This is a matter of us sorting out the implementation, but making sure that the money goes in the best interest of the child. As we are hearing coast to coast to coast, the kind of money that now is going to lawyers and agencies and non-Indigenous foster families needs to be in community to not only to prevent those children from having to leave the community, leave those children in the house, and have the healthy auntie or grandparents come in to look after them, be able to bring our children home in terms of the kids that have already gone into care. That's what I'm hearing from community, and that's what we will hear at committee.
Questions? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When I first rose in this House for my maiden speech, I discussed child and family services and the absolute crisis that we face in Manitoba with over 11,000 kids in care. And I'm thankful the government, after a year and a half, started taking action and consulting with Indigenous peoples and Indigenous organizations, looking for a consensus. And I think this bill is a historic bill, from what I understand, in that they spent an awful lot of time negotiating, discussing, working together to try and come up with a piece of legislation that had a consensus not only from the government side and the Justice Department, but also from Indigenous peoples. While it may not be perfect, it is time for it to go to committee, because I remember, Mr. Speaker, having a debate about the bridge, Champlain Bridge in Montreal, a Conservative motion which was dilatory on a report, and it wasted a lot of time on that day when we should have been discussing this bill, and I looked forward to the opportunity. But now I look forward to the opportunity of actually having to get to committee so I can actually put forward some additional amendments and to make this bill even better.
The Honourable Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his ongoing advocacy and dealing straight up with the crisis that in his city and in his province. It is heartbreaking to hear the advocates like Cora Morgan explain what happens with the birth alerts. How do we get the jurisdiction into communities so that the grandmothers and the community leaders can actually develop a program that will be in the best interest of the child? As you know, and as the member knows, that from our earliest days in government, we were trying to address this. We knew that just money would not fix this. It had to be both money plus genuine reforms in terms of the consultations, in terms of the work of the MSR, in terms of the emergency summit that the member from Markham-Stouffville hosted last January, to now actually co-developing a bill with an advisory panel. This has been a remarkable journey for a historic piece of legislation, and we thank you for your support. Thank the member for his support.
Questions? The honourable member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's interesting with this government. I recall just before Christmas, the former Indigenous Service Minister, along with this minister, had a grandiose news conference with all three parties in the old House of Commons. That was before Christmas. Here we are now, 3 to 4 months later, this government finally doing what they should have done months before. This bill is flawed. We need to talk about it here in the House of Commons. It's flawed because of lack of consultation. It's flawed because of hurried consultation, especially from my province. I've heard loud and clear from the FSIN. They were forced to do recommendations within a 2-week period. And here we are now, time allocation by this government. I am very disappointed on this government's lack of Indigenous foresight. Here we are on C-92. We're weeks away from rising, and now we can't even debate probably the most important bill in Indigenous services.
On Indigenous relations.
Well, I thank the member for his concern, but again, I think that the dilatory action has really interfered with us getting this through, and it is very interesting that the member is speaking on behalf of the FSIN or of other advocacy organizations, governments that actually need to come to committee. We signed an agreement with FSIN on a pilot project for them to get to work on asserting jurisdiction on child and family. Now it's important that we get it into law in the best possible way, and that will only happen by us listening to the stakeholders, as the member articulated.
Questions? The
honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think it's unfortunate that we're at the 72nd bill of the Liberal government. We all have Indigenous children at heart, and we do have to act, but I'm not sure why the government has taken so long, 3.5 years, to look at this. I understand the minister when she says that she wants to study this at committee, but the only question I ask her today is that, is the government open to accepting amendments that would be necessary? The Honourable Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations. Mr. Speaker, absolutely. It's very important to have the best possible legislation as possible. And that is the intention of our government, to really listen at committee, to listen to the testimony, so we can have the best possible bill. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think everyone in this House cares about the welfare of children, but the reality is that this government has had 4 years to bring forward this legislation. And so it's clear that in this dying year, their last kick at the cat, they're now rushing. And I think they probably just woke up and realized their promise tracker shows they broke 3/4 of the promises and they haven't kept them. So isn't that really the reason why they're forcing and rushing this allocation? Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, I think the member opposite doesn't really understand how things work. If you are going to do things with a recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership. This bill was co-developed with First Nations, Inuit, Métis. This is a way forward that came out of the summit, where it became clear that we needed legislation, that it wasn't going to work with just different funding allocations, and we needed to make sure that the provinces and the territories understood that Section 35 rights are not optional, that families do and communities need the jurisdiction to be able to look after their children in the best possible way. And so it was hugely important that after the summit of last year, moving to separate summits like the one that we held with the Métis, to be able to move into a co-developing, so that this would actually be historic, this kind of legislation in the best interests of the child, so that we can move forward in a good way, keeping children secure in their personal and cultural identity, and that it is about the rights and well-being of Indigenous children and youth, their right to be raised Indigenous, and their rights for their communities to be able to look after them in the way that they see fit.
Questions? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Interprovincial and Northern Relations. Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for all of her work on this bill. It is signature legislation in Canada. It has been asked for by Indigenous governments and Indigenous communities for many years. I can understand why the opposition would like to delay this even further. because for 10 years they had no action on this file in delivering for Indigenous children in this country. We are now doing that, and we're doing it after very careful, very thoughtful, and very respectful consultation with Indigenous groups and with leadership. And that's the means to this bill, to continue with that relationship, to get it right. I want to commend the minister, and I want to support her in what she's asking to do today, and I agree that the committee is the place to do a lot of this work that needs to be done. So I ask the minister to speak to that.
Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for all of her hard work on this and her understanding of what it takes to get this right, and her understanding of how historic this is. That from residential school to the 60s scoop to what we now sadly refer to as the millennial scoop, this has been a terrible, terrible, terrible outcome for First Nations, Inuit, and Métis in this country. We have to learn from our mistakes, and we have to go forward that in a way that actually respects the jurisdiction of First Nations, Inuit, Métis to be able to raise their children and to therefore see the better health, education, and economic outcomes as they go forward with a secure personal cultural identity.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think if the minister will have noted in my speech, the only two speeches that actually have been done on this bill before there was time allocation, I did indicate that we supported this bill in principle. There is one area of concern, and I would really like to know if this bill has been assessed in terms of both charter and constitutional compliance, and the area, and is she willing to table those opinions? Because the one concern that I have heard expressed is when First Nations have not assumed control of jurisdiction, that this legislation is compelling the provinces in an area that is constitutionally theirs. So it is something that has been raised. I think it's an important question. I do support this bill, but I think we all need to know, is this bill constitutionally compliant and respectful of the provincial jurisdiction when an Indigenous community has not assumed control of child welfare?
Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question and for her support on the bill and the intent and spirit of this bill. I think it will be important as we go forward for people to understand the issues that were raised at the summit. Really, the issues that this has come from a problem in the Indian Act. In Section 88 of the Indian Act, where it says laws of general application, that's if it's not being articulated. This bill now articulates that Section 35 rights include child and family services and jurisdiction over their children and youth. And so I think that is something that will be sorted out at committee, but it's a very important question, and it really is that as we have the journey to self-determination, as nations and Indigenous governments are writing their own laws, their child well-being law, all of these, that this is a very exciting time where they will identify best practices and be able to once and for always be able to assert the jurisdiction over their children.
The Honourable Member for Bow River.
I'm very interested to hear more about this particular legislation, having just been through the Indigenous Languages one in committee. One of the things that we really found out in committee was the lack of consultation. Although it had been stated it was long and lengthy, the more we got into witnesses, the more we found it was very, very short, and that was one of the problems. The major organizations, yes. But when you got to the actual people who would be implementing it, no. And as we found more and more challenges with the piece of legislation, we had constitutional lawyers saying, you're just going to end up in court with this because it wasn't clear and it was done too quickly. So when it came to, and we met daily on this one, it was rushed and it was daily. Witnesses were limited in the sense that of grassroots people and tribal organizations that wanted more input into it because they said, we are going to get left out of the Indigenous languages. It's going to the major organizations. It's not coming to us. So again, going to committee is one thing, but I think you've rushed it too much, and there's going to be challenges with this legislation, and you can't fix it in committee. Thank you.
Just again, I want to remind the member to address the questions to the chair, not to the individual members. The Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Crown and Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. And that I think that it's really important that people understand that communities in all of the gatherings on missing and murdered Indigenous women that we did in the pre-inquiry process, almost every family was explaining the harm that an attachment to the Child and Family Services industry had done to that family, both the victims and the perpetrators, in terms of abuse. That this is something that has been so clear at rallies on the Hill, and particularly at the summit last January and the conferences that fed out of that, and then with the advisory group and the co-development of the bill, the draft legislation and the drafting instructions that were shared, that this is, I think, a very good outline of what was heard. It is enabling and not prescriptive, but it really will, I think, be able to stop this tragedy of these children being removed from their families. So I look forward to hearing what the witnesses have to say at committee, and I think that it is the reason that as Minister O'Regan tabled the legislation, he had the support of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis at that time.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Madam Speaker, I'd first like to applaud the Minister for her tireless work and effort on this file and her long-standing work with Indigenous peoples of this country. But I think it's important to note that this is just a part of what the government has done. We move forward on historic investments in Indigenous education, move forward on ending boiled water advisories, move forward on implementing the Truth and Reconciliation recommendations, and the list goes on and on. But there is no doubt that this country has been marred by Indigenous children being taken away from their cultural identity and from their communities. And I know that this bill will go a long way in restoring an Indigenous rights framework. Can you speak to that, how this really impacts Indigenous rights and how it builds upon what we are trying to do on a nation-to-nation relationship?
I just want to remind the members to address the questions to the chair. I won't certainly speak to it, but I'm sure that the Minister of Crown and Indigenous Relations will be able to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the member for the question because it does put it in the proper context of not only the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the first 5 calls to action that were about children. When you think of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, the articles that say clearly not remove children, forcibly remove children from their communities, that it is really clear that we can't move forward on reconciliation until these children are able to be raised proud of who they are and be able to achieve their full potential in society.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, and I'm going to go back to the question I asked earlier, and I think the move around jurisdiction and being very clear about jurisdiction is a good one, but where a community, but they've talked about it being a phased approach, where a community has not taken over jurisdiction and the province is responsible, the technical advisor says this is going to be compelled on provincial authorities. So given that the provincial authorities have constitutional issues around child protection, can the minister definitively say that this is compliant with the Constitution and the Charter in terms of advice?
The Honourable Minister of Crown and Indigenous Affairs Relations only has just a little over a minute to respond.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker, and to the member. Absolutely, these are Section 35 rights, and it is about asserting jurisdiction. These Section 35 rights, which are being obstructed by the Article 88 in the Indian Act, and so the provinces and territories, we are working at the trilateral tables to try and achieve a better outcome for these kids. But we really are hoping that the acceleration of the child well-being laws in each of the nations will proceed, and at over a third of the tables that we are over half of the first Indian Act bans that we are dealing with in terms of self-determination. Child and Family Services is a priority on their list, and we look forward to being able to have them realize that vision for their communities.
It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at the time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. Ms. Chagger, seconded by Ms. Bennett, move that in relation to Bill C-92, an act respecting First Nations, Inuit and Métis children, youth and families, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted for the consideration of the second reading stage of the bill. Shall I dispense? Dispense, yes? No? Et que 15 minutes avant la fin de la période.
And that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted for the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purposes of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the second reading stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion? Yes. Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion.
All those in favor of the motion will please say yea.
Que tous ceux qui s'y
All those opposed will please say nay.
À mon avis, les oui de l'homme.
In my view, the yeas have it.
Call in the members.
The question is the following one. Ms. Jager, seconded by Ms. Bennett, moved that in relation to Bill C-92, an act respecting First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted. Should I dispense? All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Hare. Mr. Sajan. Mr. Goodale. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor. Ms. Murray. Ms. Jager. Ms. Qualtrough. Mr. Lemaitre. Ms. Bennett. Ms. Haidu. Mr. Hussain. Mr. Blair. Ms. Tassi. Ms. Ing. Mrs. Jordan. Ms. Mahaichuk. Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Mr. McKay. Mr. Nault. Ms. Scrow. Mr. Eiking. Mrs. Lockhart. Mr. Lausanne-Argenteuil de Petite Nation. Mr. Cormier. Mrs. McCrimmon. Ms. Jones. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Leslie. Ms. Gould. Mr. Sohi. Mr. Holland. Mr. Champagne. Ms. Monsef. Mr. Garneau. Madame Le Boutillier. Madame Bibeau. Mr. Wilkinson. Mr. Cuzner. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Serre. Mr. Miller Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs. Monsieur Schiffke. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Disnevsky.
Mr. Disnevsky.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Ms. DeMoss.
Ms. DeMoss.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Massey, Avignon, Métis, Matan, Matapédia.
Mr. Massey, Avignon, Métis, Matan, Matapédia.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Aldaig.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Berton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakuno.
Mr. Yakuno.
Mr. Jahari.
Mr. Jahari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessif.
Madame Nessif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sea-Doo Mission Muskie Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sea-Doo Mission Muskie Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sea-Doo Brampton South.
Mr. Sea-Doo Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Dew.
Mr. Dew.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse Les Etchemins Lévis.
Mr. Blaney Bellechasse Les Etchemins Lévis.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Grayo and Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Grayo and Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Bulleris.
Mr. Bulleris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Brousseau.
Madame Brousseau.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Miss Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Miss Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Miss Hardcastle.
Miss Hardcastle.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Miss Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Miss Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
151, 151. Nays, contre, 105, 105.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-97, Budget Implementation Act 2019, number 1.
Order, please. I would encourage the honourable member to continue the discussions, which I know are very important, but to do so in the lobby or elsewhere. And I would ask the member to please be quiet or to stop saying shh. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. It's always a pleasure. Mr. Speaker, I would like to start off by saying that the budget is probably the most important tool that the government can use every year. And I'd like to say that I was very disappointed when the finance minister pronounced his budget and that we weren't able to hear people from my riding saying several times during the week how they missed this opportunity. So today, I would like to clarify this for people in my riding and here for all Canadians.
The budget today touches on a number of themes. The first one, of course, is veterans, the seniors, youth, housing, of course, which is extremely important, Black Canadians, and I'll make reference, of course, to my riding in Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, what's really important here about veterans, we've made some big changes, which is really important to take note. And it's about the first piece of the changes is transition. And transition has been a challenge for all governments, and the objective is to make it as seamless as possible. And Madam Speaker, what we've done is we've expanded, if you want, the coverage or the support in the transition formula with non-injured. So before it was only for injured veterans. Now it's also including non-injured, and you have your. We've established a guide that will help, if you want, veterans to in their VAC account to follow the process, which is extremely important. So that's one piece. The second is that we've also expanded another important part, which is the education and training. Benefits, if you want, and we've expanded that to include the reservists. So that's a very important one. Those are things that veterans have been talking about. Also, we've invested some monies for recognition, commemoration, if you want, of Métis veterans. And I'm on the Veterans Committee, and of course I got the opportunity to go across Canada and to speak to many veterans, Métis veterans that fought for our great country, of course, which is extremely important. And finally, I can tell you personally that I have advocated in the last couple of years to ensure that we could have what they call a new survivor fund for veterans' families when the veteran passes. Madam Speaker, I don't know if you're aware, but if a veteran married after 60 years old and passed, his family did not have access to the pension percentage nor benefits. And this is something our government has put in, which is really, really important and will be much appreciated by many of my colleagues, of course. Now let's talk about youth, the young people in Canada. What did we bring forward in this budget, Madam Speaker? It's quite impressive. First of all, we had 2 years ago, we talked about you wouldn't have to pay your student loan back until you made $25,000 or more. That was a big help. The young people have mentioned that several times to me. Now what we've also done is we've taken out the interest rate for the first 6 months so that you don't have to pay when you graduate the first 6 months, which is crucial. And on top of that, after the 6 months, Madam Speaker, instead of having to pay a prime plus 2.5%, it will stay at prime. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to remind as well that I'm sharing my time with the member from Cole Harbour, Dartmouth, Cole Harbour. So I'll continue, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Also, very important for young people as well is first-time home buyers. First-time home buyers, Madam Speaker, is an opportunity for young people to get into the housing market. And this is quite impressive. So if you buy a house of $400,000 and you put your 5% down, that's $20,000. But there's a shared equity investment for another 10%, which equals $40,000. So now your house that you would have had a mortgage of $380, you only have a mortgage for $340,000. What does that represent, Madam Speaker? That represents a saving of $228 per month for 25 years. Now that is a very, very important one as well. We've made some great investments as well in new construction for rental units, where we'll have 84,000 new units as well. Now let's talk about seniors. Major, of course, we know there are more and more seniors. In my riding of Sagamore, Preston, Chesapeake, between 2011 and 2016, we had the greatest increase in Nova Scotia. So it's extremely important that we do more to support seniors. We do have a new Horizons program where there are community-based projects that seniors can submit some application looking for investment, support in equipment, in program, in transportation, all kinds of great opportunities around that. But one of the most important things that many seniors talked about is how can I keep more money in my pocket? How can, if I want to work part-time, and we know that the economy needs more and more people to go out in the workforce, and when seniors want to go and work part-time, they say, I make $100 in this hand and I lose $100 in the other hand. No, Madam Speaker, we made some major changes in the GIS, which allows seniors, before we had a 100% exemption between up to $3,500. Now that exemption is up to $5,000. And there's also a 50% exemption on the next $10,000. So, Madam Speaker, you're seeing $6,500 differential. Seniors will get to keep more money in their pockets, and that's what it's all about. Bravo. Now let's talk about health. We know that in Nova Scotia, it's the #1 priority, health. Up to 26% of Nova Scotians have underlined clearly that it is the first and most important priority. So we've, of course, had the Health Accord, and in there we also, not only did we increase the funding in that piece, but we added some funding for mental health and added some funding to for home care, keeping seniors at home longer if that's what they so wish to do. Very important. And we are building, if you want, the foundation, Madam Speaker, around a National Pharmacare program. And we're putting very important pieces, blocks, into that foundation. And what we've done is created, if you want, a Canadian Drug Agency. And their responsibility will be to negotiate better prices for drugs in every part of this country and territories, the provinces and territories. This should save up to $3 billion, Madam Speaker, $3 billion a year. Quite impressive. We have a national strategy, of course, for rare diseases. You know, as I do, many Canadians face challenges, health challenges with rare diseases, and the cost is extremely high. So we're going to increase the coverage here to support those individuals and their families in paying these drugs, which is extremely high, as I've indicated already. And we have also a national strategy for dementia. And we're investing some monies in there. And it's not that we're actually, the disease is getting worse, but it's the fact that there are more and more Canadians are living longer and therefore are faced with some challenges, dementia challenges, of course. And I want to talk about the last piece on this part. Ready, Willing, and Able is an organization that works to support intellectual disabilities or autism spectrum disorder individuals, and they go and promote the work that they can do and how they could get some partnership co-op programs. And these individuals work for companies now and do some great work and contribute to the economy, which is very, very important. We have companies like Air Canada, Costco shoppers that hire many of these individuals. I see that my time is running almost out. Housing, I've talked already on the piece for youth, but we can also first-time home buyers increase the RRSP from $25,000 now to $35,000. Very important. We've put some investment in rental construction, but also I announced with the Speaker of the Legislature in Nova Scotia, Kevin Murphy, which is a former student of mine, 13 units a couple of weeks ago in Porters Lake. I'm waiting for many more announcements to be had in Nova Scotia and in my riding in Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake. And to finish, Madam Speaker, we've invested in Black Canadians. Of course, I have in my riding the biggest Indigenous Black community in Canada. And we have the biggest Black cultural center in Canada. We are leaders, Madam Speaker. That I can tell you. And we've had investments for various projects and capital assistance, and we have also community-based projects that will come forward in anti-racism. Madam Speaker, it is a great budget. I'm very proud that our government and the community of Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake, Nova Scotia, all of Canada will benefit from this great budget.
Resume. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Okanagan, Milkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member opposite for his contribution today. Madam Speaker, he specifically raised the issue of a shared equity position that the Government of Canada is proposing that CMHC would have for first-time home buyers. He neglected, Madam Speaker, to actually mention that it is based on income. So the maximum that someone can receive under that program is 4 times their income, and yet in the member's own riding, the median income is just under $30,000. Madam Speaker, that's not a lot for someone to be able to borrow to be able to move forward. Does he not believe that in areas like his and perhaps in other areas across the country where that won't be enough to even support someone, let alone whether or not someone actually wants to be in partnership with the government and have them as a stakeholder in their home, Madam Speaker?
The honourable member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake.
Well, I thank the member for his comment and his question, and I am really happy to tell him that this is a program that didn't exist the last 10 years. So, you got to start somewhere. What we're trying to do here is to help first-time home buyers. Yes, it goes on the average, but you got to keep in mind that you're still going to get a piece of that pie. So it will also help many people. It will help people right across the country based on your income, but you will still get some, that 10% will still come down as a shared equity and help you get that first zone, which is crucial. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. I spent 3 happy years in Nova Scotia. It's a beautiful province. As I recall, Madam Speaker, the member also mentioned that healthcare is a big priority for his constituents. And given that, as it is a top priority, not only in my constituency but across my province, I wonder if he could speak to the fact that his government chose not to introduce a national pharmacare program, despite the fact over many decades every commission has recommended let's move now on pharmacare. And an all-party committee unanimously recommended introduce pharmacare now. Why? Because the Parliamentary Budget Officer has done an analysis showing it's the most cost-effective way to proceed to make sure that there are affordable pharmaceuticals available to everyone. So I wonder if you can speak to that fact. Is he not disappointed? Will his constituents be disappointed that his government chose not to introduce pharmacare, which would have made those medicines available to all of his constituents at an affordable rate?
The honourable member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her question. There's no question. In my mind, pharmacare is a very, very important national strategy that we need to move forward as soon as possible. Again, the 10 years the Conservative Party was in power, no talk about moving that agenda, which is so important. But let me tell you, Madam Speaker, what the Stephen Frank, the President and CEO of Canada Life and Health Assurance Association says. We're grateful that the government is listening to what Canadians say they want for national pharmacare, an approach that covers everyone, but that doesn't result in people losing their workplace benefits they currently have. That is what they are saying on the ground, and Madam Speaker, which is very, very important that they are supporting it, but we have a report that's going to come in May or June, and that final report will be, I believe, the final piece to get a full pharmacare program in Canada. Thank you.
Thomas, l'honorable député de Louis-Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's always a pleasure and a privilege to listen to my colleagues speak both official languages. We all will recall that 3.5 years ago, my colleague and some other members were elected on very specific commitments, and on page 32 of their election platform, in the French version, they say that they would run a small deficit over the first 3 years, and then this would be the year of zero deficits. What is the deficit for 2019-2020? They had promised to eliminate it.
Bill Preston Jessica.
Merci, collègue. Pardon? Bref.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. What he needs to understand is that the Liberals are investing in Canadians. It's not, well, when we're back, or people at home, they borrow money to buy a house or cars, but we are investing in Canadians. 900,000 jobs have been created. That will generate revenues to help pay down future debt that the Conservatives had left behind.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am thrilled to rise and speak on Bill C-97, an act that will begin implementing Budget 2019, a budget that builds on 3.5 years of our government's hard work. A budget that shows our strong commitment to building a better Canada, a more inclusive Canada, and a more economically prosperous Canada. Madam Speaker, that prosperity can be seen right at home in Atlantic Canada. And I'm proud of the record investments our government is delivering for our region. Never have I seen a Prime Minister and numerous ministers pay such close attention and respect to our region. Madam Speaker, it's no secret that Atlantic Canada experienced a decade of Conservative cuts and closures under Stephen Harper. We had a Prime Minister in Canada who made his feelings towards our region very clear. Atlantic Canada, Stephen Harper believed, is a culture of defeat. Madam Speaker, I can tell you firsthand that Atlantic Canadians are proud and Atlantic Canadians are hardworking. We are innovators, Madam Speaker, and in fact, game changers. And Atlantic Canadians overwhelmingly stood up against Stephen Harper's disdain for our region and sent a strong message in 2015 that they've had enough. Madam Speaker, we will not forget how the Conservatives treated Atlantic Canada. And under their current leader, just a short while ago, we watched the Conservatives vote against funding for ACOA, the economic driver for Atlantic Canada. We watched them vote against funding for veterans, for health care, and for so many things that are so important to Atlantic Canadians. Madam Speaker, I can tell you that this budget, just like our previous budgets, is very good for Atlantic Canada because we believe in Atlantic Canadians. Madam Speaker, the best part of my job is seeing the economic decisions that our government's made benefit my home riding of Dartmouth Cole Harbour. And we know that our investments in the middle class are working. Since November 2015, Canadians have created over 900,000 new jobs, and most are full-time. And now the unemployment rate is at the lowest rate in more than 40 years. Our investments in the middle class are complemented by our commitment to investment in small business. That's why it's important to us to create the type of environment where small businesses can flourish, can grow, can employ more Atlantic Canadians. We've lowered small business taxes from 11% to 9%, and we've made numerous regulatory changes to remove the red tape that was holding businesses back.
and you can see the difference that it's making across the country, and especially in Dartmouth Cole Harbour. There has never been a better time to live in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. Our city is experiencing strong growth, innovation. We can feel the opportunity around us. Downtown Dartmouth is now the trendiest part of our municipality, with restaurants like the Canteen, Battery Park, Portland Street Creperie, Stone Pizza, Humble Pie, Super Duper Soup, Ya's Pizza, and Madam Speaker, so many more. My favorite thing to do on the weekend is to visit the Alderney Landing Farmers Market. I grab a cup of coffee from Port City, grab a few things from some of the local vendors, listen to a little bit of live local music. You can always see folks hopping off the Halifax ferry to the Dartmouth side to attend the farmers market. All around Portland Street, entrepreneurs are breathing new life into our community. Shops like Grund Goldsmith, Janet's Flowers, New Scotland Clothing, Strange Adventures, and so many more. Of course, there's Kept, Room 152, Custom Curves, and Audrey's Little Shop of Plants, arguably the coolest name for a business ever. And that growth extends right into Cole Harbour, Madam Speaker. North Brewing will be opening soon on Cole Harbour Road. We have wonderful restaurants like Jameson's, the Palladium, the Brass Rail, and the brand new East Coast Dumpling House. Madam Speaker, the list goes on. Dartmouth is also home to lots of great craft breweries, from Nine Locks to Spindrift, Brightwood to New Scotland, and we cannot forget Lake City Cider. Plus, you can find amazing breweries and distilleries right across Nova Scotia. This budget finally proposes that the government remove federal barriers to the interprovincial trade of alcohol so our breweries can continue to grow. Budget 2019 makes strategic investments in programs and services that will create long-lasting positive impacts on our community. From the new EI training benefit to the National Dementia Strategy, our investments will make a difference in the lives of Canadians. With some programs, it can be hard to see the direct impact that they have on the lives of Canadians. However, with Ready, Willing, and Able, you can visit with entrepreneurs across Canada and see the positive impact the program is having in their lives and in their communities. Ready, Willing, and Able helps create employment opportunities for persons with autism spectrum disorder and intellectual disabilities. Some time ago, I had a chance to meet with Ian, the incredible young entrepreneur behind Dartmouth, Nova Scotia's Ian's Tartan Bakery. Ian bakes delicious gluten-free and dairy-free baked goods. You can usually find his breads and his sweets at the Alderney Landing Farmers Market. Madam Speaker, this program matters, and it's why all of our members of Parliament in Nova Scotia rallied around this program and advocated very hard for its inclusion in Budget 2019. This budget includes a $12 million investment in Ready, Willing, and Able so they can continue to create good employment opportunities for persons with autism spectrum disorder and intellectual disabilities. With Canada's economy among the fastest growing in the G7, it's important that all Canadians have the opportunities that they need to succeed. The Nova Scotia Association of Realtors has advocated for stronger resources so more Nova Scotians can make home ownership an attainable goal. That's why we introduced the new first-time home buyer incentive that will make home ownership more affordable for first-time buyers. Madam Speaker, I firmly believe that National Pharmacare would save the province of Nova Scotia a significant amount of money that could be used to improve health care services in our province. As you know, I'm a strong supporter of National Pharmacare, and our government is taking crucial steps towards making this a reality. We believe that no one in Canada should have to choose between paying for the rent or paying for the prescription drugs that they need. We know that good, strong local infrastructure can make all the difference in our communities. As a former municipal councillor, I understand that municipalities are best placed to understand the infrastructure needs of their communities on the ground. Budget 2019 includes a game changer for the Halifax Regional Municipality. Through this budget, HRM would receive a top-up of more than $26 million through the Federal Gas Tax Fund delivered this year. This is huge. because the funds can be used for local infrastructure priorities like wastewater, drinking water, cultural and tourism projects, and much more. It is a massive opportunity for our municipality, and I can't wait to see what projects are built with this funding. Organizations like Nourish Nova Scotia have been advocating for a national school food program for some time. Madam Speaker, recently I visited Dartmouth South Academy and saw firsthand the difference that these programs make in the lives of our children. The budget includes a commitment for a national food policy, and I'm excited that the budget also calls for the development of a national school food program. Madam Speaker, as many folks in Dartmouth Cole Harbour know too well, we must take action to protect pensions in Canada. Budget 2019 proposes the introduction of significant legislative amendments to make insolvency proceedings fairer and more transparent for pensioners and workers. Low-income seniors want to know that they can work part-time without worrying about their GIS being clawed back, which is why I'm glad to see that the budget proposes an enhancement to the Guaranteed Income Supplement that would provide increased take-home pay for low-income working seniors. Madam Speaker, this budget is good for Canadians. I firmly believe that our investments in healthcare and our decision to move forward with National Pharmacare will be a game changer for my home province, Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, instead of austerity and cuts, we chose to invest in Canadians. We chose to invest in the middle class, in small businesses, and in good local infrastructure priorities. This budget is about making sure that all Canadians have the ability to succeed now and into the future. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Very good. Very good.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I congratulate the member on reading his remarks. And I wanted to ask him what he thinks about the fact that the Prime Minister promised to balance the budget in the fourth fiscal year and hasn't balanced the budget. I'd like to know if he made the same promise to his constituents, how his constituents feel about the failure to keep that promise. We heard yesterday in question period the Prime Minister talk about the importance of honesty and truthfulness during election campaigns, and I agree. So how does the member feel about the Prime Minister's dishonesty, and did he repeat that same promise to his constituents in the last election?
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. Madam Speaker, in 2015, Canadians had a choice. They could continue cutting and they could continue with austerity. We chose, at a very important time in Canada's history, to invest in Canada, to invest in Canadians, to rebuild this country, to give people an opportunity. Those folks that were trying to better their lives, they needed a leg up. We gave them that leg up. We invested in Canada, we invested in Canadians, and I'm proud to say that I see that investment every day in Nova Scotia, in Atlantic Canada, and in Dartmouth Cole Harbour. I'll tell you a little story. I've got a company in my riding who several years ago had 6 employees. 6 employees. 3 or 4 years ago they had 60. Today they have 130. When I asked them what their biggest impediment was getting more workforce. They can hire more because we have created the environment for this business to grow, to flourish, and to hire more Nova Scotians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, good.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kootenay Columbia.
Across the floor, and I do consider him a friend, for his speech. At times when he was making his speech, I thought we were back speaking about my Bill C-281, National Local Food Day, which of course was supported unanimously by the House and is now in the Senate. During the election last time around and this time, I called myself a liberal-minded, environmentally green, fiscally conservative NDPer. Wow. But I finished with NDP because I truly believe that the NDP has the best vision for Canada, and that vision includes affordable housing, affordable childcare, potentially, well, certainly universal public pharmacare, and eventually hoping to get to tuition-free country. Those are the things that I think fundamentally will make Canada better. And yet, this budget does not go nearly as far as it should have at getting to any of those things that I think really will make Canada better. So I'd be interested in my friend's comments. on the disappointment that certainly people in my riding of Kootenay-Columbia feel about the budget.
The honourable member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the honourable colleague for the question. I do certainly appreciate sitting on the Environment Committee with you. You bring so much to our committee, and I thank you.
The honourable member needs to address his comments and questions to the chair and not to the individual members.
All right, Madam Speaker, let me just say that I really admire the member and appreciate the time that we spend on our committee together. You touched on a bunch of things there in that question. I want to talk a little bit more about the National School Food Program. I had a chance to go to the newest school in the riding, and I got a chance to see volunteers working every day providing a breakfast program and a lunch program for the young students in the P to 9 era age groups. And I got to tell you, the pride on their face, but the look on the children's face when they were in line and they were getting food. This is so important, Madam Speaker, that we come up with a program where every Canadian child in school has the opportunity to have a healthy breakfast. The volunteers are doing the work. It's time now that we stand up, we come up with a national program for this, because it is so important, and I saw it in the eyes, Madam Speaker, of those young children.
Good answer.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Sarnia-Lambton.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
It's an honour to rise and speak about the budget. This is actually the fourth budget that I've had an opportunity to speak to. And each budget tends to have its own flavour, and so I like to give them nicknames. In 2016, it was a shopping spree budget. In 2017, it was a virtue signalling budget. In 2018, it was a nothing burger budget. And if I had to give a name to this budget here in 2019, I'd call it the recap budget, because it was 460 pages long, but in actual fact, if you took away everything that was just re-announced, then it would probably only be about 60 pages. So I call it the recap budget. What I'm going to try to do today is provide my usual balanced perspective. I'll talk about things that are in the budget that I was not happy about, things that were in the budget that I thought were actually good for Canadians, and try to bring some helpful suggestions on what should really happen to the budget in future. So we'll start off, first of all, I was dismayed to see that once again there are huge deficits going on in perpetuity under this Liberal government. The Prime Minister was elected on a promise to Canadians that he was going to run small deficits of $10 billion and he would return to balance this year. But $19.8 billion we see is going to be the deficit this year, and that goes on and on. And why does that matter to Canadians? Well, because we have to pay interest on that debt, and the interest that we're going to pay on that debt is currently $15 billion on the debt that we've picked up so far, and it will be $26 billion if we continue at the pace described in the budget. And so think what you could do with $26 billion in terms of repairing some of the hospital infrastructure that's missing across the country. Palliative care, of course, as I'm passionate about. Think of what you could do with the money, $26 billion, that's currently just going to pay interest on a debt that is never ending. So I definitely was not happy to see that we are still in deficit spending mode. Now that said, I think Canadians understand that from time to time, if there's something worth buying, they themselves take a mortgage on a house, sometimes run up their credit card if an interesting trip comes around. So they understand that if you're getting something for it, there might be a point. But what are we really getting for these huge deficits that are proposed in Budget 2019? I would say to you, first of all, from a healthcare perspective, you're not getting very much. There was an incredible amount of hype at the beginning of the anticipation of the budget, where the media were told this is going to be a pharmacare budget. Boy, you're going to be impressed. You're going to see pharmacare come in this budget. And got everybody really all hyped up, because all Canadians believe that people who can't afford their medications ought to be able to get it. That's what our universal health care system is about. That's what Canadians would like to see. So what, in fact, did they actually put into the budget for pharmacare? No money. $35 million to create another bureaucracy to add to the PMPRB, CADTH, and the PCPA drug approval processes that already exist, that are arguably very long and very costly. That's what they put in the budget. That's not going to give medications to anybody in Canada. It's not going to do anything. And this is after the Health Committee studied for 2 years pharmacare. Came with very reasonable recommendations about how different options that would be available to help fill the gap for people that can't afford their medications today. And so I think that was a real miss on the part of the government. It's clear that Eric Hoskins missed his deadline when it came to the pharmacare report that was supposed to be delivered in March in time for the budget. And so that's probably why there was absolutely nothing in there. Now, one thing I will say that was good was that there was money put in for rare diseases, $500 million a year. We know that 1 in 20 Canadians has got a rare disease, and so everyone can relate to a family member that is having to spend, in some cases, up to $1 million a year is the cost of these medications. So something definitely needs to be done, but again, in the budget, it was put out in year 2022. So that means it's another election promise, right? If they get elected, then they'll put $500 million out in 2022. But what's the record on keeping their election promises? Well, running small deficits, balancing the budget within the mandate, restoring home mail delivery, no. Last election under first past the post, no. No more omnibus bills, okay. So I could go on and on about the broken promises here. So putting it in the budget and putting it out that far means there's nothing concrete there for Canadians, when in actual fact we do need a solution of that nature. Now, I would say another big miss in this budget has to do with the Liberal government's response to the opioid crisis. This has been going on since they got elected, and 4,000 people died last year. We just finished a health committee tour across the country where we were looking at the methamphetamine and opioid crisis and seeing where the gaps in the system were. There's a lot of information that's available. And what does the government decide? We heard there's not enough affordable housing. There's not enough mental health aids for supporting the trauma, the healing from the trauma that causes people to get addicted. There's not enough recovery spots. We know that you have to wait between 6 months and 2 years to get a recovery spot. We're overwhelmed. Certainly Winnipeg and Vancouver are epicenters of this crisis. And so instead what we see the government put in this budget is $6 million a year to buy the addicts safe prescriptive opioids. That is this government's answer when people are dying, and we know that we need solutions on the prevention side, we know we need solutions on the recovery side, and we need affordable housing. And the government certainly has been all talk and no action on affordable housing for nearly 4 years now. They recognized the need immediately. They started to talk about it, but we're still talking about it. And this is the dying days of the Liberal government. So where is the affordable housing that people need? Homelessness is one of the key factors that contributes to people being addicted. And so, again, very disappointing in the budget to see that although they recognize there's a crisis, that the response to the crisis is inadequate. That is the same story on suicide. We know that we have a suicide crisis in the country. We know that we need prevention, especially in Indigenous populations and in the North, amongst young people, amongst middle-aged men. There's a crisis going on in the country, and there's $5 million a year. Now divide that up amongst 338 ridings in the country, and you're talking about less than $15,000 per riding to address suicide prevention. What are we really going to do with that? I just think it's another case where the government recognizes there's a problem, but has come with a totally inadequate response. And then another key miss from the health file. The Health Committee finished a study on diabetes. 11 million Canadians have diabetes or pre-diabetes, and this is one of the most costly diseases in our system. And as we see that we have an aging demographic, we have 1 in 6 seniors right now, and that will be 1 in 4 seniors within 6 to 10 years. We see people are moving more and more to chronic disease because of obesity, nutrition, lack of exercise, a number of factors. But what is being done about it? Well, Diabetes Canada had come with a very cohesive plan called the 360 Plan. The Health Committee reviewed the plan. It was one of our recommendations to the Health Minister that that plan be adopted, and yet it is nowhere in the budget. There is not a dime for addressing diabetes, which is a huge cost and a huge struggle for many Canadians. So once again, a total miss. Now, I used to be the chair of the status of women. So when I look at the budgets, another consideration that I like to give is, what does this budget seem to be from a gender lens? The government does a lot of virtue signaling on the fact that we have a feminist prime minister, although arguably with the way he's been treating women in his caucus and cabinet of late, that's arguable. But if we look at the budget, let's look at some of the key things that show that they're all talk and no action from the Liberal side. When I was first elected, I was put on a special committee to study pay equity. We made recommendations to the government. The government agreed that they would come with legislation and that they would fix and address pay equity in the federal government sector for which they have control. So how many dollars do you think are available in Budget 2019 to address pay equity? $0. $0 and zero legislation. So once again, all talk and no action on that file. And that's too bad because there are really a lot of women's issues that do need to be addressed. I would say two nice things that were in the budget. One of them has to do with addressing ovarian cancer. There has been a lack of research in the area of ovarian cancer, and it is one of the top reasons that women die. So I was pleased to see that that was in there. But if you look at the research spending as a whole and you look at that through a gender lens, you will find that it's about 3% of the research dollars that go towards anything that will impact women. So I think that the government should put on their gender lens glasses again and take a look at what the balance is and whether or not they're really addressing issues that are so important to women in Canada. Now, one other good thing that I did see in the budget has to do with organ donation. And one of the members of the Health Committee, the member from Calgary, had brought forward a private member's bill to have the opportunity to organ donate and to declare that every year on your tax return. It's a very easy way of allowing people to do that. The government agreed, and they did put money in this budget to facilitate increasing the number of organ donors we have, because this will save lives. Arguably, we see from the Humboldt tragedy that, there was a huge uptick in the number of organ donors after that event and saved many, many lives as a result. So that was a good thing. Now, there were some places where taxes were taken off fertility services. And I think people would agree that medically necessary services shouldn't be taxed, but the government has a bit of hypocrisy on this file because when it comes to medical marijuana, they put a 15% tax on that. And so people that are suffering with that are having to pay a lot of extra money. So you can't just pick and choose medical services, which ones you should do. You should be consistent in your approach. And if we believe that medicines and medical treatments should not be taxed, then we have to be consistent across the board. Now, let's move on to infrastructure. Infrastructure, there was a delightful little nugget that said we were going to get $2 billion of actual money in this year spent for municipalities for infrastructure. And while you may say, well, that is very good news, I think we should remember that what happened was $15 billion was taken away from municipalities from the infrastructure fund that was supposed to repair their roads and bridges, and it was put into an infrastructure bank that was going to do projects. And it's only doing one project, and that's a project, coincidentally, with SNC-Lavalin. So, to give $2 billion back after you took $15 billion away, I'm not sure what your math looks like, but that still means they took $13 billion from municipalities for building roads and infrastructure, and it's woefully inadequate, and it's certainly not doing anything in the infrastructure bank. So it would be great if they just returned more money to people in ridings like my own. I was disappointed to not see any money to repair the Sandra Ferry border crossing in my riding. I certainly have been up speaking about this. This has now been over a year that this border crossing has been closed because of the damage done by Coast Guard vessels breaking ice and crushing the thing. We need $2 million to fix this problem and restore a border crossing, restore the opportunity to increase the trade with the U.S., which is on the other side because I'm in a border riding. But instead, the government can find $12 million to give to Loblaws, but they can't find $2 million for Sarnia-Lambton to open a border crossing. It's absolutely distressing. Now, we also have a project that's a trade corridor that was not funded in this budget. I'm hoping that that can be remediated. I'd like to give the government another chance to reconsider. That's a project that will create 3,000 well-paying jobs in my riding. And the cost, $6 million. So, again, they can find $12 million to give to Loblaws to put in freezers for a company that made $3 billion in profit and can afford it. But on the other hand, I got a project that I need $6 million for to create 3,000 jobs, and that was not funded in the budget. Palliative care, always something that I love to talk about, but I was pleased to see the government came with the palliative care framework after my private member's bill, and that spend is beginning, that they are starting to fund training for paramedics, for example, to administer palliative care in their off-emergency hours. A very efficient way to get care to people, and I think also a benefit to the people who have difficulty traveling to get a treatment. But there's a lot of things that should have been funded that are not. What about hospices? We in Canada have about arguably 100 hospices compared to 1,300 in the US. So there's a real opportunity to partner with communities and to build hospices so that people can get the palliative care that they need, because we know that 70% of Canadians have nothing. They have no opportunity for palliative care. Another enabler for palliative care is broadband internet. So I was glad to see a recognition that there's more spend that is needed in terms of getting broadband internet. But again, I've had projects in my riding that we applied for the first year that I was elected, that we heard nothing about, that we've continually asked this government to address, and they have not. So I'm not sure who will be the benefactor, but I would guess that it will be Liberal ridings. Then we can talk about the parts of the budget that have to do with climate change and the carbon tax that's going to be put in place. And, you know, I'm distressed when I hear this government talk about how, you know, this is going to, you know, save the children and prevent floods. You know, you want to ask the question, at what price are you going to prevent floods? Because there's no relationship. The one is a tax grab. It has absolutely nothing to do with the other. If you want to talk about a global problem that needs a global solution, when Canada is less than 2% of the problem, if you don't address those that are 98% of the problem, you're not going to solve the problem, and that is clear. So the government definitely is off track when it comes to their environmental plan. Now, what about seniors? I talked earlier in my speech that we have 1 in 6 seniors, and that's going to be 1 in 4 in just a few short years. We see pretty much nothing in this budget that is going to help seniors. Do you know, there's a doctor shortage across the country, a nursing shortage across the country, seniors that can't afford to live, and the measures that are prescribed here are, you know, first of all, inadequate, but a recap. The government, you know, is recapping on what it did to CPP, where it took $1,200 out of each person's pocket that's working, but nobody will see a benefit for 40 years. That's not going to help people who are struggling right now. And so more is needed to be done for the seniors, and there's absolutely no doubt about that. Now, I have seniors in my riding that are concerned that we don't have a plan for long-term care spaces, that the hospitals are log-jammed because there's no place for them to go. We know that several provinces are trying to come and to build long-term care spaces. We're building 2,000 spaces in Sarnia-Lambton, and we probably need an additional 2,000 or 3,000. And so there's another area that the government did not address that would have been very important for seniors. Second last, let's talk about the training benefits. So the government has decided that $250 a year is going to help you get the training that you need to move on and get a good job. It just shows how out of touch the government is. Do they not understand the costs of tuition, the costs of training courses? They're usually $1,000 a day, so $250 a year I don't think is going to be very good. Now, there was an effort made to help first-time home buyers acquire a home, but by allowing them to spend $35,000 of their RRSPs instead of $25,000. Well, I have 2 children that are of that age where they'd want to buy a home, but I'm not sure how many people of that age actually have $35,000 worth of RRSPs. So I think that that was a miss, and as one of my other colleagues pointed out earlier, there is actually some restrictions. It's sort of related to your income, how much support you can get. And so I don't think there'll be a lot of people that will be able to take advantage of that. So once again, they've recognized the problem that they've made buying a home, which is desirable for many young people, unaffordable, but they've done nothing about it. And so I'm coming to the end of my remarks, but I would like to say that this budget has not met the need, and for that reason, I propose a motion that the motion currently be amended by deleting all the words after the word "that" and substituting the following: that the House decline to give second reading to Bill C-97, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 19th, 2019, and other measures, since the bill does not balance the budget this year as promised by the Liberals during the election, but instead the deficit will hit $19.8 billion and the debt will soar to over $705 billion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton is proposing a motion which is seconded by the Honourable Member for Thornhill, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word "that" and substituting the following: the House declined to give second reading to Bill C-97, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 19, 2019, and other measures since the bill does not balance the budget this year, as promised by the Liberals during the election, but instead the deficit will hit $19.8 billion and the debt will soar to over $705 billion. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first, let me compliment the member as in the sense that I think she spoke more about the budget than the member from Carleton did in 14 hours. And so at least she's definitely on focus, even though somewhat off base in terms of what this many measures within this budget is actually doing. And I truly believe that it's going to have a very wonderful, positive impact in every region of our country. I'd like to go into some of the details and just to draw out a specific example, just to see what her thoughts are on this. And that is within, because she talked about the importance of research in healthcare and made reference specifically to cancer. Within this budget is a commitment of $150 million over the next, I believe, 5 years to go towards the Terry Fox Research Institute, I believe it's called, which is a substantial commitment. I would ultimately argue it provides hope, it provides opportunity for us to look at ways in which we can do better on this terrible disease which affects every region of our country. And what her thoughts are in regards to the government through providing that particular grant.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader for his question. Certainly, I believe that the money that was designated for the cancer research is another one of the good things, I would say, in the budget. I was down in the Atlantic Cancer Research Center, who is part of the beneficiary of that Terry Fox Cancer Fund money. But I would say that, you know, there are broader issues that were not addressed in the budget with respect to cancer. I did highlight that ovarian cancer finally received some funding, but the subject of who's going to pay for people's cancer medications, again, was totally missed by the government, and their pharmacare offering was totally absent. And so I think that when we look at the top 10 reasons why people die in Canada, we know that cancer is one of them, but diabetes is another. And again, that was a big hole in the budget, no money at all for diabetes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to serve on the Health Committee with the Honourable Member, and I'm holding in my hand a copy of the 2019-2020 estimates of the Department of Health, and it shows that the 2017-2018 expenditures of the Health Department were $3.491 billion. And the projected spending in the main estimates for 2019-2020 is $2.521 billion. So in other words, almost $1 billion less spending in the Health Department over the last 2 years. And my honourable member and I just went on a cross-country tour looking at the state of drug policy in this country, and we heard that we need a massive investment, particularly in treatment for people suffering from substance use disorder. So I'm wondering, first of all, whether she thinks that taking $1 billion out of the federal health budget is consistent with the need for additional investments in drug treatment. And my second question quickly is, we know that this government is budgeting $1 billion for rare diseases starting in 2022. And I'm just wondering if she has any comment on the practice of a government in 2019 purporting to spend money in a parliament that has not even happened and in which they may not even be government.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague. I very much enjoy serving with him as well on the Health Committee. I think when it comes to spend within Health Canada, I'm fine with the government shifting priorities as situations occur, and maybe not spending money here, but spending money elsewhere. But definitely, that's not what's happening. The government is spending less, and they are not addressing the causes. We absolutely need more investment in recovery spaces. We heard wait times between 6 months and 2 years across the country. When an addict gets to the point where they want to take the exit ramp and get out of the life of addiction, they absolutely have got to have the ability to go. They can't be told, come back in 6 months, because then they're addicted again and they may not get that urge again. So I'm very concerned about the kind of cut that my colleague mentioned at a time when health needs are increasing, the population is aging, and chronic disease is on the rise. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
I have a question around the concept of the additional funds available to young couples who want to purchase a home, supposedly through CMHC providing more of the down payment to them. On Evan Solomon's show, he asked the minister what that would mean as far as, of course, they would have to pay back CMHC with interest, but if they made a profit on that home, would CMHC be expecting some of those funds? The minister's response was, well, we haven't worked out the details yet. What kind of confidence does that give to young couples in this world that are trying to move up in Canada, own their own home, when the minister himself doesn't even know how that program is going to be rolled out?
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Yorkton Melville for the question, because it's an excellent question. It shows once again that the government has not thought this thing through in the details. They don't know whether they're going to be a stakeholder in the house, whether they're going to share in the profit of the house, or whether they're just providing an interest-free loan. And how can you budget without knowing the facts of what it is that you're going to spend? And how can consumers have any kind of confidence without knowing the full detail of what they are agreeing to when they get into an agreement with the government? So again, it just shows that the government has not thought this through. But again, they're virtue signaling. They're trying to attract the young voter. That's what they're going after here, but with a mechanism that will not help the young voter, unfortunately. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And then I'd like to take a look at the bigger picture now, in the sense that, since day one, this is a government that's been focused on Canada's middle class. There's absolutely no doubt about that. We've seen whether it's budgetary measures, legislative measures, just changes in regulations, time and time again, many actions that see the Canada's middle class building additional strength, adding to the economy. Proof is ultimately in the pudding. And my question to the member across the way is just in relationship to the overall job opportunities. In the last three and a half years, we have seen, by working with Canadians, a generation of well over 900,000 new jobs to the Canadian economy. Would she not agree that when you look at the end of the day, what we want to be able to do is have safe communities, we want to be able to have an expanded economy, and these are the two items in which this government has been very successful at doing, because the numbers tell it all. Would she not agree?
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader for that question. But I would disagree about the middle class. In fact, this government has made life for the middle class less affordable. They have increased taxes, according to the Fraser Institute, by $892 per person. And I would argue that with all of the tax credits that they took away for education, for example, I had kids in university, that's a $5,000 tuition credit, $1,200 for books. They took away the child fitness tax credit. That was another $1,200 per child. Arguably, you could have $3,000 or $4,000 in that. They took away income splitting. People that were taking advantage of that would be saving $12,000 or $13,000. And then on top of that, they've increased the CPP requirement for people, $1,200. And on top of that, there's a carbon tax. So hugely, they have increased taxes on the middle class and reduced taxes actually on the wealthy. They're paying $1 billion less. So I think that, again, that this government is deceived in what they are trying to achieve. Thank you.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've heard from a parent in my area was quite concerned that in responding to the opioid crisis, the Provincial Health Authority has been making drugs available, drug kits available to youth, Madam Speaker, rather than addressing the issue. In a place like Kelowna, which many consider urban, youth can wait up to 6 months and be transported to Vancouver to be able to get the help that they so desperately need. Madam Speaker, this member has traveled the country to discuss opioids. Could you please comment on the mismatch of priorities and how this government just does not seem to be listening as to how to deal, particularly for the most vulnerable youth?
A brief answer from the member from Sarnia-Lambton.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think my colleague, he's absolutely right that the government has missed the mark because, you know, to pledge $6 million to buy safe drugs for addicts does not recognize the need to get people off drugs. It doesn't recognize that from a priority perspective, there are tax-paying people that can't afford their diabetes medication, that don't have their cancer drugs paid for. So, you know, there are priorities, and we need to figure out how to cover all of those, but this is not it.
Before we resume debate, I just want to remind the next speaker that unfortunately we will have to interrupt him about halfway through to go to the orders of the day or the question period. And so resuming debate, the Honorable Secretary.
The Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Finance.
Speaker, and before I begin my more formal speech, I can't help but just to mention to the member who was speaking before me, the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton, as she keeps on quoting the Fraser Institute study that's been debunked by just about anyone who knows how to use a calculator. She should look at the OECD report that just came out this morning, saying that the Canadian middle class has one of the lowest tax burden of the OECD countries, and that's largely due to the changes we've made, lowering taxes for middle class and introducing the Canada Child Benefit that's more generous and that's more progressive. So I would suggest that she and other members as well broaden their horizons and look at perhaps other sources than the Fraser Institute, and in particular that study that's just plain fallacious. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, it's with great pleasure that I rise today to talk about the Budget Implementation Act and our most recent efforts to help the middle class thanks to measures in Budget 2019. I'd like to take the time I have today to underscore some of the important measures that we're proposing in the current Budget Implementation Act, and these are based on what we've done so far. I'm convinced that thanks to this bill, we're going to continue to improve the lives of middle-class Canadians and other people working hard to join it. There are excellent measures that are part of this bill and that are the next part of this plan. I'd like to remind members how we arrived at where we are today. Roughly 4 years ago, Canadians chose to elect a government that wants to invest in important areas for them. Well-paying jobs and more support for families who are faced with a high cost of living and that is rising. That's what we're looking at. So we want better opportunities for young Canadians as well. We've kept our commitments for roughly 4 years. We've been working on developing the middle class and helping people who are working hard to be part of the middle class. We're also working for low-income Canadians, and we are helping them realize their full potential. We created the Canada Child Benefit that helps Canadians meet the needs of their Canadian, and in 3 years, we've been able to lift many children out of poverty. And I'd also like to underscore that 2 or 3 weeks ago, that poverty was reduced by roughly 20% in Canada over the past 3 years. And so 800,000 children were lifted out of poverty in our country thanks to this. So many thousands of Canadians have benefited from the cut in taxes for middle-class Canadians, and there's also a benefit for Canadian workers to help them reintegrate the workforce, and it offers true support for roughly 2 million Canadians who are working hard, and it's also lifted many children out of poverty. The Canada Pension Plan has been strengthened to make sure that current and future generations will have more income when they retire. We've also looked at increased funding in our national strategy, and overall, this will have a long-term impact for all Canadians. In terms of our government, the Canadian government has created more than 900,000 full-time jobs with the lowest unemployment rate in 40 years. And these jobs are really important for families. We know we can still do better, though. We're not going to rest on our laurels, and we're going to keep working for the middle class in our economy. We have to continue on the same path, which has been working for us for the past 4 years. And that's what's in Budget 2019, and that's what we're presenting today to this House.
Taking further steps to help build communities that Canadians can be proud to call home. Managing household costs is one example of where some Canadians struggle. The price of electricity, for instance, is a rising concern. Rates keep going up, outpacing salary increases, making it more and more difficult to make ends meet. So our government is doing more to make sure families can afford their monthly electricity bills. Budget 2019 proposes to invest more than $1 billion to increase energy efficiency in residential, commercial, and multi-unit buildings, a measure that is included in this Budget Implementation Act. This money can go a long way in making Canada's homes and buildings more energy efficient, which will help reduce Canadians' electricity bills, whether they are homeowners, renters, or building operators, and will help build more sustainable communities. Further on the point of building up communities, Madam Speaker, sometimes funding allocated from the federal government to provinces and territories gets caught up in bureaucratic deadlock. When this happens, it prevents cities and towns from making progress on important projects such as road maintenance, water infrastructure, public transit, and recreational infrastructure. So Budget 2019 proposes to support municipalities' local infrastructure priorities by doubling the federal municipal infrastructure commitment with a further $2.2 billion in 2018-2019. This will give municipalities and First Nations communities the funds needed to pay for crucial repairs and other important local projects. By supporting this BIA, honourable members are supporting this $2.2 billion injection that will provide much-needed infrastructure funds for communities of all sizes across the country. This legislation before us today will ensure that the money gets to where it needs to go and where the needs are. Madam Speaker, building communities that Canadians are proud to call home also includes ensuring that these communities are prepared to respond to an emergency. When tragedy strikes, every second counts. Since 1985, the Shock Trauma Air Rescue Service, or STARS, has provided rapid and specialized emergency helicopter ambulance services to patients who are critically ill or injured in communities across Western Canada, including in Indigenous communities and national parks. Thanks to STARS, Canadians who live in rural and remote communities have better access to emergency care. In recognition of the vital role that STARS plays in delivering access to emergency care for the communities it serves, Budget 2019 proposes to provide a one-time investment of $65 million in 2018-19 for STARS to replace its aging fleet and acquire new emergency ambulance helicopters. Support for today's legislation is a direct support for this measure. On housing, Madam Speaker, as I mentioned at the beginning of my speech, our government is taking important steps to make housing more affordable and more accessible. Buying a house or condo is probably the most important investment most Canadians will make in their lifetime. However, too many Canadians are not able to enter the market. That's why through Budget 2019 and with Bill C-97 before us, our government is building on Canada's national housing strategy and taking actions to improve the affordability of housing, especially for first-time homebuyers. To help more middle-class families find an affordable home today, we're offering new, targeted support for first-time homebuyers through the First-Time Homebuyer Incentive. The idea, Madam Speaker, is to reduce the monthly payments required to buy a home and give first-time homebuyers greater flexibility both in purchasing a home and managing its ongoing costs. Under the First-Time Homebuyer Incentive, eligible first-time homebuyers who have the minimum down payment for an insured mortgage would apply to finance a portion of their home purchase through a shared equity mortgage with the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, or CMHC. With a shared equity mortgage, first-time home buyers would save money every month, giving them more money to pay down their traditional mortgage sooner, or spend on their priorities. Madam Speaker, as we all know, one of the hardest things for first-time home buyers to scrape together enough funds for a down payment and to cover the associated costs of a home purchase. Therefore, to help Canadians on this front, this legislation proposes to increase the home buyer's plan withdrawal limit to $35,000 from $25,000. With these new measures and improvements, the dream of owning a home will be a reality for more and more Canadians. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, we're going to be able to realize this dream partially thanks to Canadians holding well-paying jobs and owning a home for a first time. And we need, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you. The honourable member will have 11 minutes next time after question period when we go back to this debate.
I have the honour to inform the House that a communication has been received as follows. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to from the Senate. I have the honour, Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to inform you that the Right Honourable Julie Payette, Governor General of Canada, signified royal assent by written declaration to the bill listed in the schedule to this letter on the 11th day of April 2019 at 11:01 a.m. Yours sincerely, Assunta Di Lorenzo, Secretary to the Governor General and Herald Chancellor. The bill to ascended to Thursday, April 11, 2019, an act to amend the United Church of Canada Act Bill S-1003.
I have the honour to inform the House that communication was received. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to advise you that the Right Honourable Julie Payette, Governor General of Canada, has granted royal assent by written form through bill mentioned in the current letter dated 11th April 2018 at 11:01 this morning. Please accept my highest consideration. Secretary of the Governor General and Chancellor Down, Assunta Di Lorenzo. Bill having received royal assent on April 11th, 2019, regarding the amendments to the United Church of Canada Bill S-1003.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député de Pierrefonds.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds.
Speaker, Dr. Ambedkar was an exceptional Indian jurist, social reformer, and one of the founding fathers of the modern Indian state. Baba Saheb, as he was known, fought for equality and justice. He campaigned against social discrimination of those considered untouchable. He served as India's first law and justice minister and oversaw the drafting of their constitution, which treats all people equally, regardless of their birth status. Madam Speaker, these achievements cannot be overstated. Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar was a man who built the foundations for the largest democracy in the world, based on universal suffrage and respect for all. On April 14th, we will honor his great legacy.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to the Orangeville Lions Club as they celebrate their 70th anniversary on April 27th. Their history of service to our community is exemplary, and their accomplishments are numerous. Over the years, they have worked with many other groups in Orangeville and coordinated many activities. Some examples include the Cancer Relay for Life, Salvation Army Christmas Kettles, the Orangeville Food Bank, Habitat for Humanity, the Boy Scouts, Choices Youth Shelter, Big Brothers Big Sisters, Headwaters Healthcare Center, Lions Sport Park, the Santa Claus Parade, the Northman Lacrosse Club, the Wolves Hockey Team, the Orangeville Legion, and Community Living Dufferin, and so many more. The Lions Club has been an integral part of Orangeville life for 70 years, and their future looks just as bright. So, Mr. Speaker, it is my great honor to congratulate the Orangeville Lions Club on 70 wonderful years. We know the next 70 years will be just as great.
Absolutely. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, as we approach Easter, the time of sacrifice, renewal, and hope in the Christian world, I wanted to share a story. In Fleetwood Port Kells, we have a very large Catholic high school, Holy Cross. Last year, I was there to help them celebrate the grads, and with me was a member of our constituency office staff, a devout Muslim. After, I asked him if Islam had any equivalent to the story of the death and resurrection of Jesus and the lessons he provided. His answer was yes, Jesus. The Lord and Savior to our Christian world is an important prophet in Islam, the most mentioned person in the Quran by reference, over 100 times. Christians and Muslims alike believe that he will return. To me, this demonstrates that there can be more in faith that unites us than divides us, and that perhaps our thoughts of sacrifice, renewal, and hope at Easter can be shared with more people of goodwill than we realize.
The honourable member for Kootenay Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, last week we learned Canada is warming at twice the global average. This finding should be a wake-up call for all of us. As a Vice Chair of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development, I am pleased that on Tuesday our committee tabled 2 reports, Clean Growth and Climate Change, How Canada Can Lead Internationally, and a second report on Forestry, Agriculture and Waste, with a total of 34 recommendations on how government can and must do better. Climate change is no longer a distant threat, and the cost of inaction is too great. The impacts are already being felt in my riding of Kootenay Columbia and across the country. My constituents are calling for stronger action, like the high school students who protested in Nelson, or the grade 5 and 6 Tunaha students who wrote me letters worried about polar bears and the environment, or my granddaughter Lalita, who at times worries if her generation will have a future at all. Canadians expect us to work together, and we must all commit to doing so. Let's start by agreeing to more ambitious greenhouse gas reduction targets and to making climate change a non-partisan issue.
The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Mr. Speaker, founded in 1994 by former Beach Citizen of the Year Marie Parada, 2019 marks the 25th anniversary for the Pegasus Community Project for adults with special needs. Their work at 3 locations supports over 50 adults with developmental disabilities in 5 programs, with a focus on community involvement, individualized supports, and helping participants to achieve personal goals. Pegasus has a social enterprise thrift store on Kingston Road in the Upper Beach that helps fund the organization so it's not completely reliant on public funds. This coming fall, October 5th, is their 3rd annual Pegasus Inspirational Film Festival, showcasing short films made in partnership between Pegasus participants, film students, and filmmakers. Special thanks to Executive Director Paula Murphy and Board President Scott Burns for their tireless work to help people with autism and adults with special needs in Beaches East York. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, we're so fortunate that many people volunteer in our great nation, and this week is National Volunteer Week. Stats Canada has reported Canadians volunteer roughly 1.9 billion hours annually, an equivalent of 1.1 million full-time jobs. Even more exciting, Mr. Speaker, is that young Canadians are the demographic most likely to volunteer. These caring individuals work day and night on their own time. They feed the hungry and give company to the sick and the elderly. They coach our kids, plan community events, and raise money for numerous causes. Tomorrow, I'm hosting my 3rd annual Barrie Innisfil Volunteer Award ceremony. I look forward to recognizing the outstanding work of 13 individuals in 3 organizations who've gone above and beyond as volunteers. These individuals always put their community above all else, and I know that Barrie and Innisfil would not be as great a place to live if it wasn't for their selfless work. To all volunteers across Canada, I say thank you from the bottom of all our hearts.
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. This month, millions of Sikhs around the world will gather to celebrate Vaisakhi, the day that Khalsa was initiated. And it was on this day 100 years ago that thousands of men, women, and children had gathered in a park meters away from the Golden Temple to celebrate Vaisakhi, when the colonial Colonel Dyer marched in with a regiment of soldiers, blocked all entranceways, and opened fire. He did this over and over and over again. Hundreds were killed by bullets, while others died jumping into a well or while trying to scale the walls surrounding the park. This became the tipping point for the Indian independence movement. Families never saw justice for this atrocity. Colonel Dyer was merely forced to retire and barely disciplined. Mr. Speaker, I rise today, 100 years later, to honor the victims of the Jallianwala Bagh massacre. Our thoughts and prayers are forever with them, and we will never forget this tragedy.
Never forget. Never. The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
The accumulation of plastics in our oceans and lakes is one of the most pressing challenges of our time here and around the world. In Mississauga, plastics enter the Credit River watershed and make their way into Lake Ontario, along with 22 million pounds of plastic that end up in the Great Lakes each year. On March 9th, our community gathered at the Small Arms Inspection Building for a town hall on plastics. We welcomed the participation of over 200 residents, organizations, and environmental advocates, including Chief Stacey LaForme of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, Indigenous Advisor Kat Krieger, Chris Pike of the City of Mississauga, the First Port Credit Sea Scouts, the Canadian Plastics Industry Association, Port Credit Salmon and Trout Association, Professor Chelsea Rockman, MDA Corporation, Chandler Packages, Co-Extinction Films, Trash Walking Mums, Pixie Blue Studio, CBC's Gene Williams, and 4ocean.com. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the people of Mississauga Lakeshore for their collective effort on this important issue, and I look forward to working together towards an environment free of plastic waste. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Last week I traveled through northern Saskatchewan to meet with farmers in Spiritwood, Big River, and Meadow Lake. Their message was loud and clear. Their concerns are being ignored, and they want a member of Parliament to champion their interests in Ottawa.
Hear, hear.
There is huge anxiety out there, Mr. Speaker, and it's real. They are troubled that Canada has lost our largest canola market, and they don't know why their MP is doing nothing to get this issue resolved. They know the carbon tax disproportionately hurts rural communities and will raise the price of everything. I can only imagine what they would have to say about the Liberals giving Loblaws $12 million to buy new freezers and fridges out of taxpayers' dollars. And they know the tanker ban and the no new pipelines bills will hurt the economy and kill jobs. Mr. Speaker, our Conservative team will always stand up for rural Canadians, and we will oppose bad policies and out-of-touch politicians who ignore their concerns.
Honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. April is Be a Donor Month across Ontario. Organ donation is one of the most important and life-changing decisions a person can ever make. Today in Ontario alone, 1,600 people are waiting for a life-saving transplant. So while 85% of Ontarians agree with organ and tissue donations, only 1/3 of the residents are actually registered. Registration is incredibly easy and only takes minutes when you visit the website beadonor.ca. Today I want to encourage my constituents in Humber River Black Creek and my fellow parliamentarians to advocate for organ and tissue donations in their riding. I firmly believe that being able to give the gift of life after passing on is one of the most compassionate and Canadian things a person can do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. John Rothsay.
Mr. Speaker,
seniors in St. John Rothsay deserve more support from their federal government. That's why I'm pleased to rise today to talk about the historic investments our government is making in support for our seniors through Budget 2019. To help low-income working seniors keep more of what they earn, we are enhancing the GIS earnings exemption to provide a full or partial exemption on up to $15,000 of annual employment income. Wow. We are also investing an additional $100 million over 5 years for the New Horizons Seniors Program. Finally, we are working to ensure that all seniors have access to the prescription drugs they need, regardless of their means, by moving towards the full implementation of a national pharmacare program. We are doing this by establishing the Canadian Drug Agency, a national formulary, and a national strategy for high-cost drugs for rare diseases. These investments will change the lives of thousands of seniors in my riding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister avoided every question as to when he would testify under oath to his numerous false statements, instead claiming he is focused on what Canadians care about. Well, in my riding, Mr. Speaker, Canadians care about the carbon tax and the fact that life is getting more and more expensive. 80% of my constituents say they do not want a carbon tax and are already struggling to pay their bills. Hardworking Canadians are worse off under this high-tax, scandal-plagued Liberal government. A carbon tax will not have any positive impact on global emissions. It only hurts hardworking Canadians. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want action, not a sales tax masquerading as an action plan. Canadians want change. They want a government with sound environmental policies, one that fights for them and makes life better. And in a few short months, Mr. Speaker, they'll get that opportunity with a new Conservative government.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the achievement of 7 firefighters from Mississauga for their bravery in performing their duty, responding to an explosion that rocked the community in my riding last year. On February 11, 2018, they arrived at the scene of a gas explosion at Mississauga Plaza. 3 occupants were stranded on top of the collapsed section of the structure that was still on fire. Acting with knowledge of the dangers that were present, Pumper 101, Squad 101 acted quickly, acted to rescue occupants to safety. The men and women who are our first responders put their lives on the line daily to keep us safe. And they should be commended for their bravery. I want to congratulate Acting Captain Scott Taylor and firefighters Brendan Martin, Vanessa Gilbert, and Jeff Dugan, as well as Acting Captain Mike Bellin and firefighters Jeff Beattie and Brent Thomas as co-recipients of the 2019 Firefighter of the Year Award that will be presented to them later this month at the annual Civic Awards ceremony. Keep keeping us safe.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A company by the name of Canadian Premium Sand has proposed a major frac sand mining operation on the shores of Lake Winnipeg. Many people living close to the site, as well as many Winnipeggers, are concerned about the impact of this project on Lake Winnipeg and the highways between it and the city. While the provincial environmental assessment process is underway, the information on the project comes from a 2014 technical report with a number of apparent inconsistencies. In fact, the company announced in January it will be releasing an update to all financial and feasibility information previously released in a report that will replace and supersede the previous report. The Federal Minister of the Environment has the power to trigger her own assessment process, one that could be based on the latest information. Manitobans deserve clear, reliable answers to their concerns before the project is allowed to move ahead. Responsible regulators should ensure that their decision-making is based on accurate and timely information. So I call on the Minister to implement her own thorough review process, one based on the best and latest information.
Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Home to many charities and not-for-profits serving Edmonton. One of them is the Our House Addiction Recovery Centre. Our House runs a vital year-long residential program for addicts. They discovered massive mold issues in their kitchen and had to renovate and replace the refrigerators. They faced a crisis, though, as they had no money for the renovations and were at risk for shutting down. Now, I reached out to the Liberal government, and you know what they offered? Nothing. Wow. Yet somehow the Liberals found $12 million to give to Loblaws and the Weston family. Now, the Westons are Canada's second richest family. The 1% of the 1% of the 1% aren't even close to their wealth. So I have to ask, What in the world is wrong with the Liberals that they would give money to billionaires for a photo op but deny funding to our most needy? The Liberals have obviously lost the moral compass. October cannot come soon enough.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, from April 7th to 13th, we mark Volunteer Week 2019 to thank the volunteers for their contributions to our communities.
Volunteer factor, lifting communities. Volunteers make a big difference for people who need it the most. Their generosity, their time, and their cheerfulness greatly contribute to the well-being of our community. Je remercie les Canadiens.
I thank Canadians, young and old, for their commitment and desire to improve our communities. Thank you to
Sabatino, Nico and George Tamaras, Mario Pecora, Rosaria Rosini, Veronique et Erika Licursi, Guy Philippe Elou. Merci de
Thank you for volunteering your time and energy. Thank you for your unfailing commitment. Thank you for lifting our communities up.
The best way to fund yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others.
Oh, well done.
Questions orales. Oral questions. Honorable.
The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, we have a Prime Minister who is involved in political interference in our justice system. A Prime Minister who's denied the truth. A Prime Minister who's tried to intimidate people. A Prime Minister who's tried to silence everyone who has a different viewpoint than him. If this Prime Minister has even a little bit of courage, just a little bit, then will he agree to act on his threat of legal action and commence proceedings so that we can finally know the truth about this issue? Or is he just afraid of testifying under oath? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, we know that Canadians need to hear the truth, and that is exactly why the Prime Minister had the courage to ensure that he would waive cabinet confidence and solicitor-client privilege. That's why Canadians were able to hear the truth. And yes, Mr. Speaker, we sent a letter to the Leader of the Opposition. We put him on notice because he is continuing to say things that should not be said, and that is exactly why he retracted his tweets. The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Order. Mr. Speaker, for 4 days we've been in this House asking this question to the Prime Minister. We want to know if he will act on his threat of legal action. We've asking again and again, but he hasn't changed his version. Every day he says the same thing. Our leader has repeated what he said before, and all the Prime Minister is doing is engaging in intimidation and trying to silence people who think differently than him. Will he have the courage to act on his threat of legal action so that we can finally hear the whole truth? Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians need to hear the truth. That is exactly why all facts are now public. And, Mr. Speaker, we've taken the first step in this process. That's why we sent a letter to the Leader of the Opposition. He continues to make false and misleading statements to Canadians. After he received the notice, he changed the words that he used. He deleted his tweets and online statements. He has already responded with his action.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
When the Prime Minister threatened to sue the Leader of the Opposition for daring to criticize his actions on the Liberal SNC-Lavalin scandal, he thought he could pressure the Conservative leader into backing down. Instead, the Conservative leader continues to state, inside and outside of the House, that the Prime Minister inappropriately interfered in an ongoing criminal proceeding and then conspired to cover it up. If the Prime Minister actually believes he has a case, when will we see him in court?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Official Opposition was put on notice, and after he received that notice, the Leader of the Official Opposition opposition quickly deleted tweets from online. He changed the words that he has been using. So even though they talk a big game, they say that there's been no effects of this notice that was provided to them. We have already seen that they have deleted tweets, but Mr. Speaker, this was not the first time they did this. After the Minister of Innovation had put the leader of the official opposition on notice, he had retracted his comments at that time and deleted those tweets as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is threatening to sue the Conservative leader for stating that the former Attorney General told the Prime Minister that she was feeling inappropriate political pressure from him. The only problem with that strategy is that the Prime Minister has now admitted that the former Attorney General did warn him about his inappropriate political pressure to his face and in person. So the Prime Minister is threatening to sue for something he now says is true.
Yes.
Threatening to sue is weak sauce if you don't back it up. So when will we see him in court?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives' only plan is to mislead Canadians.
Yes.
And that's exactly why when they did it earlier this year, the Minister of Innovation had put the Leader of the Official Opposition on notice. The Leader of the Official Opposition retracted those comments, deleted those tweets. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives once again continue to mislead Canadians. So the Prime Minister put the Leader of the Official Opposition on notice. What did the Leader of the Official Opposition do on March 31st? He deleted those tweets. The only plan Conservatives have is to mislead Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Chilliwack Hope. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have put the Conservative leader on notice. He's repeated the exact same statement outside of this House, and now he's calling on the Prime Minister to take further action, come before a court, go on the stand. If he has nothing to hide, if he stands by everything in his threatening letter to sue the Leader of the Opposition, I ask again, when will we see him in court?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Yes, the Leader of the Official Opposition was put on notice. And after he received notice, Mr. Speaker, he deleted those tweets. He and his team, they went back probably to their office. They revisited some wording. With their new wording is exactly what they are repeating. They will not repeat the comments that they deleted after they received notice. That is a fact. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable member for Burnaby South.
According to Maclean's, the Ethics Commissioner has become a useful fig leaf for Liberals keen to shut down further discussions. Harper Conservatives drafted a weak ethics bill, but it's Liberals using it as cover to avoid answering questions. Liberals will be under the microscope when the anti-bribery groups meet in June. Will the Prime Minister assure OECD officials that Liberals will not interfere with Canada's top prosecutor taking corporate corruption to court?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would encourage that member to revisit his wording because I know he would never undermine the work of officers of Parliament. And if all of a sudden the NDP is taking that approach, they are even closer to the Conservatives than I even realized. We will never undermine the work of officers of Parliament. When it comes to the conflict of interest and ethics commissioner, yes, there is an ongoing investigation in this matter. Yes, we have confidence in our institutions. We know that there is an ongoing court case. We know that the Justice Committee did their important work. We, I guess, only on this side have respect for our institutions. Thank you.
Order. I'm having great trouble hearing the answer. Order. Well, we all want to hear the question and the answer, of course.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Canadians are concerned. They see this Prime Minister ignoring questions about the scandal, and they want to know what happened. And they're not the only ones concerned. The OECD has warned Canada that they are watching how the Liberal government is handling this entire affair. People want the truth. When will the Prime Minister launch a public inquiry? Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, in March, the Minister spoke with the chair of the OECD working group, And it was confirmed that we are going to be fully cooperating with the OECD's work and that we fully support their work. Canada is a fervent defender of the international order and a rules-based international order. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. It's increasingly clear that this Prime Minister defends big companies rather than ordinary people. Last year, people were horrified to learn that the big banks were aggressively pushing sales of products that people didn't need. But we've learned that the situation was worse, and that the Liberal government actually watered down the report on the subject. Worse, they gave the opportunity to the big banks to sugarcoat it even further. When will the Prime Minister admit that he is there to help rich companies rather than ordinary people?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman has drawn the wrong conclusion. As a matter of fact, as a result of the report, we have introduced legislation which prohibits the banks from providing misleading information, prohibits the banks from exerting undue pressure, requires the banks to have a policy in place to make consumers receive the products that are appropriate to them, and increases the penalties on the banks from $500,000 to $10 million.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Since we launched our Lower Cell Phone Bill campaign, we have been swamped from stories of mistreated Canadians. Now we learn the agency tasked with protecting Canadians from the banks changed their report on aggressive sales tactics because the banks asked. Even a requirement that banks work in the best interest of consumers was removed. Experts say this shows a cozy relationship between banks, the agency, and the Liberal government. Why is this government supporting billionaire banks and not Canadians?
Hear, hear. Public safety. Mr. Speaker, in both official languages, he's still wrong. As a result of the work investigating this situation, the government introduced legislation that prohibits the banks from providing misleading information. It prohibits the banks from exerting undue pressure. It requires the banks to have policies in place to make sure consumers receive the products that are appropriate to them, and it increases the penalties on the banks from $500,000 to $10 million. Parliament decides.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
The Prime Minister was accused of strong-arming the former Attorney General to interfere in a criminal prosecution. He denied it. She provided proof. Then the Prime Minister was accused of firing her for refusing to interfere. Again, he denied it. Again, she provided proof. The Prime Minister was accused of being aware that the former Attorney General raised her concerns with the officials at the PMO. He denied it, and again, she provided proof. Does the Prime Minister realize that if he repeats these denials in the court of law, he will be charged with perjury?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, all of the facts on this matter are public, and they're public because the Prime Minister provided an unprecedented waiver. He waived solicitor-client privilege as well as cabinet confidence so that Canadians can decide for themselves. And I know the Conservatives believe that they have to decide for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives will continue to represent Conservatives. The Conservatives will continue to focus on us. We will focus on all Canadians. And that's exactly why Canada is better off today than it was under 10 years of Stephen Harper. But, Mr. Speaker, we have a lot more work to do, and I encourage us to start talking about policy that matters.
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, she's right. Canadians do know the facts. The Prime Minister said the Globe and Mail allegations of pressure on the Attorney General were false. We now know that's not true. He said the former Attorney General never came to him to speak of her concerns. We now know that's not true. He said it was all about protecting jobs, but we know now that's also not true. Does the Prime Minister realize that if he repeats these falsehoods in court, he will be charged with perjury?
House Leader.
Perhaps I can help honourable members out. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives said that the Justice Committee will not meet. That turned out to be false. Conservatives said that witnesses won't get to appear. That turned out to be false. Conservatives said that the Prime Minister won't waive solicitor-client privilege or cabinet confidence. That turned out to be false. All facts are public for Canadians to hear. Canadians deserve to get to hear the truth, and that's exactly why all matters from Justice Committee on this issue were in public. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, on February 7th, the Prime Minister said that this whole story and everything that the former Attorney General said was false. But today, Canadians, the media, and worse, the entire Liberal caucus knows the truth. Does the Prime Minister realize that he would be guilty of perjury if he said the same things in court? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time that the Conservative leader and his party have misled Canadians with false and defamatory statements. And, Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time that we had to send a letter to put the official opposition leader on notice, because he continues to say false things. In December, in February, and now in March, they retracted and deleted statements and tweets because they realized they had to have at least a little bit of respect. Maybe not a lot, but a little bit of respect for our institutions. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I would remind the Government House Leader that the letter of notice sent to the opposition leader has to do with a statement on March 29th, and that absolutely nothing was changed in that statement. And in fact, the opposition leader reaffirmed his statement publicly before the media. But the Prime Minister says things that aren't true. So is he ready to come to the court to say them again, knowing that he'll be perjured? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, on a number of occasions now, the leader of the opposition, the Conservative leader, has been forced to delete tweets and change the words that he used in his statements. He changed the words that he's used, and now he is repeating the words that he previously changed. But the facts are clear. After the opposition leader received a letter from the Prime Minister and from the Minister of Innovation, he deleted his tweets and he changed the words that he was using because he knows very well that we could take action against him.
For Lakeland. Order.
Sir, the Prime Minister's letter was about the opposition leader's statement. It has nothing to do with tweets. And the Prime Minister said over and over that no one ever warned him that his pressure to interfere in the criminal prosecution of SNC-Lavalin was political interference and was wrong. But last week, he himself admitted that on September 17th, the former Attorney General directly advised him in person to back off. And so now, even though he caught himself in his own words, he still threatens to sue the leader of the opposition. Does the Prime Minister know that if he repeats his initial denials in court, he will commit perjury?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Speaker, the first step in any situation, as they are referring to, is to put the leader of the official opposition on notice. And Mr. Speaker, we have now put the leader of the official opposition on notice on numerous times. Canadians can rest assured that we will not stand idly by while these conservatives continue to mislead Canadians, and that's exactly, we provided them notice, and what did the leader of the official opposition do? He deleted tweets, he retracted online statements, because he knows very well that the notice he was served has consequences. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to remind the Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier and other members that each party and each member needs to wait their turn to speak. Now it is up to the Honourable Member for Lakeland.
The opposition leader didn't retract any statements, and in fact, he repeated every single word yesterday. And Conservatives, we look forward to the Prime Minister testifying in court under oath, where he can't control the process, he can't control the people, and he can't shut it down like he killed 2 investigations. And for once in his life, he'll have to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So does he actually have the backbone to set a date? And when will we see him in court?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Answered that question now on numerous occasions. They know very well that the leader of the official opposition was put on notice. They know very well that he has deleted tweets and retracted comments. But what do, Mr. Speaker? They continue to mislead Canadians. And they mislead Canadians, Mr. Speaker, because they have no plan for the environment. They have no plan for the economy. But what they do have, they have a plan to mislead Canadians. And that's exactly why, when it comes to programs and services available to Canadians, they choose to mislead Canadians by refusing to admit that there is a climate action incentive. Luckily, they cannot do that in New Brunswick, but they sure did.
The member for Essex.
As much as this Prime Minister wants to change the channel, Canadians still want the truth on his political interference in the prosecution of SNC-Lavalin. The Prime Minister says that he has full confidence in committees. You know, the same ones that Liberals have shut down debate on. Well, the OECD isn't letting it go, and that's why they referred the case to their working group on bribery. The Prime Minister's word isn't going to cut it. This is a stain on Canada's international reputation. Will the Prime Minister save us the embarrassment and launch a public, independent inquiry?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Canada-U.S. Relations.
March, the Minister spoke with the chair of the OECD Working Group. She confirmed to him that we are committed to fully cooperating with the work of the OECD and that we fully support their good work. Canada is a strong supporter of the OECD and the rules-based international order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay. Order.
So my mom calls me and she says, did the Prime Minister really give $12 million to Galen Weston to fix his fringes instead of seniors, that they give it to a company that cheats families out of bread? Now that's my mom. She's a miner's daughter. She grew up in a different middle class than the Prime Minister. So I say, but Mom, it's about lobbying. It's about who you know in the PMO. So will the Prime Minister explain why two Loblaws lobbyists attended an exclusive Cash for Access event with him and senior staff of the Minister of Environment? Can they explain that to my mom?
Order. We're not going to hear the answer unless we have a chance to do so. Order. I'm sure the honourable member who asked the question wants to hear the answer. I trust other members will let that happen. Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, any serious climate plan is going to involve investments in energy efficiency. The project in question involves a $36 million investment from the company. Is going to allow them to replace fridges in over 370 stores, which will have the equivalent impact of taking 50,000 cars off the road. This decision was based on science, facts, and evidence, and the advice of our department. With respect to the honourable member's mother, I'd be happy to point her to the investments in Budget 2019 that will help make homes more efficient, that will save her money, and do the right thing by the environment.
The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, we now know that the Department of National Defence used code names to avoid providing evidence in Vice Admiral Mark Norman's trial. And since October, the Prime Minister has failed to comply with a court order to provide all documents, emails, memos, texts from Gerald Butts, Michael Wernick, Katie Telford, and Zita Astravas. Will the Prime Minister release all documents today and ensure Mark Norman gets a fair trial?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, the prosecution in question is being handled by the Public Prosecution Service of Canada, which operates independently from the Department of Justice and from my office. Mr. Speaker, Counsel for the Attorney General of Canada is fulfilling all of its obligations to the court with respect to third-party records applications. We are cooperating, Mr. Speaker, but it would be improper for me to comment on anything further as it's before the courts.
For Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
And yet, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister continues to do everything to politically interfere and frustrate Mark Norman's ability to get a fair trial. He won't comply with court orders to provide documents, and when he does, they're completely reacted. Even worse, he won't pay Mark Norman's legal fees, hindering his ability to mount an effective defense. Did the Prime Minister or any current or former cabinet minister or any PMO staff discuss influencing the timing of Mark Norman's trial?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
As I just stated, the government is meeting all of its obligations with respect to third-party records applications. All documents requested from the priority individuals identified by the defense in February have already been provided to the court. And Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the reimbursement of legal expenses, the Treasury Board policy on legal assistance and indemnification is being followed appropriately throughout.
Honorable député.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-Séchemin-Lévis. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals tried to prevent the Davis shipyard from having the Asterix shipyard, and then they backed off. We know that Vice Admiral Norman was laid off with no explanation in January 2017, and he hasn't had any of his legal fees covered since then. How can the government justify that a respected soldier is not having his legal fees covered when the taxpayers are paying for the Prime Minister's legal team? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I just said in English, the Treasury Board policy has been followed, and that's what we're doing.
Honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, Vice Admiral Mark Norman is a 38-year, highly decorated member of the Canadian Forces and was Vice Chair of the Defence Staff. He served this country with honor and dignity. The least these Liberals could do is give him a shot at a fair trial, but they won't release the documents to his lawyers so he can mount a proper defense. And they're hoping that he runs out of money before the end of the trial. The Prime Minister has no problem undermining the rule of law. When will the Prime Minister quit manipulating these court proceedings and allow the Vice Admiral a fair trial?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Speaker, as I've stated, Counsel to the Attorney General of Canada is fulfilling all of its obligations before the court with respect to third-party applications for records. Mr. Speaker, all the documents that have been requested by the so-called priority individuals identified by the defense in February have been provided to the court. And Mr. Speaker, with respect to the reimbursement of legal expenses, the Treasury Board policy on legal assistance and indemnification has been applied rigorously.
The member for Windsor West.
We learned that the finance minister and the big banks worked together to skew a report that proved banks have predatory practices and abuse their own customers. Banks misled consumers by lying about credit card fees, mortgage rates, and banking fees, to name a few. Instead of protecting consumers, the Liberals decided to protect the banks by editing the report and trying to cover up the truth. This is shameful. Wow. Canadians are tired of this Liberal government being an apologist for consumer abuse, manipulation, and exploitation. The Minister of Public Safety bragged about fines and penalties. Does he actually have the courage to act on them?
Yeah. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the contrary, and nothing could be further from the truth than what the member just said. We took the report very seriously and went forward with measures to prohibit banks from providing misleading information to customers, prohibit banks from exerting undue pressure on consumers to buy products or services, require banks to have policies in place to make sure consumers receive products that are appropriate for them, and increase penalties for banks from $500,000 to $10 million, something the Conservatives failed to do for 10 years. And Mr. Speaker, may I remind the NDP, they voted against these measures.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. This is not the Minister of Finance have influenced the agency that's supposed to oversee banks. This is unacceptable. Do we really think that the bank's watchdog will bite its own hand that feeds it? People are fed up with seeing the Liberals siding with the banks and not with us. The government is letting banks rip off consumers, and the Prime Minister is turning a blind eye to it. When will the Prime Minister wear the pants, stand up to big Canadian banks, and work in the interests of Canadians? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, over the past 3 years, we have put forward measures to protect Canadian consumers. And for 10 years under Stephen Harper, this wasn't even on their mind. I'd like to remind him what I said in French. We proposed recent years, well, we've been banning banks from providing misleading information to their customers, and we've increased the fines for banks to $10,000.
Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I was particularly shocked yesterday when I heard that the Conservative chose to mislead their constituents in their partisan taxpayer-funded tax guide. This partisan guide left out information on important elements such as Canada Child Benefit and Climate Action Incentive Rebate. Really? It left out information on money to which their constituents are entitled to. Does the Minister of National Revenue agree that purpose...
Order. The honourable member used the phrase chose to mislead. This is very close to deliberately mislead. I'd like him to withdraw that phrase and withdraw that phrase. I apologize for that phrase.
Does the Minister of National Revenue agree that the purposely hiding important...
Order. I heard the member apologize. His microphone was not on at the time. I'm going to give him another opportunity, and then we'll go to the Minister. The Honourable Member. Order.
I'd like to apologize and withdraw purposely.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for raising this concerning issue. It's unacceptable that Conservatives choose to mislead Canadians on how to access their
Order. Hello.
Order. Order. Misleading the House is not non-parliamentary, but saying that it was done deliberately is non-parliamentary. So you said that they chose to mislead. This is not parliamentary. So I'll ask the Honourable Minister to take the comment back and to apologize.
I'm so sorry. My English is not really good. Families that...
Hello.
Order, please. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Larable. Mr. Speaker, for more than a month, the Prime Minister and his lack of inaction has cost a lot for canola farmers. And this is the worst crisis that some families have seen in 100 years. Farmers have said that Canadian farmers are paying for these policies. We've been expecting a response for 10 days. This is very urgent. What is the PM doing? He's waiting. Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister stand up to China and finally defend canola producers? The Honourable Minister of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to hear my colleague is finally interested in canola, because this crisis has been going on for more than a month, and I'm working very intensely with my colleagues, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, among others, on this file, and we're working very closely with industry, with our colleagues from the province, and I am going to ask to receive a technical delegation to inspect the food.
Mountain View.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian producers need assurances that the Liberals will support them and our world-class canola as the crisis with China gets worse. Farmers know that this is a political issue and one that needs to be resolved immediately. The Liberals' lack of action demonstrates their contempt for Western Canadian farmers and the importance of the canola sector to the Canadian economy. When will the Prime Minister demonstrate leadership and take action to stand up for canola farmers?
The Minister of Agriculture.
I'm glad that finally my Conservative colleague care for canola farmers, because we care for more than a month now. I work closely with the industry, with our colleagues from the provinces. I visited the West provinces. I've asked my Chinese colleague to accept the delegation, a technical delegation that will be headed by the president of the CFI. Mr. Speaker, I really care. I understand the issue, and we were working hard as a team to resolve it as soon as possible.
Hello.
Order, please.
Excited for the Easter Bunny coming soon, but we've got to settle down a little bit. Order. On the
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. The PM's lack of leadership has led his government to fail on all international trade fronts. Again today, steels and aluminum tariffs are still in place. Compensation has been provided at a slow drip. And we have to bear in mind safeguard measures will end on April 27th. The situation is critical, and how come the PN signed the trade agreement without putting an end to these tariffs? The Honorable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, these illegal and unjustified U.S. tariffs must be ended. U.S. legislators, both Democratic and Republican, have asked Mr. Lighthizer to end these tariffs, and roughly 10 U.S. industrials have asked these tariffs to be ended as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Niagara West.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives launched the most ambitious trade agenda this country has ever seen. Trans-Pacific Partnership was a conservative deal. Free trade with Europe was a conservative deal. Updated trade with Israel, a conservative deal. And the Prime Minister's record? Well, negotiations with the U.S., he delivered losses. Steel and aluminum tariffs, still in place. Softwood lumber, no deal. Our canola farmers, no solution. So with the Liberals so focused on their scandals, when will they be able to get something done in trade?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of International Trade, Diversification.
Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. They haven't asked a single question on trade for the last few months, and I'm happy to engage them in this debate on this issue. Today, Canada is the only country in the G7 that has a free trade agreement with all G7 countries. Our government, under our Prime Minister and the Minister of International Trade, as diversifying trade, investing in Canadian businesses, making sure that we're creating wealth.
We need assistance for a member. Medical assistance. We will suspend for a few moments. Members who brought assistance to the member. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of our colleagues, I want to wish my colleague the best, and I look forward to engaging my colleague in further debate on international trade, but our government is committed in supporting businesses to create wealth and create jobs for all Canadians all across Canada.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, the OECD has called for greater aid for the middle class. This is not surprising when we know that 1 out of every 2 people is just $200 away from insolvency. And what are the Liberals doing to help these people? They're giving $12 million of our money to Loblaws, a billionaire company that racks up profits so it can buy refrigerators. We're talking about a company that refuses to pay workers a decent salary and to provide them with decent conditions. Is this the Liberals' plan to keep helping the rich instead of supporting our seniors and families?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Environment.
On the one hand, the NDP say they support investments in energy efficiencies, but as soon as a Liberal government makes these investments, they seem to oppose them. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this plan was awarded after an application process where the department indicated it would return one of the greatest returns on investment in terms of reducing emissions. The company's putting forward $36 million. It'll have the equivalent impact of taking 50,000 cars off the road. If she's concerned about affordability, I look forward to her support for Budget 2019, which is going to continue to put more money in the pockets of middle-class families.
Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can think of a lot of small businesses across this country that would certainly appreciate a little bit of help. It's more of the same from this Liberal government. They continue to stand up for rich corporations while everyone else has a hard time making ends meet. Seniors cannot afford their medication. When will this government stand up for them instead of companies like Loblaws? Scott from my riding wrote the minister requesting when his new fridge would arrive to help him become more environmentally friendly. The Liberals don't get it, but my constituents certainly do. When will this government stand up for Canadians and spend money on supporting them?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Health, pardon me.
is the National Pharmacare Program. Our government wants to ensure that we have a plan, and we want to ensure that we get it right. That's why that I was very pleased that we launched the Advisory Council on the implementation of a National Pharmacare Program. This committee has been working for the past year. We've received the report last month, and I'm looking forward to receiving their final report later on this June. I have to say, one of the key recommendations that they made in the interim report was to make sure that we put in place a Canadian Drug Agency, and I was pleased to say that in Budget 2019, the money is available to start that work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Carleton.
This Prime Minister has a golden rule. Those with the gold make the rules. Yes. When SNC-Lavalin was charged with stealing $130 million from Libya's poor, he rushed in to block them from having to go to trial. When Loblaw's billionaires ripped off the poor by fixing the price of bread and ripped off taxpayers by stashing their cash in the Caribbean, the Prime Minister said, here's $12 million for your efforts. Why does the Prime Minister always take from the have-nots to give to the have-yachts?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
It's a curious argument coming from the member opposite who voted against the Canada Child Benefit, which put more money in the pockets of 9 in 10 Canadian families. And that he voted against a tax cut for the middle class and voted against raising taxes on the wealthiest 1%. The fact is our environmental plan has over 50 measures, including putting a price on pollution that'll put $307 in the pockets of his constituents. I look forward to seeing him campaign on a commitment to take that money away. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, Canadians will have a choice to support a government that is serious about climate action or a government that opposes reasonable steps every step along the way.
Honourable member for Carleton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians will have a choice between the son of a working-class family who will stand up for ordinary Canadians and let them get ahead, or the trust fund Prime Minister who will protect millionaires like himself by upholding their loopholes and forking over endless sums of taxpayers' money. Speaking of which, when it comes to SNC-Lavalin, the decision is still not final. The Prime Minister interfered to try and get the company off of charges. Will he now respect the decision of the prosecutor and promise that no Liberal politician will sign a deal to block the trial?
Hear, hear. Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I want to quickly provide a quote that I haven't provided for a while now, but the Director of Public Prosecution Service confirmed that prosecutors, quote, exercise their discretion independently and free from any political or partisan consideration. That member is lacking confidence in our institutions. I can confirm to him once again, as was provided at testimony at the Justice Committee, the rule of law is intact in Canada. Our institutions are intact. Canadians can have confidence in them, and that member should stop misleading Canadians.
Order. Before I go to the member for Carleton, I have to advise him to be judicious and avoid personal attacks.
We have full confidence in the Director of Public Prosecutions. That's why we think she should be allowed to make the decision on prosecuting SNC-Lavalin. This government refuses to guarantee that that will happen. They've interfered in this case. They've interfered in the Norman case. And now we know that they implicated the RCMP for 9 months in orchestrating the Prime Minister's illegal vacation to Billionaire Island. That vacation might have violated sections of the Criminal Code, which the RCMP would be responsible for investigating. Wow. How can Canadians be sure that there has been an independent vetting of this issue given the past...
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the facts of the matter are that the RCMP are completely independent in their decisions about any investigation or prosecution, and any suggestion that a member of Parliament should in any way influence that decision-making process with our police forces is absolutely wrong and false.
Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mr. Speaker, our government knows that it will take a bold, ambitious, and inventive new vision to address the challenges we face today. Indeed, the urgency of action on climate change is clear, especially in Canada's northern and remote communities, who see the effects of this every single day. We know that reducing our reliance on diesel power generation will play a key role in the transition to a greener future. Can the Minister update this House on investments our government is making to reduce our reliance on diesel in off-grid and remote communities? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would like to thank the member from Northumberland, Peterborough South, for her question and for her hard work. It is clear that best solutions for combating climate change in the rural and remote indigenous communities come from the people who live there. That is why our government is investing more than $3.5 million in 2 indigenous projects owned and operated by Nihat Guachin Development Corporation. Investments like these create jobs, cut energy costs, and protect the environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, Loblaws is a billion-dollar company that is owned by the second richest family in the country. This is the same company that rigged bread prices for 16 years. Whoa. They really don't need handouts from a tax and spend Liberal government. Now the Prime Minister, our reverse Robin Hood, is giving this company $12 million to buy what? New fridges, while raising taxes on struggling Canadian families. Why is it always with these Liberals that they're giving to the rich and robbing ordinary Canadians?
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
A number of times. The fact is, every step of the way, the Conservatives are opposed to meaningful action on climate change. Mr. Speaker, our plan includes putting a price on pollution that's going to put more money in the pockets of Canadian families. It includes phasing out coal by 2030. It includes having 90% of our electricity generated from green resources by 2030. And yes, it includes investing in energy efficiency. In my own province of Nova Scotia in October, I personally made an announcement through the Low Carbon Economy Fund that would help homeowners make themselves more efficient and bring down their power bills, including by implementing a rebate on fridges for personal use. Mr. Speaker, we're taking climate change seriously.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East. Order.
Liberals called out the Conservatives for cozying up to white nationalist Faith Godey. But now the Prime Minister wants to close our border to asylum seekers who are fleeing persecution and violence with a law that prevents them from being able to apply for protection in Canada. Right. When Faith Godey supports the Liberal immigration policy, you know that you're on the wrong side of the issue. By hiding it in a 392-page omnibus bill and refusing to refer it to the Immigration Committee, the Prime Minister is trying to sneak through this shameful law. Will the Prime Minister stop talking out of both sides of his mouth and withdraw this legislation?
Honourable Minister of Border Security.
Our government remains committed to a fair refugee system that provides protection to those who need it most, protects the safety of all Canadians, and keeps our borders secure. On the well-established international principle of asylum primacy, we wish to encourage all those who truly need protection to seek asylum at the first possible opportunity. And the measures that we are proposing are part of a broader package included in Budget 2019, which is aimed at ensuring that people who genuinely need asylum receive it quickly and efficiently. And I wish to assure the member that every claimant will have access.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East and the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby know that after a question is asked, they should listen to the question, the answer. They may not like it. I can't promise them that. That's not for the Speaker to rule on or to comment on. But in fact, I'd ask them to remember to listen and wait their turn before they speak. The Honourable Member for Don Valley North.
Mr. Speaker, from pioneering satellite communications technologies to building a Canadarm and space-based radar systems, Canada has been making key contributions to space science and technology for over 6 decades. Can the Minister update this House on our efforts to foster our future astronaut, engineers and scientists so that Canada continue to benefit from opportunities in the space economy? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Colleague from Don Valley North for his question. Notre gouvernement a publié une nouvelle.
Our government published a new space strategy based on innovation and exploration. It will take advantage of our strengths and putting forward strength in science and innovation. Our space strategy will also take inspiration from youth to try and get them to get interested in technology. And our government is making sure that we have jobs for tomorrow in Canada.
For Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
An illegal vacation to a billionaire island. Inviting a convicted terrorist to India.
destroying relations with our most important trading partners, attempting to politically interfere with a criminal prosecution, countless ethics violations, and an attitude that the rules and the law don't apply to him. Like so many Liberals before him, this Prime Minister's record is scandal and failure, with serious consequences for Canadians. How come when it comes to the Prime Minister and his friends, they're taken care of, but ordinary Canadians are not?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, that member just demonstrated once again that the last people the Conservatives seem to be cared about is all Canadians. So let's speak about our record. Over almost 300,000 children lifted out of poverty. Over 800,000 Canadians lifted out of poverty. 950,000 jobs created by Canadians. Trading relationships with each of the 7 G7 countries, trading deals that we have today. Mr. Speaker, lower taxes on middle-class Canadians by raising them on the wealthiest 1% of Canadians. A climate plan that's showing results.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, when I asked the Prime Minister a question yesterday, he said we should never legitimize discrimination against Canadians. And as if Quebec's bill on government secularism was discriminatory. This bill makes rules for us all. This is not discrimination. These rules will be the same for everyone. Is the Prime Minister accusing the Quebec government and millions of Quebecers who support this bill of being discriminatory? Is this how low the Liberals have stooped? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, we have always defended and will continue to defend the fundamental rights of every Canadian. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms protects everyone's rights. We cannot pick and choose who we protect and who we don't. Our position, Mr. Speaker, is clear. It's not up to the state to dictate to people what they can or cannot wear, regardless of their beliefs. The honourable member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, it's up to Quebecers to decide what's good for them, regardless of what the PM thinks. The secularism of the Quebec state will be decided in Quebec City, not in Ottawa, not by this House, which refuses to condemn the shameful statements of the Mayor of Hampstead, who compared the secularism bill to ethnic cleansing. Will the Minister of Justice respect the will of Quebecers and commit to not challenging Bill 21 or supporting a court challenge to it? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, I'm a Quebecer, and I have the right to provide my opinion on this. Mr. Speaker, we strongly condemn the use of such inflammatory speech as the Mayor has done. It is hurtful for those who have suffered atrocities, and as the Prime Minister has already said, we don't need to be extreme. As Quebecers, we can express our disagreement with this bill without going too far.
Earlier this week, I received a call from Chief Leo Friday of Kasheshawan First Nation. 10 days from now, more than 2,000 people from this community will be forced to leave their homes in the annual evacuation process. The Chief is concerned about the resilience of the dike, and there are legitimate fears of severe flooding. Our country spends millions of dollars annually for evacuations and for repairing flood damage in homes. When can we expect a serious commitment to funding the relocation that the community has been asking for years?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
I thank the honourable member for her question. Our commitment to long-term relocation plan has not changed. The member would know very well from her work as Minister of Indigenous Services and President of the Treasury Board the work that is underway to deliver on this commitment. We've made significant progress on priorities, such as the new modular school which will be built in the community in September. We're currently working with the First Nations to monitor the threat of flooding, conduct preliminary mitigation, and support them for a smooth transition to host communities.
Order. I believe the member for Employment is rising on a point of order. Minister for Employment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rarely rise on a point of order, but I felt compelled to do so today because I'm very disappointed in the mocking that my colleague received as she tried to answer in English. I'm especially disappointed in the member of Timmins, James Bay, who is supposedly the critic for ethics, who joined many of his colleagues across the aisle to mock her, and in fact said, "What's she going to do?" There's no one to write down her.
Okay.
He's right.
I thank the honourable member, although this does sound a little more, unfortunately, like debate to me, and it's hard to interpret what people react to and how they react, I must say. The honourable member, the honourable government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, today one of our colleagues in the House needed a helping hand, and I just wanted to take a minute to say thank you to every single member of Parliament, namely the Member of Parliament for Peace River, Westlock, the Member of Parliament for Oshawa, the Member of Parliament for Kitchener-Conestoga, the Member of Parliament for Markham-Stouffville, the Member of Parliament for Brampton West, for Toronto St. Paul's, Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley. This demonstrates that we all are human beings. We do care for each other. And I just wanted to say a wholehearted thank you from our side to yours. Thank you.
Thank the honourable government House Leader. I think Canadians who often see the strong feelings exhibited on both sides and the vigorous arguments that occur here would be gratified with the way that all members responded when one member was in medical distress. So I share the honourable government House Leader's comments and thank all members for their accommodation of that situation. The
honourable member for Longueuil on a point of order stemming from question period. Like the member for Oakville-Burlington, I echo her comments. I'd call for unanimous consent for a motion. On Tuesday, the National Assembly of Quebec unanimously passed a resolution from Catherine Fournier to recognize the work of creators in promoting culture and calling on the Government of Canada to modernize CRTC rules and broadcasting rules so that Quebec be better defended. This is a unanimous resolution of the National Assembly of Quebec, so I would call on the House for unanimous consent to support the following motion, that the resolution of the National Assembly be accepted and its request be forwarded so that the rules, CRTC rules, be adapted to the realities of our era. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of the House to move this motion? No, there's no unanimous consent.
For Vancouver East is rising on a point of order, rising on a question period.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Given that Canadians expect changes to our laws should be democratically and rigorously debated in the House of Commons, all parties in this House have spoken against the use of omnibus bills to hide changes in initiatives from scrutiny. C, the world's experiencing a global refugee crisis. And D, Lloyd Axworthy is condemning proposed changes contained in the omnibus budget bill to the asylum system, while Faith Godey is cheering them on. That, in the opinion of this House, A, Canada is at serious risk of being on the wrong side of history, and B, the government must immediately withdraw Part 4, Division 16 of Bill C-97 and table it as a standalone piece of legislation to ensure that Canada continues to live up to its obligations under international law.
I think the honourable member is seeking unanimous consent. I didn't hear that part, but I think she's seeking unanimous consent. That's correct. Okay. I see her nodding that she is seeking that. Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? No, there is no unanimous consent. The honourable
member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, during question period, the Agriculture Minister misled the House by suggesting that I only got interested in canola today. But I asked for unanimous consent to speak about this again because this is certainly not the first time I've asked for unanimous consent to hold an emergency debate on canola. Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House? No, no unanimous consent.
Glanbrook, I believe, is rising on a point of order, rising out of question period.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. It was very similar to my colleagues. Since the Agriculture Minister said she was seized with the matter now, she was fully aware of the matter, that finally our colleagues on the Liberal benches would agree with us to have an emergency debate.
I think we already know the answer to that, and we're getting into debate a bit here. The honourable member for Mechanical Ram is very keen on me trying that again, but I don't think I can do that. And now I think it's a time for the usual Thursday question. The honourable member for Chilliwack Hope.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on behalf of the official opposition, we certainly do want to send our best wishes to the member for Oakville North Burlington, and do also thank everyone who came to her aid. At that time, it was good to see her walk out of the House under her own strength, Mr. Speaker. I do want to take this opportunity to wish everyone happy Easter during our time away, and I would like to ask the Government House Leader if she can give to this House the projected order of business for the remainder of this week, and then for the week following our 2 weeks in our constituencies.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this afternoon we will resume debate at second reading of Bill C-97, the Budget Implementation Act 2019. Tomorrow we will continue with debate on the BIA.
Monday, when we return after 2 weeks in our ridings, it will be an opposition day. On Tuesday, we will resume debate at second reading of the BIA.
Myself also want to reiterate the comments of the Conservative Whip on behalf of Prime Minister, as well as the Government of Canada, to all members and all Canadians celebrating Happy Easter. Thank you.
Agreed. Now I believe the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader wishes to offer an argument in relation to a question of privilege.
Quickly, Mr. Speaker, I rise to respond to the question of privilege raised by the Honourable Member from Chilliwack Hope on April 10th, 2019, with respect to statements made by the Minister of National Revenue. My honourable colleague argued that by stating on numerous occasions that 1,300 new auditors were hired, the minister willfully misled the House. In his argument, the honourable opposition member quoted an article from the Journal de Montreal published on April 5th, 2019, and argued that since the total number of auditors grew from 6,265 to 6,457 since January 1st, 2016, then the 1,300 number is erroneous, and consequently the minister had misled the House. Mr. Speaker, House of Commons Procedures and Practices, 3rd edition, states at page 516, and I would quote, "In most instances when a point of order or a question of privilege has been raised in regard to a response to an oral question, the Speaker has ruled that the matter is a disagreement among members over the facts surrounding the issue, and as such it is a matter of debate and not a breach of the rules or privilege." Mr. Speaker, the facts are clear. Looking at the numbers, we see that in 2016, 440 new auditors were hired. In 2017, 394, and finally in 2018, 555. This brings us to the 1,389 new auditors between January 1st, 2016 and January 1st, 2019, which is consistent with what the minister has been saying inside and outside the House. As such, I believe that this is a dispute as to the facts and does not constitute a prima facie question of privilege. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his arguments, and I will come back to the House in due course. Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-97, Budget Implementation Act 2019, number 1, and on the amendment of Ms. Gladue.
There are 11 minutes remaining in the speech by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to come back to what I was discussing earlier about the Budget Implementation Act. And I was talking about the importance of having skilled labor and giving opportunities to Canadians to acquire those skills on a labor market which is rapidly evolving.
Technology is changing the nature of work today, and very quickly. For Canadian workers, that represents a new challenge. How can they get the training they need to keep the jobs that they have currently? Canadian workers need to have a greater ability to be able to adapt over the course of their career. They need to be able to improve their skills, and they need to be able to do that through training programs and through benefits such as the Canada Workers Benefit. We'll be working with the provinces and the territories to set new work standards or new types of leave so that workers can take leave for that training.
Canada's seniors have more money in their pockets when they retire. After a lifetime of raising children, supporting their families, and building strong communities and growing the economy, we want our seniors to know that they are not forgotten. Canadian seniors deserve a secure and dignified retirement, free of financial worries. With Budget 2019, our government is making new investments to help make retirement more financially secure for more Canadians. For instance, many older Canadians want to stay active and involved in their communities through work. However, they face significant reductions in their Guaranteed Income Supplement, or GIS, or allowance benefits for each dollar of income above the current $3,500 earnings exemption. And those who are self-employed don't have access to the current exemption. Therefore, with Bill C-97, our government proposes to enhance the GIS earnings exemption by providing a full or partial exemption on up to $15,000 and extending it to self-employment income. That means more money in the pockets of eligible working seniors. We also want to make sure that our seniors do not live in isolation, especially when faced with ageism or poor health. To combat this, Budget 2019 will further its support to the New Horizons for Seniors program. The program supports projects that improve the quality of life for Canada's vulnerable seniors, creating more opportunities for seniors to be active in their communities. Specifically, Budget 2019 is proposing additional funding of $100 million over 5 years, with $20 million per year ongoing for the program.
Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, as we announced in Budget 2019 and in this bill, our government is bringing forward measures so that seniors have more money in their pockets and so that they can receive their benefits from the Canada Pension Plan. Under these changes, they will be proactively registered once they reach 70 years old or more as of 2020, but still have not asked for their benefits. The Canada Pension Plan is one of the pillars of Canadian retirement. It provides Canadian workers with a predictable and stable revenue when they retire. This change will guarantee that they will obtain their benefits when they need them.
Everyone deserves to have peace of mind when it comes to their retirement, especially people who have worked their whole lives to help a company try to stay afloat. In recent years, however, the security of some workplace pensions have been challenged due to company bankruptcies, leaving pensioners out in the cold. That's why, following consultations with Canadians, Budget 2019 proposes to introduce new measures to enhance the security of workplace pensions in the event of corporate insolvency. These measures, that are part of C-97, would make insolvency proceedings fair, set higher expectations for corporate behavior, and protect Canadians' hard-earned benefits. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about Bill C-97 and how our government continues to work to strengthen Canada's middle class and those people working hard to join it. The measures I've highlighted today reflect the priorities of hardworking Canadians, regardless of the stage of life they are in. By voting in favor of this BIA, we're voting yes to affordable and accessible housing, yes to a cleaner and safer environment, yes to a dignified retirement for those who worked so diligently and deserve it. Et Monsieur le Président, je pense...
And Mr. Speaker, I think it's worthwhile saying that the Budget Implementation Act is very clearly part of a path our government decided to embark on, which was very different from the previous government's path. We have been on a path to reduce inequalities amongst Canadians. The previous government was not particularly interested in this important metric, this important goal, which is to reduce inequalities in the country. Over the years, under Mr. Harper, those gaps and inequalities became much bigger. The wealthiest were becoming wealthier, and the more disadvantaged were becoming further and further away. So we want to redress this, and I think we have managed to do it. Mr. Speaker, poverty has been reduced over the past few years, 20% over the past few years. That's huge. It wasn't easy to do this. It took a lot of work, especially on the part of my minister from Quebec, the Minister of Social Development, and the Minister of Finance. They put forward an audacious plan which has led to positive outcomes. The previous government benefited the wealthiest with its tax relief. $11,000 was the limit they set on TFSAs. And according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, and according to many economists, this put the country in a rather sensitive tax situation. It made it difficult for it to accomplish its goals, but also it benefited the wealthiest, the highest income earners in the country. And it doesn't take a lot of math to figure out that there aren't very many Canadians who have $11,000 left over at the end of the year to put into a TFSA. And at the time, it was expected that this would put Canada in a straitjacket. But for Mr. Harper at the time, it didn't matter. We reversed that. There were also these niche tax credits that really only benefited the 10 to 15% wealthiest. We also changed that, and we changed the Canada Child Benefit that, contrary to the previous system, provides more to those who need it. We stopped sending checks to millionaire families, but we also made it tax-free, and that was not the case under the previous government. We now know that it has a direct impact on hundreds of thousands of Canadians. It reduces child poverty and has done so by 40%. We've lifted more than 300,000 children out of poverty. Yes, we repeat this. We say it over and over again, but we should be proud of something like this. Canadians should be proud of this because over the past 3 years, contrary to what was happening before the Liberal government came into power, there were huge inequalities, and now we have a more inclusive society. These are steps that have fostered growth. We were in a recession in 2015. However, we set the tone and we led growth amongst the G7 countries. We were in the top countries for growth in 2017, 2018. 900,000 jobs were created over the past 3 years, and unemployment has been at its lowest in about 40 years, and that is the outcome of a vision that was lacking before. Look at investment in science, for example. I have had the opportunity to go to Laval University. Laval University is a leading university when it comes to research, and all you have to do is walk down the corridors in that university and meet researchers to realize that from between 2006 and 2015, they were in a desert. There was not enough money being given to research. And when you deprive researchers and the scientific community of the funds they need to do their work, then you end up just shutting off the tap when it comes to innovation. But look at all the spin-offs in my region and throughout the country of science. There are thousands of Quebecers and Canadians being hired in high added value jobs because our government had the vision, the intelligence, and the wisdom to invest in science. And we hadn't seen that for 10 years under Mr. Harper. And now we're seeing the results. And the budget 2018 provided the biggest contribution to science in the history of this country. I'm always surprised to see the opposition party, well, I guess I'm not all that surprised to see the Conservatives vote against measures that are really paving the way to future prosperity and to a fairer society, a more responsible and accountable society where inequality is being reduced. But that is what this government has been doing over the past 3 years. It's a plan that's working, It's a plan that's working well. And I think that Budget 2019 and Bill C-97 to implement it keeps us on that path. We're helping seniors, we're helping young people, we're continuing to invest strategically so that we can protect the environment and foster innovation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened very closely to what my colleague was saying, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance, previously the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health, and I look forward to exchanging with him over the next several months. I have many things to say, but let's go step by step. He said something I'd like to hear him expand on. I just noted it down quickly.
Needs to go. En termes français,
So he said we need to send money where the needs are. Well, let's talk about that. Let's talk about where the need is, Mr. Speaker. A few days ago, this government decided to take $12 million from taxpayers and give it as a subsidy to a business that made a net profit of $3 billion last year. So it's all very well to buy new fridges. But when you are dealing with a corporation that has made that kind of profit, billions of dollars, and then you take money from taxpayers' pockets, it makes no sense. Will the member agree with his own sentence where he said that money has to be sent where it's needed? Does he think taking $12 million and giving it to a company that made $3 billion is putting money where the need is? The honourable member. Well, I think this was very well explained by the Minister of the Environment. Now, let's just be clear here. Any measure to protect the environment is something that the Conservatives oppose. It's not surprising. They did that for 10 years, and they're still doing it. They're opposed to a price on pollution. And I'm very surprised to see the member for Louis Saint Laurent who, say this. He was at the Legislative Assembly when a carbon market was approved. So it's surprising to see him so enthusiastic because his colleagues are against a price on pollution. And yet he was voting in favor when he was in the Legislative Assembly in Quebec. So why? What's good for Quebec would be so bad for the rest of the country. I have trouble with this contradiction. However, the Minister of the Environment explained this very well. They undertook a robust analysis. A business wanted to put $36 million in this. That would be the equivalent of 50 million vehicles off the road. Now, let's talk about putting money where people need it. Look at the Canada Child Benefit. Several $1 million being sent to thousands of families in his riding. He voted against this. He voted against those families having $5,000 each a year in their pockets. Now, you know, he goes on and on about these credits. Well, what, for example, did the transit tax or the transit tax credit end up doing? It was very little compared to what we're doing. The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his passion and for his attempts to reduce inequalities. He spoke about seniors. I held a roundtable to speak in Beauharnois-Salaberry to speak about seniors' issues. And they were telling me that seniors are very vulnerable in current circumstances, and the measures in the budget does not necessarily provide them with a lot more assistance, especially with things like home care. There are no more resources being provided. There's a lack of money for health transfers. And what was cut by the Conservatives has not been improved in this with this government, nor in this budget. But our population is getting older now, and health costs are getting higher. But there are community organizations that are helping seniors stay home, and yet those organizations do not have enough resources. They don't have enough financial resources or human resources, and yet these people often have to choose between choosing the drugs they need, choosing between the drugs they need, or choosing between having the medication they need and eating that month. If you increase by 50 cents a meal, people will end up reducing how much they eat because they can't afford to even pay for that increase. So what is the budget doing for that? Why doesn't the budget increase health transfers? Why don't they make sure that there's pharmacare? All the studies show that between $3 and $11 million would be saved a year if there was something like pharmacare. And I could go on and on. There are many steps that are lacking in order to reduce inequality, especially amongst seniors. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. And I absolutely agree with her that there is still a lot of work to do to reduce inequality in this society. However, we have to, you should be fair when you're talking about, Mr. Speaker, about our record. You know, Statistics Canada is telling us that poverty has been reduced by 20% over the past 3 years. That's 800,000 people who have been lifted out of poverty. And one of the first measures we took with respect to seniors was to enhance by 10% the GIS to help seniors. That's a few $1,000s more a year for all seniors throughout the country. And in the most recent budget, I was very pleased to see these measures helping low-income seniors. We've increased the exemption, the GIS exemption, whether seniors were working independently or whether they were employees or working part-time. Right now, that exemption is $3,500, and we increased that to $5,000. And we increased partial exemptions up to $15,000. And what that means is that many seniors in Quebec and in Canada will have more money at the end of the year, at the end of each month. And so when they're receiving a bit of money with the right hand, it won't be taken away with the left hand. So I would encourage the NDP to support these steps in the bill. Now, with respect to health transfers, I'd like to recall that, yes, even though those health transfers were at 3%, we transferred or agreed to increase transfers for home care. And it's actually much higher than the 3% when you consider the investments, rather, that we made in mental health and in home care. And we have been making those investments.
Member for Guelph.
Speaker, and thanks to the Parliamentary Secretary, to the Minister of Finance for finally getting us speaking about the budget after all the diversions we've had over the last few weeks. And when you look, Mr. Speaker, at the previous government adding $153 billion to the national debt, there was little help for climate change initiatives, social, housing, mental health, or in fact the economy, which grew slower than it did under R.B. Bennett. But when we look at the changing world around us, we need to address these issues. And I'm very interested to hear comments from the Parliamentary Secretary relating to the way that jobs are changing, the nature of work, what we're doing to support work-integrated learning, support tuitions for students, supporting parental leave for researchers at universities, things that get us into future prosperity and the jobs of the future. Could the Parliamentary Secretary talk about the vision of the future that this budget presents us?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. It's very appreciated. Budget 2019 benefits the country from one end to the other, whether it be employers, staff. What it means is that we'll be able to get more skilled labor. We'll be able to provide training to workers so that they're better suited to a changing labor market. And Budget 2019 will allow those workers to accumulate weeks that they need for that training. And then with the Canada Workers Benefit, they will be able to pay for the training that they need to adapt to a constantly evolving market. And I think that meets a need that we've seen in today's economy and in Canadians' economy. What it means is that we'll be investing in a sustainable prosperity throughout Canada. We'll continue to have highly skilled labor that meets the needs of the labor market. So I think that this is a very important measure. And it's also been approved by many others, whether it be in academic circles or others. They all think it's important for workers to be able to adapt to changing markets and for those workers to be able to go and acquire those skills when they need them. So I was very pleased to see that the government is aware of that changing reality and that it wants to provide Canadians with all the opportunities they need to acquire the skills they need so that they can succeed in a modern economy.
Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am going to be sharing my time with the member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes, and just because of the precedences that have been set in this budget debate, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to ask you, do I have a 20-minute time slot that I'm sharing or a 4-day time slot that I'm sharing? Is it a 20-minute? There we go. Okay, thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to represent the fine people in Central Alberta. My colleague from Red Deer Mountain View here is beside me. When we have, unfortunately, though, seen over the last 3.5 years since the last election, probably some of the hardest times that not only Central Alberta but all of Alberta has seen since Pierre Elliott Trudeau was the Prime Minister of Canada. And it's no surprise, and if you ask anybody in Central Alberta what the actual issue is, was the lack or loss of confidence in the investment climate surrounding the energy sector. And I want to take Canadians back to what happened. One of the very first things this government did after it was elected was change the goalposts on the two pipeline projects, the Energy East project at the time, and of course the Kinder Morgan Trans Mountain expansion, and of course the absolute devastating notion of cancelling the already approved, where we had over 30 of the 40 Indigenous groups along the route. The National Energy Board had already approved the pipeline. Enbridge was seeking to fulfill all of its 206 obligations under the agreement, but it was the Northern Gateway pipeline. Mr. Speaker, that pipeline was the only pipeline going to the West Coast that would actually diversify Canada's market when it comes to its oil products. The Trans Mountain Expansion Pipeline, should it ever get built, and we'll discuss that in my speech further, should that pipeline ever get built, it'll add capacity, but it will not diversify the markets, because all of the tankers that come into the Port of Vancouver currently to pick up the oil that is being moved from the current Trans Mountain pipeline simply ends up along the American West Coast to be processed at the crude refineries that are there. So anybody from the Liberal Party or the NDP provincially that keeps suggesting to Albertans and to Canadians that that pipeline is going to close the gap on the market price between the North American price of crude oil and the international price of crude oil simply is not being honest with Canadians. So, Mr. Speaker, Alberta has been devastated by the job losses in the energy environment. Over 130,000 jobs directly. Now, these are jobs where there was people with payroll taxes and they were counted amongst people that were laid off from a business. This does not include the numerous people who have not found work, who are self-employed contractors in the energy sector. And I'm not sure that anybody across the row here actually understands what that means. These people would never show up on an unemployment list because they're self-employed, they're contractors, they're the folks that would get employed at the very high end, actually, in the energy sector to be out on site, doing all of the consultations. These are consultants that are out on the drilling pads, they're out doing all of the work. These are the ones with the most expertise in the energy sector, and they too have had to dig deep into their savings, many of them having exhausted those savings a long time ago. Anybody with a small business, there's only a few service companies left, the long-standing service companies that have been able to withstand the pressures, the economic pressures that have put on them. Numerous small businesses have all but closed up their shops and gone in a different direction, a lot of them actually leaving Alberta. Those Albertans that remain in Alberta that try to find work in Alberta, about 1 in 3 still manage to keep their jobs. The others are finding employment in places like Texas. Now, when I first was elected as a member of Parliament to this House, there was 2 flights a day to both Edmonton and Calgary direct from Ottawa, and those flights would source out of Halifax or source out of Montreal, and they would stop at Ottawa and continue on to Edmonton and or Calgary. Those airports would serve me and my colleague equally well because they're equidistant from Red Deer, which is in the heart of central Alberta. Those planes used to be full of workers. They would all be wearing their Shell Firebag jackets or their Curl Project jackets, and they would be coming from Atlantic Canada or from Quebec. Many workers coming from Quebec, starting in Montreal, getting on Air Canada Flight 104. I remember the number. I took that flight for over a decade, Mr. Speaker, on its way back to Alberta. Those people are not on those planes anymore. And the reason is, Mr. Speaker, is there is no more expansion of any of the energy sector in Alberta. There is continuing operations for those projects that were already completed, but the reality is the pipeline capacity is already there. The other projects that were on the books, and there's over $100 billion worth of these projects, Mr. Speaker, that have been canceled or shelved, or that money has been taken elsewhere to invest in other countries, basically to compete against our current energy sector here in Canada. Those employees are no longer coming. That investment is no longer there. The pipeline capacity is at max. And the current price of oil actually makes railing oil actually uneconomical, especially when we saw the devastating oil prices down to around $11 a barrel just a few months ago. And this is for a sector of our economy that traditionally provides Canada with billions of dollars in revenue that is shared amongst all the provinces through social transfers, through the education transfer, and likely even a good portion of it in equalization payments to other provinces. I'm proud to say that under the tenure that I was here until the change of government in the last election, my province hasn't had to receive an equalization payment for the better part of 40 years because we've been a have province. As a matter of fact, there's been times, Mr. Speaker, because of the energy sector, that Alberta has been the only have province in this confederation. But it didn't take very long for Premier Rachel Notley and the current government here in Ottawa to put Alberta in a position where we actually had to beg for an emergency assistance transfer under the equalization program. I think it was a couple of $100,000. I don't think it really amounted to a whole lot of difference other than just a kind gesture. So here's a sector of our economy that is typically producing billions of dollars of revenue, not only corporate revenue, but also the employees, thousands, tens of thousands of workers, over 130,000 direct jobs lost, probably another 20, 30, 40,000 of those consultants that I talked about, or people who are self-employed in the sector. Those jobs are all gone. And just April 8th, a few days ago, the industry came out with another forecast expecting another 12,500 jobs lost in the sector, most likely in Alberta. Mr. Speaker, Alberta's taken it on the chin, so much so that the government back before Christmas announced $1.6 billion for the energy sector. Imagine that. Imagine in 3 short years when the energy sector has actually rebounded everywhere. So Albertans are now flying to Texas or other places in the planet to work in the energy sector. Energy is booming. The United States used to be a net importer of Canadian energy. Now the United States, because of their policies, their domestic policies, is now in a position to export to Canada, of all things, Mr. Speaker. And here we are in this situation, and we know that it can't be the international price of energy anymore. We know it can't be because the energy sector is booming in other parts of the world, notably right next door to us in the United States. So it can only be government policy that's here in Canada that's causing this problem. These job losses are catastrophic. And if you take a look in the budget document that is here today, you'll see that there is millions of dollars allocated for consultation. Now, the Prime Minister got up on his high horse and said that the previous government had it all wrong with SIA 2012 and everything else, and that they were going to create a process where it guaranteed acceptance of, or guaranteed that pipeline projects would go ahead. So what have we got? We've got a project to the East Coast that is dead in the water because of the regulatory burden and the quagmire that nobody in their right mind would ever subject stakeholder investment to. We've got a canceled Northern Gateway project that is likely never going to get reinstated by Enbridge. We have a group of Aboriginals that are Indigenous people that are putting together the Eagle Spirit Pipeline, which would follow a similar path to Northern Gateway, but because of Bill C-48, the Northern Coast Tanker Ban, which is only a tanker ban if that tanker happens to have Alberta oil on it, Mr. Speaker. It's not a tanker ban for anybody else because LNG Canada is building a a wonderful facility in Kitimat right now for liquefied natural gas. When we wish them all the best of luck. We think that that's a fantastic opportunity for the people there as well. So we're left with a Trans Mountain expansion from Kinder Morgan, and the government has botched that so much and so badly that they had to take $4.5 billion of Canadian taxpayers' money to buy a 65-year-old existing pipeline and the rights to continue on to develop the Trans Mountain expansion itself. We know from the documents that Kinder Morgan has publicly displayed or has to publicly announce that the Government of Canada has likely paid $1 billion more for that pipeline project than we should have paid. And all we have in the budget, out of the $1.6 billion that was promised before Christmas, all that we have in the budget is a few $1 million to continue on with consultations. Not $1 in the budget document that I've been able to look at and examine, not $1 is actually allocated to do anything to put a shovel in the ground to build the Kinder Morgan Trans Mountain expansion, Mr. Speaker. And until we can change this government's mind on how it's approaching the energy sector, the only hope that we have in Alberta is a change in the government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, as someone that had the opportunity to serve in the Canadian Forces and having a posting out in Edmonton, the old Lancaster Park, having had family, including my mother and siblings that have actually lived in the province of Alberta, I think there's and being someone that was raised in the prairies, there is an immense sense of prairie pride that is there. And I like to think that people that are living out in the prairies understand and appreciate being in a wonderful country as Canada. I am often discouraged by some of the comments I hear from Conservatives in regards to the province of Alberta, as if they want to see more division, Mr. Speaker, and that discourages me. I would ask and suggest to the member opposite that there is value in terms of saying I am Canadian, and that even applies throughout the prairies. When the member said that the federal government has not invested, I would suggest to you that this government has invested far more energy and resources in Alberta than Stephen Harper ever did, Mr. Speaker. And all I would suggest that the member will take a look at is take a look at one example in this budget where we are seeing hundreds of millions of dollars put into municipal infrastructure. That is through gas, Mr. Speaker, which is literally in Winnipeg, it's like $37 million. That also applies for every municipality in the province of Alberta. Is he going to be voting against that initiative, Mr. Speaker?
Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, you've been a member of Parliament here as long as I have. You were here from 2006 to 2015, as was I. There was never very many conversations in this place about national unity. I didn't bring up anything about national unity in my speech. I don't know why the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader was bringing it up. I guess perhaps he's hearing it from other people, maybe even in Manitoba. But we didn't have those issues because we had a government that actually governed from 2006 to 2015 on behalf of all Canadians. We had a Prime Minister that actually took seriously all of the responsibilities across all of the sectors and all of the regions of this country. So far now we've lost, like I said, over 150,000 jobs in the energy sector. We know that that can only be government policy. The farmers that I represent have lost wheat access to Saudi Arabia. They've lost lentil access into India. Now they've lost canola access into China because of the fumbling of international affairs that the current Prime Minister and government has had. There's not a single mention in the budget at all to deal with any of the rises in crime, particularly rural crime, and the crime that's happening in the city of Red Deer right now in this budget. As a matter of fact, I'm looking forward to the report from the Standing Committee on Public Safety to see just how seriously this government is taking the issues that are important to Albertans.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleague from Red Deer Lacombe. Having gleaned over the Budget Implementation Act, trying to find something for agriculture, the one thing that I did find was the effect of bankruptcy, and that was the only thing that pertained to agriculture, as it looked at specific farming and fishing income and tried to somehow work that into the tax bills. Unfortunately, that is what it is coming to with the way in which this government is looking at our agricultural community. And I wonder if the member could talk about some of the concerns, especially the concerns that canola producers have with what has been happening in this last couple of months.
Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
I want to thank my colleague for Red Deer Mountain View. He's a staunch advocate for farmers and producers. I grew up on a farm in central Alberta, Mr. Speaker. We grew canola, wheat, barley, oats, all of the crops that are still typically grown there today. What we're seeing right now is the lack of market access that this current government has bungled when it comes to energy is now also happening in the agricultural sector. Spring seeding is almost upon us, Mr. Speaker, and farmers are worried. At night, they're staying up, looking out the window, wondering if anybody is going to come onto their property and steal from them because of the unprecedented socioeconomic problems that the bungling of the energy sector has caused in central Alberta. Now they're going to be worried all day long about whether or not they're going to be able to sell their products if they happen to get them off the field in the fall. This is not a situation that any of these people have asked for. They're hardworking Canadians. They play by the rules. They work hard day in and day out. They pay their taxes. All they want is a government that acts maturely and responsibly and delivers results for them. And I will be voting against this budget, Mr. Speaker, in response to the Parliamentary Secretary's question, not because everything in the budget might be good or bad, but because I and the constituents that I represent have zero confidence in this government.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today and follow on the words of my colleague. And I come with a very similar level of concern from my constituents. And in this budget, they see no relief. They don't see relief from a government that has shut them out in so many ways. And my colleague spoke about the energy sector and the jobs that have been sacrificed by this government. And the employment base for the energy sector in Western Canada is so large that it actually pulls people from my riding in Eastern Ontario, in Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes. The implications are far-reaching. They will affect us for generations, and Canadians are rightly concerned. Not that long ago, I was running in a by-election for the seat that I'm honored to hold today, and we heard a very consistent message from my constituents, and they responded to what we put on offer to them. And well, in 2015, some of those people who supported the government, they heard promises. Great question. One of my honorable colleagues asks why. And there was a promise that they would make historic investments in infrastructure and balance the budget in 2019. Well, Mr. Speaker, they saw the writing on the wall when I was on their doorstep that this government had no plan and no ability to balance the budget. But what's more is they were unable to deliver on that infrastructure commitment. So here we see commitments in 2019 in the form of much needed revenue for infrastructure programs, and that will come in the form of an increase to the gas tax benefit that the municipalities receive. But that's not what they're used to, and that's not what Canadians expect of their government. And in 2008, we had a global financial crisis, the likes of which had not been seen in the lifetime of anyone in this House. And in response to that, Conservatives invested in Canada. And I can speak from experience in my riding. And some of those investments that were made by the Conservative government have lasting impacts that will last for a generation or more. And they include, and I'm very proud of them, $12 million at the grain elevator, the Port of Johnstown in Edwardsburg Cardinal Township. Now that had matching funds of $12 million from the province. It had matching funds of $12 million from the municipality. directly employs many and indirectly employs many hundred more, and is a real service to the agriculture community. $60 million invested in the 2 ports of entry at Prescott and the Thousand Islands both, easing access to the market and access to the American market, as well as allowing tourists to more easily visit the beautiful riding of Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes as a gateway to our great country. We also had $110 million invested in broadband. Now, that funding at the time was sorely needed, and funding is again needed today. We see in this budget that there is talk of broadband investments, but that'll be paid out up till the year 2030. Now that's not going to do it. That's not going to do it for people who want to work from home. That's not going to do it for people who don't have otherwise have access to reliable internet. And there's all kinds of implications for that, whether it's just basic connectivity, social and cultural literacy, and kids able to do their schoolwork, but also people who want to operate their businesses. Most farms today rely on reliable broadband internet. And when we try and bring industry into Eastern Ontario and into Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes, one of the first questions we get asked is what the internet connectivity is like. And similarly, when we have an energy sector that's being disrupted through government inaction, we also see the slowdown in expansion of natural gas availability. And that's another area that the federal government could choose to make investments. Now, natural gas availability would reduce reliance on energy sources that this government is telling Canadians that they need to get off of. Behaviors they need to change will help them to change that behavior. But what they also know is that Conservatives will stand for things that they've asked us to, and one is to scrap the carbon tax. I can tell you in Ontario and in Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes that we suffered under Dalton McGuinty and Kathleen Wynne's reign of exorbitantly high energy prices. It was unbelievable, mortgaging the futures of a generation of Canadians, sacrificing their fortune, their futures at the altar of supposed clean tech. They sacrificed all kinds of great tillable land for energy production that only works when the sunshine and the wind blows, while letting the turbines idle in places like Niagara Falls. And when we know that hydroelectric is of the cleanest sources of energy, but also a natural resource that, that spilled water is not a resource that should be squandered. And all that without going on, items that are not included in this particular budget, but we know that they were happy to slide other things into their omnibus budgets in this Parliament that they campaigned against in 2015. Another thing, an end to omnibus budgets and an end to omnibus bills was a promise made and a promise broken. And I will circle back to one particular item that was included in the last budget, but my constituents remain concerned about proposed changes to firearms laws. And we have this government who is falsely responding to terrible tragedies and looking to punish licensed, law-abiding, fee-paying, responsible Canadians who've had criminal record checks done and who are daily run through police databases and responsibly own firearms for use in legitimate purposes like hunting. And we know that hunters are wonderful stewards of conservation and have taken great care to protect the lands that they enjoy while enjoying that activity. But all of those things, Mr. Speaker, and what we've seen is this budget was an attempt, a gasp by this government to cover up what is become one of the greatest political scandals in the history of our country. The cover-up budget that spends, and breaks promise after promise after promise, and seeks only, not with helping Canadians as its primary goal, but to distract them from their scandal, and distract them from their attempted interference in our judicial system. We've seen how this government treats those who dissent, and Canadians are rightly concerned and discouraged. I was excited through the month of November and into December to run as a Conservative. And I'm excited to serve as a Conservative in these benches with dedicated, hard-working members under the leadership of the Leader of the Official Opposition. And I look forward to standing in October with the Conservatives as we present a real alternative to a government that's plagued by scandal and mismanagement and an inability to get the job done. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect better from their government, and they can look forward to better from a Conservative government this October. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member from across the way from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands. In his speech, he mentioned the investments in Canada, something that our budget is very proud to be presenting at a time when the Ontario provincial government is blocking intakes for federal funds to go into municipalities, including his riding. We're now looking at ways of getting around that through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities to try and get projects on track for this construction season. Now, the honourable member voted against the internet investments that we had proposed and the investments in the Eastern Ontario Development Program when we were doing our all-night voting. I'm wondering whether the honourable member will be voting in favour of our investments that will directly benefit his community and communities across Ontario.
For Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. And the answer is very simple. Along with my colleagues, I voted against their cover-up. I voted against their cover-up budget. And just like Canadians who put their faith in these Liberals in 2015, we're being asked to put our faith in them here in 2019. And Mr. Speaker, we may have gotten fooled, but we won't get fooled again.
Questions and comments? La députée de Salaberry.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. I'd like my colleague to comment on the fact that in the budget there are amounts announced to compensate farmers for all the new imports under trade deals with Europe and so on, except for the trade deal with Mexico and the U.S. But to date, no program has been set up to distribute that compensation to dairy farmers who've lost market share. And there's no indication of how those monies would be distributed. So this was catastrophic. They announced that there would be compensation and that farmers were very upset because there was a lack of fairness in this redistribution of compensation. So does my colleague think that there's an absence of any mention of such compensation in this budget and that farmers have really paid the price for all these trade deals? The Honourable Member for Leeds Grenville.
I thank my colleague very much for the question. And the trade file is one where we've seen this government drop the ball, and it continues on. That drop ball rolls into this budget. And when it comes to farmers, we know that the dairy and supply managed sector that was sacrificed in a mishandled NAFTA or USMCA or NAFTA 2.0 trade deal that was sacrificed was done without consultation with farmers. And they were promised that there would be compensation made and that there would be conversations had. And this deal should have been ratified by now, by this government's own admission. But they still haven't honored their commitment and their obligation to those farmers and to the supply managed sector. So it certainly is conspicuously absent that framework for the supply managed sector and for farmers, but it's not surprisingly absent.
Time for just one short question and response. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And quickly to my colleague from Leeds Grenville. First of all, I want to comment on such a great job he's doing for his constituents here. But what I'd like to ask him about is something very serious, the manufacturing sector. He knows very well in Oshawa we had some horrible news about the shutting down of our plant. We had Windsor laying off 1,500 people under the Lynn McGuinty Liberals. It was like 400,000 manufacturing jobs pretty much lost. And the same people that ran that government is now in Ottawa, and they're continuing. Even the Prime Minister said that we needed to transition away from manufacturing. But Mr. Speaker, these are good quality middle class jobs, and the Prime Minister keeps saying that he wants to support the middle class. Can my colleague say, has he seen anything in this budget that would actually help manufacturers and the families that depend on manufacturing for their way of life?
Both Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll thank my colleague from Oshawa and wish him a happy birthday. He's doing a great job. Fighting for his constituents and fighting for the manufacturing sector. That's an important piece and a pillar in our economy nationally, but also here in Ontario. And to answer his question, the budget fails to address the competitiveness that has been ignored and the anti-competitiveness that this government has championed. We know that a carbon tax is something that manufacturers are wary of, and they having suffered under that with provincial Liberals who are now in the halls of power federally, they know that that's not a sustainable system. But also, we know that the tariff regime that they have failed to resolve and the potential for more tariffs should the ham-fisted USMCA that they cobbled together, should it fail, their sector will suffer even more. So troubling times currently for the manufacturing sector in Ontario under these federal Liberals, but there is sunshine on the horizon with a Conservative national majority in October. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to have this opportunity to speak this afternoon on what I know will be the last budget of this Liberal government before the election in October. I want to also, Mr. Speaker, let you know that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Vaughan Woodbridge, as he will also enter this debate. Mr. Speaker, every time I stand up in this place, I try and remind my colleagues of the uniqueness of the riding that I represent. I know we all have great affiliation and love for our own ridings, but it's important to remind people that when you represent a third of Ontario's landmass, you represent 42 First Nations, 22 that are isolated, and of course 13 municipalities. There are some differences and some unique needs that maybe other members don't have to face every day. Not to say that they don't have challenges, because I think we all have our unique challenges. I am rising today, Mr. Speaker, to talk about the differences between a Liberal government and a Conservative government in ridings like Kenora. Because, of course, in a riding like Kenora that in 2015 voted for change, it voted for change because it was looking for a better quality of life. It was looking for a new approach to reconciliation, because when you represent 42 First Nations and they're your constituents, there is a need, Mr. Speaker, to remind ourselves of how we build our relationship with Indigenous people in the future. So when you represent a remote and rural communities like I do in the Kenora riding, you vote for an approach to infrastructure that will stop the decade-long precedent by the Harper Conservatives of allowing the North to fall further and further behind by not investing in new infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to say Canadians and Northerners are better off than they were 4 years ago. Now, as this is my 20th year as a Member of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you from experience that people, when you talk to them, have priorities that they set and that expectations of their government. One expectation is that the economy will be better, that their quality of life will improve, that their children's education will be looked after, that their health care will be something that we think is important. And obviously, for seniors, the issue of making sure their quality and standard of living is maintained during their twilight years and that they're a part of our society and anxious to continue to be part of it. Well, Mr. Speaker, I can say to you that we've decided as a region that we're better off, that we have better paying jobs, more families who have opportunities, and stronger communities because we've decided to invest in the future. Under our government's economic plan, it's true that over 900,000 new jobs were created, driving unemployment down to the lowest level it's been in 40 years. And just in 2018, Mr. Speaker, wages have increased at one of the fastest paces of growth seen in the past 8 years. So what's the message when you talk about these kinds of statistics and the fact that our economy is getting stronger and we have a higher quality of life for Canadians? It means that the competing visions that we'll be talking about in 2015 are going to be important to Northerners as they are to all Canadians, and that is what exactly that the government proposes or that parties propose are going to work for the average citizen, whether you're in the North, whether you're rural, or whether you're in the cities. And Mr. Speaker, I'm looking forward to having the opportunity to speak to people around the North about why they should support a second term of this government because of the improvements that we've been able to make. Mr. Speaker, I brought a small list of some of the things that we've accomplished since 2015, but I do want you to know that we have made historical investments in Northern Ontario and in my riding, the largest investments that have been made basically in history. I'll just start with a $1.6 billion announcement to connect 17 First Nations to the power grid. Like, here we are, Mr. Speaker, with lights on and everything seems pretty normal if you live in Ottawa, but where I live, there are communities that are still on diesel-generated power plants and basically can't rely on their energy supply to grow an economy, to even use the basic infrastructure that all households have, whether it's a washer, dryer, whether it's I don't even think people even consider using a dishwasher simply because the power doesn't allow for those kinds of appliances to be used in regions like mine. $1.6 billion seems like a lot, Mr. Speaker, but I can tell you that's going to make a big difference in those 17 First Nation communities who are now living in isolation. And I'm looking forward to the day when I can stand up here and tell you they now have all-weather roads and that they can basically drive to their neighbors, to other communities, to have their kids play sports, their kids go to concerts, develop the relationships that you would see as the normal process in any part of the country. And that's the kind of infrastructure, and those are the reasons why we can't afford to elect a government who doesn't have a vision for the future. A vision that includes making sure that communities that I represent don't get left further and further behind. This budget is really a budget that continues the reconciliation and improvements of major infrastructure for First Nation communities right across the country. But, Mr. Speaker, it also is a municipal-friendly budget, a budget that understands that the economy and quality of life starts at the municipal level, and starts with people who live in those communities. And this government has made the choice of making sure municipalities are a real partner and not say to the provincial government that that's your jurisdiction, that it's your issue, but in fact that we're all in this together as partners working to make sure that we have climate change infrastructure in place. We do have water and sewer that is ready to challenge the world, that we do have all-weather roads that are not just small little roads, but in fact are twinning of the highway between Kenora and Falcon Lake, which is the Manitoba border, so that we can attract more customers and more tourists and more people to come to our region. And of course, just for a safety reason alone, that twinning of that particular stretch of that highway would save a lot of lives. Mr. Speaker, I've been pushing the provincial governments to work with us as the federal government to put infrastructure dollars to build those all-weather roads and twinning of those highways. And sometimes you get the weirdest responses from provincial governments. This government that we have now, the Ford government, doesn't seem to think that that's very important. They continue to not put in place and to open up the streams of infrastructure so we can help municipalities, so we can help First Nations, so we can build the infrastructure that every region takes for granted, Mr. Speaker. And I think that we have to be very vigilant to make sure that the kinds of provincial governments we put in place in this country are willing to understand the importance of real partnership and not spend all their time on petty partisan politics that really do nothing for the people that we represent. And I don't frankly care, Mr. Speaker, if you're a Conservative or an NDP or a Liberal government provincially. I want a partner that's willing to work with the federal government to make things happen. I've been in this House when Mike Harris was here as the provincial premier of Ontario. It was a pretty sad state of affairs. The mess in Northern Ontario that was left by Mike Harris, the fights that he had and started with the public school system, preaching that the unions were so strong that the teachers didn't care about the kids. That's shocking kinds of processes, and we're starting to see it again. We're going to see massive cuts to our healthcare system. We have to make sure that we balance that with a good government in Ottawa. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I'm looking forward to battling both of those governments, both the one on that side that wants to take over from us and the ones provincially who seem to think that their number one issue is to see if they can get our government defeated instead of working on behalf of their constituents. In this budget, Mr. Speaker, in the short time I have, we've really focused on seniors and on young people. Seniors, to me, and the housing crisis that we've had to live with over the last 10 years of the Harper regime is really now we're starting to figure out what we need to do, and that's going to make a big difference for the seniors, Mr. Speaker. And then on the student side, the training and the education that needs to be done lifelong, this budget's all about getting ready for an economy that we don't even know what it will look like a decade or two from now, and so we have to be ready. So, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my constituents in Kenora, I'm looking forward to selling not only this budget because it doesn't need selling, but I need to explain to them the importance of having a vision for the future and not just look at numbers from one year to the next, but look over the long term and the productivity of a nation like Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me the time to speak.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Kenora for his speech, but he didn't address some things that are very important. He talked about the unemployment rate, and yes, Mr. Speaker, it is low, but what the Liberals aren't looking at is labour market performance. And actually, if you look at Ontario, it performs very poorly in North America, behind every state of the U.S., and much of the jobs that the government talks about are actually public sector jobs. We're killing off, or the Liberal policies are killing off private sector jobs, which is what I want to ask him about. In Oshawa, we do a lot of manufacturing. In Ontario, his province, my province, under the Wynne-McGuinty government, we lost about 400,000 manufacturing jobs because of insane regulations and, of course, the highest cost of electricity in North America for industry. The Prime Minister and the ministers stood up in the House in November And when the plant closure was announced in Oshawa, they said they would have a plan to keep jobs in Oshawa, and I was hoping a plan for manufacturing. Could the member please tell me where in the budget that the Prime Minister fulfilled that promise to the people of Oshawa? And considering that Windsor just lost 1,500 jobs, what are they going to do to stop the bleed of the manufacturing jobs? Are the Liberals from Ontario who are now running the PMO, are they just going to continue to hurt manufacturing in Ontario?
Member for Kenora.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and happy birthday to my colleague from Oshawa. I understand he's just turned 50. 57. Apologies. Some of us are a little older than that, Mr. Speaker. But let me get to the point. One of the things that Canadians are pretty comfortable about and understand intrinsically and don't need to be told over and over again, that governments have a vision, have policies, have a direction, and it takes time to implement those. When I hear people say, and I know how difficult it is, whether you're in Alberta, whether you're the representative from Oshawa, and we all feel the same pain of a loss of jobs. We do have a policy, we do have a plan. We did create the kind of technological hubs that are going to be moving forward in the not too distant future. But you can't expect results all overnight. And one of the things that I know, Mr. Speaker, if you have a vision for the country over a decade long, you'll see the results as they start to grow. I did make the comment about, in my speech, about how well we're doing with job creation. There are particular places where it's not going as well. I think I could say that, Mr. Speaker, in my own region, which has always had higher unemployment than most places in the country because it's harder to create employment. And I will only say one last thing as an ex-Labour leader. It doesn't matter where the jobs are, as long as they're good quality and the benefits are good and people have a good quality of life, you'll make a real difference. And so I don't differentiate between public service jobs and private sector jobs. They're all good as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague was talking about the importance of working together and working with the regions. In my region, in Drummond, people are asking questions about the supply management compensation program. They want details, and we want to make sure that all producers will be compensated under that program, because last time it really was badly done. There's another important point. We have a tourist attraction, the Vache d'Antan, and it's very important for the economy of Drummond. It has to be renovated and it has to be rebuilt. There's the Village Québécois d'Antan that has asked for funding, and this file is ongoing and it's taking a long time. So I'd like to know if the Liberal government is going to be giving emergency funding to the Village d'Antan.
All right.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as you know, that the member there puts me in a slight disadvantage, not being from Quebec and knowing exactly what his project is. But I can tell you, from my own perspective, tourism is a big business. It's one of the largest businesses Canada has, and I happen to be right in the middle of it and live on one of the world's largest lakes in northern Ontario called Lake of the Woods, where it's a billion-dollar business for tourism, and the lake goes into the United States, into Manitoba, and so I get where the member's coming from in that regard, and I expect that the government, if the project is a good one, will do its job to make sure that we put the resources in to keep tourism growing and growing, whether it's in Quebec, Northern Ontario, British Columbia. The fact remains is tourism is one of the areas that we should be the strongest in as we promote the direction we're going in. On supply management, as you know, in the budget, it talks directly to supply management and the importance of helping our agricultural community. This last week, we met with the Canadian Agricultural Group. They were in the office. We had a good conversation about the economy that agriculture produces, which is, I think, the largest industry in Canada as far as jobs are created. And so, Mr. Speaker, in my humble opinion, we are going to continue to protect agriculture and its economy simply because it is one of the most important parts of what we do. Lastly, food security. was a discussion in my office, Mr. Speaker, for one reason. I don't have any agriculture. I'm mining, forestry, tourism. But I can tell you something. People are very interested in the whole idea of food security and how our agricultural community can help individual families get into food security. And I think we should look at that very seriously as far as the resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we go to resuming debate, it's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay, in respect to public safety. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's great today to speak on Bill C-97, the Budget Implementation Act, which introduces many of the measures we've brought forth in Budget 2019, which again goes to our central tenet, our central value of continuing to strengthen the middle class and help those working hard to join the middle class here in this great and beautiful country we live in called Canada. Obviously proud to be the Member of Parliament from Vaughan Woodbridge, a riding that's very entrepreneurial, a riding that I get to have the benefit of raising my two daughters in, a riding that when I knock on doors I hear plenty of feedback and my residents are doing well, they're working hard, they're saving, they're creating a better future for them and their families, and that's great to see. And we're all here in the House to ensure that Canadians and their families have a better future, and that's been a central tenet of our government. It's my pleasure to rise today and speak about the government's next step in its plan to invest in the middle class and grow the economy. Recently, Mr. Speaker, our government tabled Bill C-97, the Budget Implementation Act, which announced a number of new initiatives, including measures to make it more affordable for Canadians to rent or buy a home. And Mr. Speaker, I mentioned this word of affordable and affordability, and it's something that I hear a lot, and it's something that our government is acting on and has acted on. Today, the OECD announced that Canadians face one of the lowest tax burdens amongst all the OECD members. And that's due to our middle class tax cut, that's due to the Canada Child Benefit, the 10% increase in the Guaranteed Income Supplement, a number of measures we've adopted that help Canadians, Canadian families. So when we think about that, Canadians now have face one of the lowest tax bases amongst all OECD countries. Wow. And that is something we should be proud of. One of the lowest tax burdens faced by OECD countries is right here in Canada. Something that we need to applaud, we need to move forward on. That includes lifting Canadians out of poverty, 825,000. Lifting 300,000 children out of poverty, something we should be proud of. Mr. Speaker, and on affordability, something that is near and dear to the residents of York Region and across Canada is housing affordability. Mr. Speaker, housing affordability and market stability are issues that concern many middle-class families, and they are issues that this government takes seriously. Everyone needs a safe and affordable place to call home, but today, too many Canadians are being priced out of the housing market. For 10 years, Conservative politicians like Stephen Harper and the Honourable Opposition Leader did nothing to address housing affordability, pushing home ownership further out of the reach of hard-working middle-class Canadians and putting household debt on the rise. With Budget 2019 and through Bill C-97, the BIA, our government is making smart, significant investments to help Canadians find an affordable place to call home. One of our responsibilities as a government is to support a healthy, competitive, and stable housing market, one in which all middle-class families and first-time homebuyers specifically have the possibility to buy their first home without having to take on excessive risk. That is why our government to date has taken a wide array of actions to improve housing affordability. So to help more young families take their first steps towards home ownership, our government is announcing targeted support to first-time homebuyers across the country in this budget and implemented through Bill C-97. Through Bill C-97, we are introducing a first-time home buyer incentive, a new program that will make home ownership more affordable for first-time buyers by allowing them to lower their monthly mortgage payments. The first-time home buyers incentives will give eligible first-time home buyers the option to finance a portion of their home directly with Canada Mortgage Housing Corporation. The program would provide up to $1.25 billion in shared equity mortgages to eligible borrowers over the next 3 years. The program would mean a more affordable down payment, as well as more manageable mortgage payments. Also, we're proposing to provide first-time home buyers with greater access to their registered retirement savings plan to buy a home. Budget 2019, Mr. Speaker, proposes to increase the home buyers plan withdrawal limit to $35,000 from the current limit of $25,000. In a two-income family, that could mean up to $70,000 could be withdrawn from your RSP to purchase your first home, more equity in a home, lower mortgage amount, and lower debt for Canadian families. I believe that's a smart investment, a smart policy tool that our government put in place. This change will help first-time home buyers achieve their dream of purchasing their very own home. Because when Canadians can take pride in the place they hang their hat at the end of the day, they feel better about their community and their country. In 2017, our government also launched the National Housing Strategy. It's the first of its kind in Canada and provides a range of new tools and programming to build, repair, and renew Canada's stock of community and affordable housing. The strategy will create 100,000 new housing units and repair and renew 300,000 units. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, Canada's National Housing Strategy is a $40 billion 10-year plan to help Canadians across the country access the housing their needs and that they can afford. Mr. Speaker, most importantly, we need to ensure that Canadians have a safe and secure place to call home, affordable, that they can raise their families and have a brighter future for themselves and their children, and of course their grandchildren. As part of the strategy, our government also launched a $13.2 billion National Housing Co-Investment Fund that will assist vulnerable Canadians access affordable housing. That includes survivors leaving violence, seniors, Indigenous people, new immigrants, and people with disability. Mr. Speaker, through the National Housing Strategy, more Canadians will have a safe and affordable place to call home, including in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge, where currently we have under construction a affordable housing development, which up to 162 units will be offered for individuals that need assistance, that need a safe and secure and affordable place to call home. And that is what Canada is about, Mr. Speaker, helping those that need assistance, ensuring that we all have opportunities to succeed. I'm thankful to say we've created over 900,000 jobs over the last 3 years. Canadians have created over 900,000 jobs over the last 3 years. We've set the conditions for foreign direct investment, for domestic investment, which is at elevated levels, recovering from the oil crisis 3 years ago. And, Mr. Speaker, we see that with investments across the country, and particularly here in Ontario. I know in my riding, manufacturing firms are continuing to expand, continuing to hire. And when I visit these firms and these enterprises, the biggest issue they have is they cannot find enough labor. Mr. Speaker, 548,000 job postings are currently unfilled in Canada, according to Stats Canada at the end of 2018. That reflects the robustness of our job market, also reflects the fact that demographics, people are retiring, and we need to replace those through a robust and secure immigration system. Mr. Speaker, through the National Housing Strategy, more Canadians will have a safe and affordable place to call home. In fact, these measures are expected to help lift 530,000 Canadians out of housing need. We've already lifted 825,000 Canadians out of poverty, which I think is something we need to talk about, because that is how you create a better Canada for all Canadians, lifting everyone up. And will help reduce chronic homelessness by half over the next 10 years. I'm proud to say Budget 2019 builds on these actions, helping more middle-class Canadians realize their dream of owning a home. To start, Budget 2019 proposes to further expand the rental construction financing initiative, again, which is stated in Bill C-97, making an additional $10 billion in financing over the next 9 years. I'm happy to report, Mr. Speaker, this program is actually oversubscribed by individuals, developers building new rental construction. We haven't seen a lot of new rental construction over the last few years. We are starting to see it in Canada. The housing market is a continuum. We need more and a greater supply of rental housing in Canada. And through this program, we are getting it, Mr. Speaker. The program will help build thousands of new units across Canada with a particular focus in areas of low rental supply. And in recognition of barriers to developing new housing, Budget 2019 also proposes a $300 million housing supply challenge. Through this challenge, the government will invite municipalities and other groups to propose new ways to break down the barriers that limit the creation of new housing. Those ideas will be added to our consultations on how we can best increase housing supply. To that point, Budget 2019 proposes support for the recently announced expert panel on the future of housing supply and affordability, launched in partnership with the province of British Columbia. The panel will be tasked to examine factors that limit housing availability, recommending actions governments can take to build better, more affordable, and more inclusive communities. And finally, Mr. Speaker, to ensure future investments on housing supply are put to their best use possible use, Budget 2019 through Bill C-97 proposes that CMHC invest $5 million over 2 years for state-of-the-art modeling of housing supply and release data collection. So that's what our government is doing on the supply side, Mr. Speaker, because we know greater supply is important in reducing costs. But Budget 2019 is also making the housing market more fair and more affordable for Canadians. After all, Mr. Speaker, for many families, their homes are the most important assets, so ensuring a healthy, competitive, and stable housing market for all is a priority for our government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciated listening to what the member had to say, especially in regards to the National Housing Strategy. I'm on Veterans Affairs Committee and serve as Shadow Deputy Minister for Veterans Affairs, and we've just been studying homelessness amongst our veterans and have a report coming out very soon. However, the thing that is disturbing to me is the intent was there to study the issue, but absolutely no portion of the National Housing Strategy funds have been targeted, especially for our veterans, who we know when they're homeless suffer a great deal in trying to hold down a job and take care of their families. Why is there no funding earmarked for our veterans in the National Housing Strategy?
Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank the Honourable Member from Yorkton Melville for that question. And what I will say is with regards to our veterans, and they should be afforded every service possible. They've made the ultimate sacrifice in terms of serving for our country. This would, in my view, encompass a whole government approach. We've put billions of dollars into for mental health with the provinces. We've developed the poverty reduction strategy. We've implemented pensions for life for veterans, and this would be an additional step as well. It should be done. We are obviously building housing for vulnerable Canadians, including those suffering from mental health issues, and we all know someone that's been impacted there. Our veterans need to be provided the services that the Honourable Member has indicated, much like other Canadians, and our affordable housing strategy is directed at that, and that's it. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member from Vaughan Woodbridge for his speech today, specifically also on his work on the Finance Committee when it comes to the credit union. He's also the all-party chair for the Credit Union Caucus. And to that point, there were two promises that were made in the Investing in the Middle Class budget 2019 that were specifically requested in terms of regulatory reform that the government committed to. Now, in this Budget Implementation Act, I only see there actually being one. And I just would like clarification from the government member as to the rationale for not following through on the promises that were just made on the floor of the House of Commons just so short a time ago.
Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank my honourable colleague and friend from British Columbia for his question as the chair of the All-Party Credit Union Caucus. I have also inquired as to why only one of the two measures that were introduced in the budget have been put into the BIA, and I hope to have an answer shortly. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Regardless whether everything that was in the budget is in the Budget Implementation Act, we've certainly set the direction that we intend to go and where we'll be after next October 21st. My question, Mr. Speaker, the member is a great member of the Finance Committee, and I know he strongly fought for many of the things that are in the Budget Implementation Act, especially those things that relate to kind of challenging the tax reform in the United States that will make our businesses, will keep capital to Canada, attract capital to Canada, and allow our businesses to be competitive on an equal playing field with the United States. I wonder what the member would have to say.
Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I want to thank my colleague and the Honourable Member from Malpeque and the beautiful province of Prince Edward Island for his question. And Canadians will face a choice in a few months. And one of the choices they'll face is to continue to grow the economy with smart investments, smart policies, much like the accelerated capital cost allowance that was put in place in the fall economic statement, much like the adoptions of measures to enhance skills trainings, which is in Bill C-97, much like the earnings exemption, increasing the earnings exemptions for seniors up to $5,000 and then 50% from $5,000 to $15,000, which is a $1.76 billion investment in our seniors so they can stay in the workforce a little bit longer and they can keep that hard-earned money. Those are smart, targeted investments, and the choice will be clear between now and October 21st on which plan it is to continue to grow the economy or to go backwards of the last 10 years where we saw very low growth rates, the lowest since the Great Depression, and not lifting Canadians out of poverty. And we've lifted 825,000 out of them of poverty, and Canadians have created over 900,000 jobs, the lowest unemployment rate in over 40 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be splitting my time with the member for Central Okanagan-Similkameen, Nicola. Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to participate in the election year distraction budget debate, misleadingly, inappropriately labeled when it was tabled as investing in the middle class. This budget was everything that we in the official opposition and most Canadians feared it would be. Instead of the balanced budget promised by the Prime Minister in his 2015 campaign, the deficit will hit $19.8 billion this year. Instead of balance, the Finance Department estimates the budget will not return to balance until 2040, and by then, an additional $271 billion of debt will have been generated. And according to the Finance Department, Canada's net debt this year reached an all-time high of $705 billion, or more than $50,000 each for each Canadian family. Mr. Speaker, this budget was so sloppily assembled, the Department of Finance had to correct dozens of pages of tables, dozens of pages of sloppy math. Did the Finance Minister catch the mistakes, or the President of the Treasury Board, or even the Parliamentary Budget Officer? Well, no, Mr. Speaker, it was caught by the diligent Conservative member for Edmonton West, a private sector professional who came to this House after 30 years' experience responsibly reading spreadsheets and balancing budgets in the hospitality sector. The original budget document tabled by the Finance Minister detailed $186 million on spending initiatives, but after a correction made quietly on the department's website, after the MP's intervention, we see that spending will actually come to $311 million. And with some $28 million more in underestimated costs, the mistake totaled almost as much as the original mistake, fully $153 million. The member for Edmonton West characterized it all with very gentle understatement as pure carelessness. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'll shift from the careless, the sloppy, the clumsy, to a deliberate mistake in the Liberal budget 2019. And I direct you, Mr. Speaker, to page 373 of the cover-up budget, a page with the main title, Business Income Tax Measures, and the misleading subtitle, Support for Canadian Journalism. Mr. Speaker, it is true there are hundreds of millions of dollars, more than $500 million, but they are, for the most part, allocated to yesterday's journalism, not tomorrow's. To print, big city and small community print, not to digital. And these hundreds of millions of dollars, almost $600 million, will only go to Canadian journalistic organizations that have to apply to register for financial assistance and might be accepted as an OCJ or a QCJO, a liberal confected body known as Qualified Canadian Journalism Organizations. This Liberal government, Mr. Speaker, is going to decide through a commissioning body, which hasn't as yet been created, which struggling newspapers get money and which ones won't. Now, I would remind the House, Mr. Speaker, that there has been, since this misguided adventure was previewed by the Finance Minister in the 2018 fall update, stark disagreement between owners, publishers, and shareholders of struggling newspapers, large and small, and those journalists who actually generate news content. As a former practitioner of the craft, I agree with journalists of all stripes who have vigorously rejected this Liberal election year bailout for some Canadian news organizations, as an unacceptable, not to mention wasteful intervention that will compromise, I believe, the independence of the craft. I share their opposition to the Liberal proposal of a panel of news experts who would distribute the hundreds of millions of dollars in election year beneficence by deciding which newsrooms are acceptable and which newsrooms aren't. Now, you may have read the columnist Andrew Coyne, who, in noting that this misguided policy excludes anyone outside the existing Canadian newspaper industry, that it's designed for, quote, not the future of news, but the past, not the scrappy startups who might save the business, but the lumbering dinosaurs who are taking it down. The founder and editor of The Logic, one of those scrappy startups, Mr. Speaker, David Skok, complains that the mandatory full-time status of journalists required for funding ignores the vital role that freelance journalists play in the news ecosystem. Mr. Skok notes in an editorial that, quote, according to Statistics Canada, as of 2016, there are about 12,000 people who identify journalism as their profession. Of those, Mr. Skok pointed out, it's safe to assume that the number of people not employed full-time in newsrooms is in the thousands. Chantal Hébert, whose primary employer, the Toronto Star, will very likely be designated a qualified recipient of Liberal beneficence, said, quote, the government's $500 million package will not resolve the crisis that newsrooms face. It may end up doing little more than delaying the inevitable. Ms. Hébert says that among the ranks of political columnists, many fear it is a poison pill that will eventually do the news industry more harm than good. And Mr. Speaker, I fully agree. Now, the finance minister can't justify his $600 million election year bailout because he has no idea what will happen after his subsidized transition period. And that's unacceptable and it's wasteful because intervention should have a goal of not only long-term survival of print, but long-term sustainability of the evolving craft of journalism. The transformation and survival of robust, independent journalism platforms in Canada will, Mr. Speaker, require bold adjustments and political leadership. But how can any news organization be truly independent if they become dependent on government subsidies, temporary slush fund tax relief, or direct cash bailouts? And so, Mr. Speaker, I close my remarks as I began, with disappointment in an election year debate, budget debate that promises much in desperation but delivers many more dire costs to the Canadian economy than meaningful benefits. This budget, as I said, was everything that Canadians feared it would be. Instead of the balanced budget promised by the Prime Minister 4 years ago, the deficit will this year hit $19.8 billion. And instead of balance, again, the Finance Department estimates the budget will not return to balance until 2020. Mr. Speaker, this budget will not distract from the broken promises, the fiscal incompetence, the legislative clumsiness, the empty virtue signaling, the imposed narrow ideological values from a Liberal government that as its alpha and omega has bookended ethical lapses and moral corruption from day one until now. Mr. Speaker, only 2 first-term majority governments in all of Canadian history have been defeated, denied a second term. Mr. Speaker, I believe this budget and the ever-deepening scandal that has overshadowed it has set the stage for this sorry Liberal government to join those historic losers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Wow, Mr. Speaker, I suspect that might be the author of many of the conservative spin doctors on the other side of the curtains. As you know, it's quite a litany of inaccuracies, to say the very least. Let me try to put a little bit of reality into this situation. As a government, back in 2015, the Liberal Party committed, first and foremost, to work hard day after day for Canada's middle class, and you will see that in budgets, every budget budget we've introduced, Mr. Speaker, government regulations and government legislation that has had a profound positive impact. And that positive impact, one of the tools in which you can measure that, Mr. Speaker, is by working with Canadians in excess of 925,000 new jobs here in Canada. We have lifted thousands of children out of poverty. We have lifted thousands of seniors out of poverty. We have seen tax breaks for Canada's middle class, which the Conservative Party voted against, Mr. Speaker, and we've seen an increase in terms of the tax on Canada's wealthiest 1%. This is a government that listens to Canadians not only during elections, but also in between elections, and that's why I anxiously await for the election of October 2019, believing that Canadians will see what this government has done and hopefully reward us with another 4-year mandate, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, first let me say why I will ignore the suggestion that the honourable member suggested I had assistance in composing my remarks here today. But again, this is characteristics of the drive-by smears and character assassinations that we have seen in recent weeks in this House as these Liberals, even including the member from Winnipeg, begin to worry about the possibility that they may not return here in November this year. Mr. Speaker, as I said in my remarks, from the beginning, this government has broken every fiscal promise that it has made. It has committed to send billions of dollars offshore to build infrastructure in Asia, to build to create an infrastructure in Canada that is not needed, even while they've had trouble pushing dollars out the door to assist the infrastructure in Canada that they have promised in successive budgets. Mr. Speaker, I think this sorry Liberal government's record speaks for itself, and when my friend goes to knock on doors, he will learn that the middle class is not nearly as satisfied as he claims them to be with the performance for the past 4 years of this Liberal government.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Thornhill for his speech. And I'd just like to ask him, through you, about what he thinks of the government's plans, if there is any, for the auto industry in Canada. We had the only thing that I can remember in the budget on that was the rebates or the help for people to buy electric vehicles. I'm all in favor of that, but they specifically excluded the one electric vehicle built in Canada by, missing out by a couple $1,000s in helping that industry there, and that was followed immediately by Chrysler cutting back significantly in its jobs in Windsor. And I just wondered if he would comment on the lack of a plan from the government in this budget for the auto industry in Canada.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his remarks and for his suggestion. And I certainly need very little prompting to comment on the empty words of concern that we've heard from the government, from the finance minister, from the ministers and the ministries that should be tasked with assisting and ensuring that good quality Canadian automotive industry jobs are protected and preserved, and that there is growth. We have seen how laggardly, how tardy the Liberal ministers were in actually attending General Motors plant in Oshawa when the first shock announcement came of the eventual closure, the downsizing of that plant, and also for the lack of interest in supporting the industry and the plants in Windsor.
Debate. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, it's always an honor to rise to speak in this place, and more so on this Liberal budget. As we know, the Liberal 2015 campaign promise was to deliver 3 years of modest $10 billion a year deficits with a return to a balanced budget in 2019. Now, this was a promise, let's remind ourselves, that the Prime Minister himself said was, and I quote again, very cast in stone. Not somewhat cast in stone, Mr. Speaker, not a little bit cast in stone, but very cast in stone. And in this budget, we see that the 2019-2020 deficit forecast is set to close to close to $19.8 billion. Now, this is on top of the $60 billion in deficits added in the first 3 Liberal budgets. And the current budget indicates there's no path to balance until, at very least, the year 2040. Now, by that point, racking up an additional $271 billion in new debt. Now, there are words as a parliamentarian that I do not like to use. And many of those words describe the Prime Minister's broken promise, to put it mildly, Mr. Speaker, to Canadians. The reality is, as every person in this chamber well knows, the Prime Minister didn't even try to honor his promise. This is a Prime Minister who will basically promise anything if at the time he believes it is what Canadians want to hear. And on this point, Canadians want a government who will live within its means. However, we are not here to debate the Prime Minister's broken promises, Mr. Speaker. We are here to debate this budget, and on that point, I do have some very serious concerns. Now, let me start with household debt. Aside from the fact that this budget is silence on it, I would submit it will only serve to increase it. But first, why is household debt a problem? Well, after the Liberals' first year in government, household debt as a percentage of gross income in 2016 was 166%. Now, in January of 2019, that has now increased to a whopping 176%. Now, think about that for a moment. Canadian household debt is now 176% of gross household income. Now, in spite of this Liberal government spending over $60 billion to date, people continue to fall farther and farther behind. Now, keep in mind, we are not talking about the government debt being added onto the backs that one day somehow they will have to pay. We're talking about household debt. So how is that a concern in this budget, you may ask? Well, Mr. Speaker, here's one example. The new Canada Training Benefit. Now, on the surface, it sounds like a good thing. What could be wrong with encouraging job skills retraining? Now, however, when you read the fine print, only $250 is available per year to a career maximum of $5,000. Now, the challenge that I'm already hearing is the majority of training programs cost well in excess of that amount. Now, many skills training programs are literally thousands of dollars or more. For many workers to benefit from this $250 training credit, it means borrowing thousands and, of course, increasing household debt. Now, similarly, to access the credit of $5,000 towards the purchase of a new electric car for most would mean borrowing up to the maximum for the program amount of $45,000. Now, this again, Mr. Speaker, results in more household debt for anyone borrowing for a new vehicle purchase. A similar situation is created with the new home buyers program. Now, rather than simply eliminate the GST on affordable new housing, which has been done with the provincial sales tax in British Columbia, that would actually save people money. This budget only offers more options that encourage what? Borrowing. Borrowing $10,000 more from your RRSP up to a maximum of $35,000. Now, how many new home buyers have you run across with a spare $35,000 kicking around in an RRSP? Exactly. This is not the reality for most new home buyers. The new first-time homebuyers incentive on the surface sounds helpful. Now, the program can help provide between 5 and 10% of the down payment towards a maximum CMHC insurable mortgage up to $480,000. Now, that's not counting the total down payment. Now, the challenge with this program is also in the fine print. The maximum $480,000 mortgage value is also based on the program's maximum allowable household income level of $120,000 annually. Now, in a community where the average household income is $70,000, the maximum value under this program is set at 4 times the income, meaning a CMHC insurable mortgage limit of just $280,000. A significant difference. And here's the great frustration. Housing markets throughout Canada have been severely impacted by the changes made by this Liberal government, largely because of housing markets in just 2 Canadian cities. Now, here with this signature program, even at the maximum $480,000, this will not make a dent in housing affordability in places like Vancouver or Toronto. Now, in fact, it will most help in areas where housing is comparably already affordable. Now, as public policy goes, this is an expensive one and a misguided one. First, Mr. Speaker, CMHC has told us at the technical briefing that they will have to borrow in order to finance this program. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is just a few of the examples that all points towards increased household debt in order to access the benefits of these programs. Now, ironically, these programs themselves are being offered in a budget with a $19.8 billion budget deficit, meaning this Liberal government is borrowing money it does not have. That, as I've just demonstrated, will in turn, in many cases, cause people to borrow money they do not have just to access these program benefits. And that, my friends, is not good governance. There is also another major missing part of this budget: any type of fiscal strategy to deal with Canadian competitiveness. We are hearing increasingly of plant closures, production shifts being eliminated, of Canadian companies not investing here in Canada, but in the United States and elsewhere. And to be clear, the Liberals were warned. We know that the Department of Finance's own figures warned that the Liberals' enhanced CPP program would be a drag on the Canadian economy at least until 2030. Now, we don't know precisely what the Liberals' carbon tax will do to the economy, Mr. Speaker, but we do know the Liberals are increasingly giving Canada's worst polluters carbon tax breaks. Now, the Toronto Star has reported that polluting industries such as cement, iron, and steel manufacturing, lime production, and nitrogen fertilizers will get carbon relief based on a 90% industry average. Now, firms in other industries that emit at least 50 kilotons of greenhouse gas per year will get relief based on 80%. Now, in New Brunswick, this Liberal government gave a 95.5% carbon tax relief to a dirty coal power plant. And almost every day we hear the Environment Minister, the Prime Minister talk about putting on a price on pollution. But of course, they don't talk about the growing list of exemptions and breaks for the worst polluters. Now, of course, our major competitors and trade partners do not have a carbon tax. Meanwhile, we continue to watch investment in these countries growing while this budget sits back and proposes no solutions. Now, I get that it's an election budget designed to buy people's votes with their own money. Now, I also get the Liberals who once promised a balanced budget now call that concept austerity. It is bewildering but true to hear any discussion that talks about living within our means described by the Finance Minister as austerity measures. At some point, the Liberal government is going to need to reconcile this with reality. All of this deficit spending was not spent during a time of world financial crises. And further, despite all the deficit spending, the Bank of Canada forecasts are crystal clear. Our economy is slowing down at an alarming rate, and this budget proposes nothing to address that. I think in part because the Finance Minister does not believe these things to be true, yet we all know that they are. It is another denial budget, spending money that Canadians do not have, and it is not a budget that I can support. And so, Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Thornhill, that the House do now adjourn.
Order.
Why would you listen to
Order. Mr. Albus, seconded by Mr. Kent, moved that this House do now adjourn. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members. question is the following one. Mr. Albus, seconded by Mr. Kent, moved that this House do now adjourn. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Monsieur Blaney-Bellechasse, Les Etchemin-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney-Bellechasse, Les Etchemin-Lévis.
Monsieur Berthoud.
Mr. Berthoud.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Aboul Taïf.
Mr. Aboul Taïf.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gourde.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Lausanne Argentin de la Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne Argentin de la Petite Nation.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Madame Leboutier.
Madame Leboutier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, Métis, Matin, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matin, Matapédia.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Oliphant.
Mr. Aldaig.
Aldaig.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Kuri.
Mr. El Coupi.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Madame Nessif.
Madame Nessif.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir. Yeas pour 35, nays contre 111, 111.
I declare the motion defeated. It being 5:45 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-415, Expungement of Certain Cannabis-Related Convictions Act, standing in the name of Mr. Rankin.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est avec plaisir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure to rise today to join the debate on Bill C-415, an act to establish a procedure for expunging certain cannabis-related convictions. I thank the member for Victoria for his commitment to this issue. I know that we have different points of view with respect to how things are done, but we agree that people who have criminal records for cannabis possession should not have to face barriers in terms of employment.
Legalizing and regulating cannabis is part of our platform for the last election. We upheld that commitment, and last October the new system took effect. At that time, we said we would introduce legislation to make it easier for people with criminal records left over from the old regime to have those records cleared. And we have upheld that commitment too with Bill C-93, which was debated earlier this week. It is worth remembering that while we were advocating legalization, the NDP was merely calling for decriminalization. In other words, if the NDP had had their way, cannabis prohibition would still be in effect, and people found to be in possession of cannabis would be getting hefty fines. That would obviously be a bad idea because many of the people who have been disproportionately impacted by cannabis prohibition are from marginalized and low-income communities. So instead of adding to the financial burden, we have proposed legislation that will eliminate the fee due to the parole board to apply for a pardon, which is normally $631. And we have proposed eliminating the waiting period, which can be as long as 10 years. Under our proposal, the pardon application will be reviewed and decided expeditiously by parole board staff, rather than being referred to an appointed parole board member for review, as is the current process. And the usual subjective criteria, like evaluating whether the applicant has been of good conduct and whether the pardon will bring them a measurable benefit, will not apply. Plus, the parole board will implement an outreach strategy that will involve community partners and civil society organizations to help people take advantage of this new process. Once a successful pardon is issued, the relevant authorities will be notified and the record will be sealed. It will not show up during a criminal records check and can be reopened only in extraordinary circumstances, such as the commission of a new criminal offense. The bill, as proposed by the member for Victoria, would use the mechanism called expungement rather than expedited pardons. As I said during debate on Monday, the practical effect of expungement is, for all intents and purposes, the same as a pardon, unless the person commits a new offense. And at that point, they're going to have a criminal record again anyway, so the reinstatement of the old cannabis possession conviction will have minimal impact. When it comes to international travel, expungement may cause unnecessary complications. For example, if the United States had previously noted your conviction in their records, they could still have that information despite your pardon or expungement. If U.S. authorities ask you to provide evidence of your pardon conviction, you can get that from the parole board. But with an expungement, there would likely be no Canadian records to provide. Mr. Speaker, We created expungement as a concept in Canadian law last year as a way to deal with historic convictions for consensual sexual activity between same-sex partners. That was a situation of grave injustice where the law at issue itself was a violation of fundamental human rights and contrary to the Charter. That is distinct from the situation that we are discussing today. The criminalization of cannabis was a bad idea, but was not a Charter violation. Nevertheless, because of its differential impacts on racialized communities, we have proposed a dramatically expedited pardons process. The NDP has also called on us to follow the example of some American jurisdictions that have moved to automatically clear past misdemeanor convictions for the possession of cannabis. Unfortunately, in Canada, however, while federal records are held by the RCMP, there are also other records, including paper records held by provinces and local police offices and local courts. Going through all those records to find all the drug possession convictions and then digging into the detail of each conviction to determine whether the substance involved with cannabis is a process that would take years. There was a suggestion on Monday that we hire an army of summer students to go through hundreds of thousands of police and court records in cities and towns and across the country. I couldn't tell if it was serious or not. The fact is that an application-based process will result in people getting their records cleared much faster. So, Mr. Speaker, after careful and deliberate consideration, we chose a streamlined pardons process as the best approach. Under the bill that we have proposed, Bill C-93, there will be no waiting period and no application fee. Applications will be dealt with through an expedited administrative process with no subjective criteria. If you have served a sentence for simple possession of cannabis with nothing else on your record, then you get your pardon. Full stop. Once again, I want to thank the member for Victoria for his work and for his contributions on this discussion and on his thoughtful concern for the people of his riding and across this country. I know we have a difference of opinion about the modalities, but I think we share the objective of letting people who have a criminal record for simple possession of cannabis move on with their lives. Those individuals should be able to get a job, find a place to live, study, and travel without the burden of a criminal record for an activity that is now legal. We are all better off when people living law-abiding lives can put their criminal records behind them and contribute fully to our communities. I look forward to the passage of the government's Bill C-93, which would allow for exactly that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this evening's debate on Bill C-415, an act to establish a procedure for expunging certain cannabis-related convictions, gives me a chance I've long sought to make a clear statement in the House of Commons as to the principles that underlie my long-standing views on cannabis legalization. I've favored the legalization of marijuana since I first sought elected office. My views on the subject were first expressed at a policy conference in 2001 and were published in Policy Options the same year. But I've always couched my arguments in practical rather than in abstract terms. Here today I can express my underlying belief. I believe today, as I did when I first published on the subject 18 years ago, that it is morally wrong to criminalize the personal use of any substance when the said use or misuse of that substance would cause no harm to any person other than the user himself or herself. When no person is victimized other than the person who is engaged in an act, then it is a moral evil for the state to penalize the person who engages in that act. This principle would apply even if it were the case that none of the following were true. Even if it were not true, for example, that some people suffer from trauma that causes them to make impulsive choices, especially with regard to mood-altering substances. When these individuals are penalized, the law in effect singles out for punishment those who have suffered the abusive behavior of parents or partners, or the trauma of war, or fetal alcohol syndrome, or simple brain trauma. The principle that victimless acts should never be punishable would apply even if it were not true that some people are endowed from birth with genes such as the NRXN3 gene, which in 2011 was identified as being associated with a greater likelihood of becoming addicted, in which case the law is singling out for prosecution those who have lost the genetic lottery. The principle would apply even if it were not true that those who have greater influence and power are far less likely to be prosecuted than an average Canadian who has committed the same offense. A case that makes this point is that of the Prime Minister's brother, Michel Trudeau, who escaped prosecution for marijuana possession 21 years ago because of the intervention of his father, who at the time was himself a former Prime Minister. Here is how our current Prime Minister put this in a speech 2 years ago. He reported that back in 1988, his father, Pierre Trudeau, quote, reached out to his friends in the legal community, got the best possible lawyer, and was very confident he was going to be able to make those charges go away. We were able to do that because we had the resources, my dad had a couple of connections, and we were confident that my little brother wasn't going to be saddled with a criminal record for life, unquote. And the principle that no one should be punished for a victimless act would be true even if it were not the case that disadvantaged Canadians, who are statistically more likely than their fellow citizens to be caught and prosecuted and saddled with a criminal record, are far likelier to be members of social or racial groups that appear to be marginalized in other ways too. Two widely cited statistics in this regard are from Halifax, where blacks have been historically 5 times as likely as whites to be arrested for cannabis possession, and Regina, where Indigenous persons have been 9 times as likely as whites to be arrested for this offense. This would appear to be the very definition of systemic racism, regardless of the proximate cause for each individual arrest. But of course, the foregoing examples of inequity really do exist, and therefore the provision of the criminal code prohibiting the possession of small quantities of marijuana, which happily is now repealed, was wrong at all of these levels too. Mr. Speaker, if the underlying offense ought never to have been an offense in the first place, which is not merely what I feel, but what Parliament has already decided when it enacted the Cannabis Act a year ago, then it stands to reason that the retention of any long-term penalty, such as a criminal record for the formerly unlawful activity, must be wrong for exactly the same reasons. And that is true whether it is a charter-protected right we're talking about, or whether it is merely the practical impact that some groups have been discriminated against in the application of the law. And even when that's not the issue, but the issue is simply that a law was fundamentally wrong. To be clear, the retention of criminal records for persons who used marijuana when it was a criminal offense, therefore, represents an ongoing injustice that ought to be remedied. Quite frankly, a provision expunging the records of persons found guilty of possessing less than 30 grams of cannabis ought to have been included in the Cannabis Act. Why it was not, particularly given the heartfelt civil libertarian sentiment that must have been the motivation for the Prime Minister to share the story about his father and his brother, remains a mystery to me. I note that in other jurisdictions which have legalized the non-therapeutic use of cannabis, such as California and Vermont, provisions expunging the records of those convicted under the repealed statutes are a part of the repeal legislation itself. Now, it's too late for Canada to make a perfect copy of this enlightened example, but it is not too late for us to correct the oversight. Bill C-415 is an effective and well-designed instrument for achieving an end to this lingering injustice. About 500,000 Canadians, somewhere between 1% and 2% of our adult population, have criminal records for the possession of small amounts of cannabis for personal consumption. This bill would expunge their records. An expungement is not quite the same thing as a pardon or record suspension. It differs in a number of ways. For one thing, a pardon must be formally requested. Any person can apply for a pardon, but only after waiting for a period of not less than 5 years, and only upon a payment of a fee of just over $600. Expungement would be immediate and it would be costless. I'm aware that the government recently proposed a measure of its own in an apparent effort to supersede Bill 415. The government bill, C-93, has a title that tells the entire story as to what the government is proposing: an act to provide no-cost, expedited record suspension for simple possession of cannabis. In short, Bill C-93 would remove the 5-year waiting period and would eliminate the $600 fee. So, as far as it goes, I think this is good, and if the bill comes up for a second reading vote, I'll vote for it in principle. But Bill C-93 does not go far enough because a record suspension is not an expungement. Let me show how they differ. As everyone knows, American border control officials reserve the right to ask Canadians who are crossing the border if they have a criminal record for having used marijuana. Canadians are regularly turned back at the border if the answer is yes. And everybody should know that if you answer this question untruthfully, if you lie to an official of the Immigration and Naturalization Service while you're on American soil, as you are when you're at a land crossing, as opposed to Toronto or Vancouver Airport, you can be arrested on the spot. If records are expunged, but not if pardons are issued, it will be possible to answer truthfully, whether traveling by land or air, that you do not have a criminal record for this former offense. This is a meaningful distinction. Mr. Speaker, I hold no remit for marijuana itself. I never used it unlawfully when it was banned, and I've never used it since. I care only about sensible, generous laws and about doing all we can as lawmakers to make Canada a place where nobody is punished for actions that hurt no one else, and where no person faces long-term penalties for actions we now think should never have been unlawful in the first place. I congratulate the sponsor of this bill, and I plan to vote in favor of his excellent proposal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would humbly admit that yesterday I had an unprecedented experience here, and I hope I'll never have it again. Perhaps you've experienced this. Today is Thursday, but for one reason or another, you think it's Friday, and you conduct yourself as if it's Friday, and you get all the clues in the world, you're still convinced it's Friday. So this week I had 2 speeches to make, one on C-419 and one on C-415. And for reasons that still elude me, yesterday I made my speech on the wrong bill. It was a very impassioned speech. I was very convinced, so convinced, in fact, that everyone here in the House from all parties never saw fit, nobody saw fit to stand up and say, point of order, Mr. Speaker. I think the member is mistaken and is speaking to the wrong bill. That would have been appreciated. And if it had happened, I could have pretended that people were hanging on my lips and they wanted to hear the rest, or perhaps people were just doing other things and didn't notice. But the fact is that you can't fix a mistake by repeating the same mistake. So this evening, I will not speak about the credit card legislation, even though I really wanted to talk about it yesterday. I've been interested in that topic for years. Even in the previous parliament, I was the critic. But allow me to offer my most banal excuses to the member behind this bill, the member for Lethbridge. I really did want to speak to his private member's bill. In my previous career, I was a teacher, and I've seen all these young people going from high school to college and being offered credit cards without necessarily having all the capacities to know what they were getting into by accepting those offers. And credit cards are probably as vital as cell phones to all Canadians nowadays. You can't make a reservation, you can't shop online without having a credit card. So having a credit card is one thing. Knowing how to use it properly is another. And understanding all the fine print is yet another. And now I'm talking about credit cards, which is what I didn't want to do today. But I just wanted to apologize to the member for Lethbridge for making the wrong speech yesterday. And if his bill does get to second reading, I'm pleased to say that I will be supporting his bill. Now, let's get back on track here. The topic tonight is the bill put forward by my colleague from Victoria. This is a person whom I greatly admire. He has an ability to take a fairly complex situation and make it accessible to the layperson. And I gave an impassioned speech about people having these problems in my riding as we speak. And the Liberal bill does not go far enough. It's not going to solve the problem adequately, and it probably won't get royal assent before the end of this Parliament. So this is all window dressing at any rate. This issue will not be solved, and yet it's a problem that could be easily and readily solved with the bill put forward by my colleague from Victoria. He may have seen the blues and read my speech from yesterday, but unfortunately I'm going to have to repeat it here today. Perhaps even some colleagues were paying attention yesterday when I was on the wrong track yesterday. So perhaps I'll just stop there because my comments on this bill were already made yesterday. And it was a pleasure to have that opportunity. Obviously, I'll be supporting my colleague from Victoria's bill, and I will now turn the floor over to him as quickly as possible so that he can wrap up and attempt, like myself and all others who spoke before, he can try to convince the government opposite just how well-founded this bill is and how much better it is than the Liberal bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Victoria has the right to reply.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to begin by thanking my colleague from Trois-Rivières. It was a great speech, perhaps a little bit precocious.
From Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston for his very passionate and clear support for my initiative. I'm grateful to him for the clarity and for demonstrating the very obvious distinction the government seems to wish to gloss over between what are now called record suspensions or pardons and the notion of expungement, which of course is at the heart of my bill. As a private member's bill, Mr. Speaker, you'll know I wasn't able to talk about the automatic expungement because that would cost money and private members' bills are not allowed to do so, so I was left with an application process of my own. What troubles me is the government's trying to conflate expungement and pardon as if there was no difference, and to make an argument, frankly, a legally baseless argument, that expungement is somehow to be reserved, as they've chosen to do with Bill C-66, for activities that violate the Charter. First of all, as I pointed out in my speech on C-93 on Monday, going through a number of scholars like Professor Roach and Professor Berger and others, there's absolutely no distinction for that. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, as the government itself continues to acknowledge, they have no choice, it's from government records, this law that's been around since 1922, the prohibition on cannabis, has had a disproportionate impact on Indigenous people and Black people in particular. The government admits that. Yet they're content to stand here 6 months before after they brought in the law that made cannabis legal, in essentially the dying days of Parliament, to bring forward a half measure that likely won't get on the order book. It's something they can check off, I presume, during the campaign. Whether it gets through the Senate and the House and all of its committees before then, I really have my doubts, but nevertheless, they've chosen to do this. Mr. Speaker, this has impact on real people's lives. Right. The government acknowledges that, but they're prepared nevertheless to do this application process. They pejoratively say, I recommended an army of summer students. I did no such thing. There are ways to deal with that. And Mr. Speaker, if it costs money and it's inconvenient, let's talk about what it means to that Black in Toronto who can't get his or her foot on the social ladder and has to perhaps be on social assistance, or that Indigenous person who can't rent an apartment because they have a criminal record. The government will say, oh, no, that's okay. The Human Rights Act says has an answer for that. Not living in the real world, as far as I can tell. So, Mr. Speaker, it's disappointing. The government's initiative, though welcome, that they're waiving the fees and making it faster, I would characterize as a good first step. But it's too little, and it's certainly too late. It's disappointing we're here. It's disappointing the government doesn't do the full measure. I was hoping my bill could go to committee along with C-93, and people of goodwill could try to find a solution which would involve expungement and make the changes that even the government admits are necessary, but with this measure simply won't do the job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is as follows. Mr. Rankin, seconded by Mr. McGregor, moved that Bill C-415, an act to establish a procedure for expunging certain cannabis-related convictions, be now read a second time and referred to Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? What are we doing here? Okay. All those in favor of the motion, please say yay. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the Recorded Division stands deferred until Wednesday, May 1st, 2019, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. Alors, order.
Order. At this point, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been presented and accepted. As a result, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn.
For South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In May 2018, the city of Grand Forks and the surrounding boundary district of southern British Columbia suffered the worst flooding in 70 years. A record snowpack, sudden melting, and heavy rain on snow events sent the levels of the Kettle River and the Granby River up over their banks, into people's houses, into businesses, and over farms. I drove through the area the next day. The highway was temporarily closed, and much of the historic downtown of Grand Forks was underwater, and whole neighborhoods were inundated. 3,000 people were forced to flee their homes, and about 1,500 buildings were evacuated throughout the regional district, and more than 500 were damaged. Many remain empty today. The flooding caused over $38 million in damage to residential neighborhoods, farms, commercial areas, and industrial operations throughout the Kettle Valley. Some farms lost huge areas of land when the river changed its course, swept through fields, turning valuable agricultural lands into watercourses or unusable islands. Local residents stepped up during the flood, sandbagging in the hot sun, raising dikes to fend off a threatened second flooding event as snowmelt proceeded in the surrounding mountains. Charitable organizations stepped up, feeding the volunteers, finding shelter for the homeless, helping affected residents clean out their ruined homes. So many were impacted, many have lost their homes. So it's been a very, very difficult time for the people of Grand Forks and the surrounding area. An office for the boundary flood recovery was set up, and those folks have been working day in and day out to deal with the emergency and plan for the future. And what does the future look like? Well, with climate change, more extreme weather events are expected over the coming years. More precipitation in winter, earlier springs, rain on snow events. Luckily, the forecast for this spring is more hopeful as snowpacks are, for the time being, below normal. But concerns for the future are driving the decisions being made by the citizens of Grand Forks and by the Boundary Flood Recovery Team. And these are tough decisions. Decisions like which neighborhoods are likely to be flooded again, which properties ought to be bought out to open up areas that can be flooded during future events so the river can take a more natural course, which properties should be bought out to allow the construction of proper dikes that can protect other neighborhoods. No one likes to see their home singled out on a map as a property that might be sacrificed to create a safer future for the community as a whole. But the flood recovery team, the City of Grand Forks, the Regional District of Kootenay Boundary, the Province of BC, and other agencies have created a plan for the future that will build a more resilient community and region. It will take time. The plan covers multiple years, and it will be expensive, more than $60 million. Like all major infrastructure projects, funding will come from several sources. The City of Grand Forks will provide what it can and has spent a lot of money already. The Province of BC has stepped up to the plate. But local residents and agencies are relying on the federal government for a major part of the funding, primarily through an application to the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund. Without this funding, the future will be very difficult and uncertain for Grand Forks and the surrounding region.
To the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in response to the honourable member's question, let me first offer my sympathy to those impacted by this flooding in British Columbia last May, and particularly in Grand Forks, the community that was hardest hit. I do understand, as my own community of Constance Bay was devastated by flooding 2 years ago, so I do understand the kind of trauma that they are going through. I can confirm that the Governor and Council has issued an order in Council authorizing the provision of federal financial assistance under the Disaster Financial Assistance Arrangements to British Columbia for the 2018 spring flood event. Public Safety Canada is working closely with provincial officials to help Grand Forks and the other communities recover from the recent flooding as quickly as possible. When natural disaster strikes, such as was the case during the spring flood that occurred in 30 communities across British Columbia, the provinces and territories are responsible for the design and delivery of financial assistance. In the event of a large-scale natural disaster such as this, the Government of Canada provides financial assistance to provincial and territorial governments through the DFAA, administered by Public Safety Canada. When response and recovery costs exceed what individual provinces or territories could reasonably be expected to bear on their own, the DFAA provides the Government of Canada with a fair and equitable means by which it can assist provincial and territorial governments. All decisions regarding financial assistance to individuals, to small businesses, and to local governments affected by natural disaster are taken by the province. It is important to note that the DFAA does not provide financial assistance to those directly affected by the disaster, but rather cost shares eligible provincial costs. A province or territory may request Government of Canada's disaster financial assistance when eligible expenditures exceed an established threshold based on the provincial population. Eligible expenses under this program include, but are not limited to, rescue operations, restoring public works and infrastructure to their pre-disaster condition, as well as replacing or repairing basic, essential personal property of individuals, small businesses, and farmstead. So, Mr. Speaker, I will share with my honourable colleague that money has, the order of council has been issued, and that the negotiations with the province are currently underway. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for that statement. You know, the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund is an excellent program for funding permanent solutions to natural disasters, solutions that consider climate impacts and the benefit of retaining natural assets and restoring ecological function. The City and Regional District are looking forward to hearing the decision on DMAF and implementing their progressive and innovative proposal. And the DFAA is also a critical program, and in support of the modernization of provincial DFA programs, we also encourage efforts in federal-provincial agreements under Public Safety Canada to support the delivery of permanent solutions such as land acquisition, immediately following flooding disasters, as was demonstrated in recent flood recovery in New Brunswick. The residents of Grand Forks and the Kettle Valley have had a very difficult year. Many are desperately hoping for good news, and we're all waiting to hear that the federal government will bring that better future to Boundary Country. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague. He's right. There is both the immediate response. There is the response for when it comes to rebuilding for a particular emergency situation, but there is also the longer-term mitigation efforts that need to be made in order to adjust our communities to the realities of climate change. We are moving forward with both these kinds of initiatives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted.
The House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.